Okay, so we will go ahead and get started with our Bend City Council work session. You will notice it's Stephanie, our Chief Innovation Officer. Russ is here as well. Eric King is in Salem, literally moments ago, was testifying in a hearing on the tourism lodging tax bill, which is moving this week, hopefully. So we can get an update from him later on that. But we're gonna move forward first with our transit update from Cascades East Transit and Bob Townsend.
Well, Bob gets settled in. Just want to thank Cascade East Transit Director Bob Townsend for joining us tonight. Bob is joining us this evening to provide a legislative update, talk about some of the upcoming changes to the transit system, and share the vision for the future of CEP.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. So as mentioned here, I just want to give a general overview of where we are. We have a lot of things happening this week and last week and this summer and through the fall, and just give an update to everyone and also talk about some of the legislative impacts and how things may look at this time next year. As always, certainly willing to answer a lot of questions or meet individually too to discuss some of these things further.
Go ahead, Bob. Sorry. We're also trying to pull up your slides. Or
Yeah.
sorry. You can go ahead, Bob.
Wow, from scratch. Okay. No, just the first thing is just talking about a lot of the initiatives we have. And the easiest one to start talking about is our expansion that started on Monday. So from, the last 5 years since COVID, we've been 7:30 in the morning to about 5:30 at night. Those are kind of fake hours even then, because sometimes we want to return people back to Hawthorne at the end of the day, like we're delivering them. And so it wasn't even providing that full of coverage. And so effective Monday, we're back to a 6 a.m. To 7:30 p.m. more commuter driven. If you look at any of the graphs of our ridership right now, you'll see our peak time is in the middle of the day, which is a terrible measurement for an active transit agency. You should be commuter driven. It is nice to have a lot of rides in the middle of the day. It means people are going to the grocery store, medical services, other social services, and things like that. But to have that dominate your model is not very forward thinking. Yeah, next or 2 slides forward. Thank you. And so it's been a big adjustment. Certainly, we're not going to see, on Monday morning, I think on my route, I was only the second rider. It's going to take time in getting more information out there and people seeing it. But we're going to do that work. And we've already had quite a few examples this week of people who had never ridden it or weren't able to ride to work. And now you can. And I'm a perfect example of that I could get to work at 8:15 or so, but we try to start at 7 or earlier. And so now I can ride it to work and home, 5-minute walk to the bus, 4-minute to Hawthorne, and the same in the evening. So hopefully there's a lot more stories about that. Hopefully that changes our ridership dramatically. On our charts, you can see that, we talk about, well, we're not quite at pre-pandemic ridership, which isn't totally, it's a true statement, but it's not true when you go hours to hours. Like every route, all our routes except Bend fixed routes are above pre-pandemic levels. But in Bend, obviously, we were 4 more hours before that. And so now we're back to that. So we think we're going to hit that number soon, hopefully by the end of the year, minus some other changes there. But so that's exciting. To go along with that is Tri-Transit Week. I think most of you got my I don't know what guilt email about riding the bus or aggressive. I've heard that too. Luckily that was passionate. That's what I'm going to use on that. But I think it's, for us, and I say it in jest a lot of times because I wasn't riding the bus when I worked for ODOT either. And now I can't claim the upper hand just because I ride it every day. But certainly there's opportunities for all of us. And I'm trying to do this today or just riding the bus here elsewhere 5 days to and from work. Every single meeting I've attended, whether in Redmond Sisters this week, minus maybe one on Thursday now, will be on the bus, and it's doable. It takes a little bit extra effort I'm in control of my meeting, so it's easy to make the meeting when the bus gets there and things, but it is a system that's usable. And yeah, it takes a little bit of work, but certainly if we want to see improvements in Bend or the broader Central Oregon, it's important. But the Tri-Transit Week, we have activities every day. We're giving out prizes. People are logging their trips and things. So we've had a lot of good attendance at our morning coffees. We've been doing things in Redmond. We have a pizza night at the Hawthorne station from 4 to 7 tomorrow. You're all welcome. And then a coffee and donuts 7 to 9 on Friday morning. But it's all on our website for Tri-Transit. So that's been exciting. Right now, and we've been starting this, but it's been back order delivery. But we have about 300 stops in Bend. All but about 20 now have updated schedule holders and things like that, just a little bit more or nicer looking, that have actual schedules in them, not like before. We have signs that are going to be delivered here mid-July, and so the new sign flag boards on everyone with our new logo. That's the pin. Sort of the pin. The board has to vote on the final color. We have different samples for them tomorrow, but it'll have the new logo and things like that. We have benches and shelters that are ordered and will be in by the end of June. And so you'll see benches and shelters. And this is just the first phase. We got some MPO funding for this work. So super excited about that. But with 300 stops, it's going to take 2 or 3 years. And we've been working, with staff on using some of the GO bond for that, is called out in one of the items. So that's exciting. July 14th, we're launching Route 8 in Northeast Bend. This is the north part of the new 3rd Street or old 97 there, right on Cooley over to 18th and Cooley roundabout in the new Public Works facility, and then back over Boyd Acres, Pine Nursery area, hits the low income housing on the Empire Extension there off of 27th, and a few other of the apartment complexes. So excited to have that as a new route there. And then around the same time frame, and we're going back and forth on start dates, just depending on how our bus driver hiring is going. But to have a morning trial airport direct route at 4 a.m. in the morning to noon is all it's going to start. Most of the trips are in the morning. It'll be direct from Hawthorne to the airport. Now, you still can get to the airport now if you go to the Redmond hub and then take the Redmond Flex route over, but this will be direct, and it'll have a different fare, as you'll see in a little bit. But we think and our board thinks that's a growable route where it'll actually pay for itself, or not a little bit more, that we can use that money on others and provide a service to the community, take trips off of 97. July, August, transit pass introduction. This is using your phone or a pass to access the bus. This is a big deal for us. This professionalized CET. Every other transit agency has something, even before, when we were taking fares, it was just put your cash in there. Yeah, you look like you're over 60. You only have to pay half of it. Just not a good way to do business. And so we're excited about that. That'll improve some safety some safety concerns we have. It'll also allow us to give a lot broader group discounts and work with different entities throughout the community on prioritizing transit. We're targeting that needs to be in place first, and then we're targeting October for our board has to approve the final fares, which we'll talk about in a second. But everything's lining up towards reintroducing fares. We of course have fares on our rec routes now, but this would be throughout the system, fixed routes, Bend, Redmond, community connectors, dial-a-ride, and all those things. And the other exciting thing is we are closing in. It's being appraised right now. And we're in discussions about what the sale agreement looks like with ODOT, but acquiring the property in front of Lowe's at Cooley and 3rd there for our North Hub. And so that'll be a phased approach when we have the property. Certainly, it'll be a bus hub type of, like a glorified bus stop at first, but then it'll expand into building and hopefully other services too as time goes on. But that's pretty exciting. Next slide. So Because we haven't had fairs for 5 years, generally, everybody has a fair policy and it has an update on how it's approved and what outreach, what public meetings you use. And normally you go right into those timeframes with like, hey, here's the fare adjustment, but it'll be a 50 cent adjustment, a dollar adjustment here or there. But since we haven't had them so long, we've presented this to our board and have a tentative approval to present it outwards. And it's been on our website now for a month. The board will not vote or decide on it until August, so plenty of time to receive feedback. We'll have a public comment meeting on August 7th as well, and some other opportunities. I'm going on the road show to different meetings everywhere to get as much feedback as we can. But these are the proposed fares. And just not to go into all of them, but generally in the past, we had multiple different fares where whether you were in Bend, whether you were on the community connectors, but just for ease, it's one fare. It's a $2 fare, full price, reduced price if you qualify will be $1. It's a 3-trip max. So if you're reduced fares, it's $1 a trip. Once you make your 3 trips in the day, everything else is free. Beyond that, Dial-A-Ride is double. It doesn't have a reduced rate. And then we have monthly and annual passes and things like that. But this is well within Rogue Valley, Lane, Chariots and Salem, TriMet. And we're the only one who don't have another funding phase. So in essence, we could be above all them, but they're, 175 to 225. So this is a good starter. We'll evaluate it. We'll give the board opportunities to adjust it as we go. One thing that I like to point out here is, are we in the $750,000 to $1 million fare range on a $20 million operating budget? It doesn't seem like a lot. But it's not nothing when we're depending on grants. And it also, one of the things that's really important about fares for us now is the free, especially on the Dial-A-Ride in Bend and Redmond, for example, is being abused terribly because it's just free. It's just in Bend, at least you have to qualify, but we have people taking 45 trips a month where they're going out to eat for breakfast, coming home, going out to eat lunch, coming home, going to a doctor's appointment in the afternoon on Dial-A-Ride. And as long as they qualify, from an ADA age, there's a few things, then we don't control it. But once it's, $4, that same person will be able to use it, but they're going to control their trips a little bit more. And in Redmond, everyone qualifies. You, me, it doesn't matter. There's no pre-qualifier since we don't have the expanded system. And basically in the morning, we're just taking kids to elementary school and things like that. So part of the fares is to help us control that. Even though a Dial-A-Ride may cost us $20 and $4 doesn't seem a lot, it's going to save a lot of $30 trips that are across town and taking money away from other services. So a very important part of the system is not just revenue, but it's controlling the operation. Next slide, and down below the rec routes, those all by our definition and FTAs and everyone is they have to pay for themselves. So they're just getting adjusted based on what that actually costs for us. And so those are fluid all the time, with the exception transit to trails right now is on a grant. And so it's subsidized through that, at least through probably next July. Next slide. The big thing on where we want to get feedback is certainly some people don't want fares at all, but not everyone, but 99% of the transit agencies in the nation have fares. The only ones who don't, there's a couple tribes and other entities that are fully subsidized. So going to fares is not unreasonable without further subsidy. But the big discussion is who gets reduced fares and who gets what group fare reductions. And we've taken the TriMet model, Salem model, our own one from previous. We're using the same model that the city of Bend uses for a reduced transportation fee or utility fees. It's all the same criteria, low income, disabled veterans, all of it. And so certainly, like I said, generating revenue is important, but it's not the most important. Getting young users to ride transit so they're lifetime users is the most important. So if there's a business or an entity that you think of and doesn't get captured under this, we're happy to do the reduction with them too. It's just about signing an agreement and making sure we capture it. So I just want to offer that up as much as possible.
On
Yeah.
that one, for the disabled vendor, it's percent level, or is it any disability?
Just any disability is how. And again, just to the question that comes up a lot, our new transit pass system generally yes, you'll turn in your name, your number, address, and things like that. If you want a reduction, you're actually going to have identification. So if you want the 65 and older reduction, you're going to have a photo ID. If you want a veteran or student, you're going to have a Medicare card, student card, veteran. If you don't want a reduction, then it's just a phone number. We don't need a name. It can be on your card. And so there's certainly things we've been working with the Latin Community Association and others that are a little concerned about giving their identification, but we have a workaround on that where that doesn't have to be provided. We'll sign an overarching agreement with the entity. They'll be responsible, or we'll be responsible for giving out cards, and we'll know like card is 1257. And if there's a security issue with that card, we'll go to that entity and they will help us solve it. So that kind of protects the anonymity of the user in that case. But most people will just sign up just like your Dutch Brothers app or Starbucks or something like that.
Can you remind me too, the age range of the students?
Yeah, so we're still working through exactly what that'll look like, but more than likely, we'll try not to make it an age as far as a student ID card, because if you're a 35-year-old going back to OSU Cascades, you should get the discount. It doesn't matter if you're 18 and under student. And so we're trying not to trying to figure out how we can capture everybody. And the reason I'm not specific on it is this homeschool thing, we still don't know how to capture. If not everybody has a homeschool testing cert or something they can bring in. And so that's the nuance, but really the student will be more about a student ID card than what their age is.
Love to, it
Yeah.
would be great to have it be college students. I remember I used it
Yeah.
quite a bit when
Yeah, no, it'll certainly be college students. And we've already had tentative talks with COCC. We may only give them a 50% reduction to $1, but they may pay the difference behind the scenes, too. There's going to be a lot of that activity.
Okay. And then one last question, the low income. So is that, so you mentioned, serving some affordable housing developments. And so is there a way that residents of those developments or communities can receive a reduction?
Yeah, and so low income is the very broad, and I mean, we don't want to get into looking at everyone's tax returns or things like that. Do you have a free and reduced lunch pass through school? Do you have an EBT card? It's all those things that are the same things the city of Bend uses for their low income. And we have a couple more just because the Federal Transit Authority has some other requirements, but it'll be pretty easy for us. And again, someone who turns in and boy, that doesn't look like the right document, giving a reduction is not a big, we're going to be on the side of, hey, you get a reduction, right? It's not worth. And for the stats that we have when we did surveys in 19 before the pandemic is about 75% of our users will probably qualify for current users under the system. That may change if we get more commuters, but probably 75% of our riders will get the reduced fare. Next slide. So legislative, and I'll tie this back together with the fares. We have two major legislative actions or items of interest for us. The first is this QE, qualified entity language that I don't need to go into a lot of detail. Happy to explain it, but it's one of the products of House Bill 2017 and how the funds are administered. They go to qualified entities for transit funds or transit agencies that are not within a district. We're not within a district. So the money goes to Deschutes County, Jefferson County, Crook County, Warm Springs, and then they have to delve it out to us. And then when we use it, we have to meet federal and state requirements. And then the county has to make sure we're doing it. We anticipate that we lose about 5 to 10% of the actual spending power of that dollar to administration. And so we proposed some language to adjust that. And it was just an oversight. Here's the language that we proposed. It's not an outright language. Nobody's going to oppose this. It just says the counties can designate if they will. The control is still to them. The money doesn't have to come to us directly if they're not satisfied. And certainly we have letters from Deschutes, Crook, Jefferson County supporting this. We've worked with several of our senators and representatives, and it's an active talking point and a proposal in the Transportation Committee and the new name committee. And so that's of high interest to us. Our COIC board has also signed a letter to all our elected official or senators and representatives asking for the same. So that's one of our big things that we're advocating for. The next thing is not advocacy because I respond to a board and I can only advocate for things they tell me. Certainly we have on the QE language, we have a broad board, so we haven't taken a stance on the payroll tax, but I do want to talk about what's out there regarding it, and I can talk about what the impacts of the current payroll tax or increases. And so currently it's the 0.1% from House Bill 2017, and that's been tremendous for us. And that's why even that or an increase to that, that's why there's really not a discussion around a transit district in Central Oregon anymore. Everybody's already being taxed from a payroll standpoint. It's much easier to have that number go up to reflect our needs than have a new tax by city potentially or by county in Central Oregon. And so that's where most of our efforts are. And, if that doesn't happen or goes away, then we certainly all have conversations about the transit district again. But for now, it's about that. The OTA is proposing that it goes up to 0.5% on a structured, a tenth a year up till 2033 or a tenth every other year, which would be tremendous. That's technically 5 times the amount of funding in Bend. That would put us running routes at every 15 minutes, adding about 5 more routes or changing the system completely. So, significant. The initial transportation committee proposed an increase to 0.18 or almost double. That with all the cost increases will keep us with all our additions that we are adding this summer and potentially a couple more changes there. So that would be significant. The Republican proposal is 0.1%, but taking all those funds away from transit and putting to highway. And then the new committee's proposal, I think it's in the Oregonian this afternoon, is back to the 5/10, but that's not a full committee. So who knows where that'll come from? But those are the things we're following. If things, and next slide, I'll talk about the 0.1. Or next slide, please. Sorry. So a lot of things are happening now, right? And I don't want that as an excuse for more time. Obviously, most of you know, I'm only 8 months here in this new role, but you see all the initiatives that we're trying. Yes, we are behind, right? We should have had different adjustments. To no one's fault. There were structural issues. We had a hard time getting out of the pandemic. This is the first time in 4 years where I can say we have enough drivers, which has never been the case. And so a lot of things have allowed these opportunities, but because of all these changes, we really don't, which is terrible, as Councilor Riley's the chair of the board, and I tell him, I really can't project revenue in a budget, even though we're asking him to sign off on the budget tomorrow night, because we have so many of these variables, right? We've expanded service times. I can estimate what our ridership is, but we know we're going to take a 10% hit when we charge fares, but are we going to take a 20% growth because we expanded hours and are improving and adding Route 8 and making some other improvements? The other thing, as has been the conversation a lot, hey, we'll see low ridership on a route and we'll wonder, oh, that one, hey, it's just not serving people. I can't sit here with a straight face and say we've done everything on that route as far as outreach, travel, training to make sure we have every user possible. And we have a new staff member, and we're contracting some travel training services, which basically mean we'll go to senior centers, we'll go to businesses, we'll show them how to ride the bus. We'll, hey, one of the things I'm running out of business cards because I just give them to people, tell me where you live or about where you live, not a stalker, and tell me where you work, and I'll tell you different bus riding opportunities. And we just haven't done that enough. And so certainly with us refocusing on that, we think we can increase ridership too, or work with businesses. Maybe they'll change their hours to 7:45 because that's when the bus stops instead of 8 to just save some of those inconveniences. So with all that, it's hard to know what our ridership numbers are, which affects our federal funding, which affects our fare rates and things like that. And then just as a budgetary perspective, 0.1% to 0.5 or 5 times the money or the same is a broad background. And what do we plan for? And what I've told people is with COVID money and things like that, we're good on budget for the next 2 years, right? We can afford everything we think, but at what point do we say, boy, we don't know what it looks like after that, we need to cut? Right now, that's not our mantra because we need to build the system. If we might as well provide as much service as we can now and not hold on to some of this extra COVID money and spend it properly. And I mean, with with reason, not just spending it to spend it. The fares, it's not going to be a lot of money, but it's going to be something, right? It's going to at least pay for another 3 routes, or more, depending on where it's at. And it's also going to save us a lot of money so that we can use that bus driver or a bus and somewhere else where it is of value. And then, as we all know, we've had significant impacts from the feds too. We actually got good news this week. We had a $1.6 million Western Federal Lands grant to buy new buses for our bachelor service that's been on hold for a long time, and we finally signed off and have ordered those buses. So there's good news on some front. Other fronts, we don't know where that federal funding is going to be. Next slide. Thank you. And so as it goes to, and I don't want to get into a lot of details, but this is this conundrum, and these are the types of things we'll be presenting to you next year. There'll be more data than this, but this is the strong points, right? Is we hear a lot, hey, can we add this route? Can we do this, right? Right now, after these expansions, we're capped, not knowing what where the legislature goes. But the other problem we struggle with is our mission of serving, underserved and vulnerable users versus getting numbers. We certainly could do more tourism related routes in Bend and have high numbers, but we're missing out on some of the groups that we're charged with serving and that meet our mission. And so there's going to be these types of examples where the cost per ride on certain routes, and that's one of the main things that we share, may be really high, but we're serving 90% people are qualify for reduced versus, yeah, we could add the micro transit stuff back, but that's probably from our, observations and questionnaires is probably only serving 10% of people below the poverty line. And so not that we can't serve both, but it's how do we adjust fares on one? And I know our board from the airport fee, and we're talking about a couple others, are really interested in, hey, we can charge different rates for different types of services and stretch our money across, not to make money necessarily, but to pay for services. And so these are going to be the types of conversations that are going to be very challenging to have. But what I want to do is like, hey, here's our daily usage. Here's the type of people. Here's a couple stories, right? And so that we can sit here and go, okay, I just don't think Route 11's working. We want to switch it to microtransit, or we want to cancel it and we want to go to 15 minutes on 3rd Street. And we're not going to make those in a box, but at the same time, we don't have enough data with the expansion to have those conversations now. And so this is just a sample, and I highlighted for effect here, or the next slide, please. But this all gets me to what's next. So we're gathering a ton of data. We record every rider, where they're getting on. So we'll have all these types of information about who's using the expanded hours, who's using what routes. We'll compound that by doing a lot more outreach to get riders. We'll be doing surveys. Once we go to the transit pass, we'll have numbers on, are these low income users? Are they Medicaid users, those type of things. So we'll have a lot of information to put together. And so by spring of next year, we're going to revisit the Bend routes to some of the discussions that I've had individually with some of you between like, hey, should we serve this one or should we go to 15-minute express routes here and actually pull back some service areas to maximize others? And that's simplifying it. Some of it may be like, hey, let's not have a fixed route here. Let's just do a call in. We're only serving 100 a day. We can cover that with microtransit for potentially cheaper. Let's do that. And with the intent of, reviewing that with you probably at the June timeframe next year, implementing some of the adjustments we talk about. And again, these are all dependent on how if a transportation package is passed with the transit nexus. And then really the big thing here is, and I say with payroll tax increase, and I don't say with what, even if it went to 2/10, we would implement some of this. And even if it didn't, we're still going to go to some type of hub system. It won't be the hub system we all thought about or that the study shows, but certainly there's going to be a lot of value in making a substantial change to how we serve Bend. And once we have the hubs in place, a north, south, east, west, central type of thing, where the Bend Redmond routes only have to go to the north end, right? And we have more of a gridded north, south, east, west on major sections versus right now, everything has to come back to Hawthorne. So even if you, technically are on the west side of town and you just want to go, out Brookswood or something, you have to come all the way back into Hawthorne and then we send you back out there. And that equates to time where, a lot of the models in TriMet and some others is, hey, the bus just is back and forth on this route all day. And so that'll be a really substantial change. And we're going to go to some version of that after we have some additional data. We can actually stretch our dollars a little more in that type of system when we get away from Hawthorne. But we need the North Hub. We need a partner in the South. We have the hospital. We have Troy Field. We're going to work with Bachelor on their parking facility on the pseudo west side there as a potential hub. And so when we have those in place, we'll certainly, and it's not all going to be at once, but the North Hub will be the tie off and certainly downtown.
What level of payroll tax increase would that assume? Is that like the 0.18 or is that?
I mean, if we got to 0.5, I'd say, hey, we're doing that in a year, or I mean, the 0.5 is going to be in time and we probably go to 15 minutes. If it's 0.2, we're going to go to the hub system, but it may be like, hey, we're not going to serve certain areas of town just because we don't have the volume of drivers or capacity. But even with the 2/10, we're going to get to some modified version of that.
Are you saying 0.5 is back on the table?
There's an
The
article
committee?
this morning that the second transportation committee has been talking about it, but it doesn't have full representation. So,
Yeah.
Goes. Well, I mean, thank you for all this information, Bob. I can make some value statements around transit and I don't know what else would be helpful for you, but we're hearing more and more from the community around the needs for transit and wanting the transit system to improve. And I want to acknowledge those requests and the work that you're doing to do that. I want to acknowledge also the size of our city, the way that we're built, the density that we don't have in certain places and do have in others, makes it really challenging to run this transit system. And you also mentioned the mission is serving folks who are lower income versus trying to get more choice riders. We've got to figure out how to do both those things, and that's hard.
Right.
But the value there is that we do want to subsidize the system and provide it as a public good for as many people as possible, right? How do we do that with the financials that we have in a financially responsible way that makes sense and that can be a snowball where we're providing better service so more people are riding, so we have more buy-in to provide more service, right? So it's tricky. This is a tricky moment, I think, for transit, but I think it's something that we should be investing in. And we have the relationship between the city and CET, but would be wanting to hear what it's helpful to hear from us as far as I know people want more frequency. They want to have the increased hours is great, right? But just trying to improve the overall experience for folks so that more people take the bus.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and certainly I feel the city's support and council's support tremendously. Not just verbally, but with the financial contribution out of the general fund as well. I think the thing for me is just, I don't want to say patience because it's been a long time. We can't hide, be like, oh, this finally post-pandemic, we're doing this. But certainly you see a lot of changes this year and this understanding of, hey, we're going to get a lot of data next year and you guys are going to be involved in it. Not the whole system because we certainly have other community partners to engage with and, our highest used routes. And I talked about them today or yesterday with Senator Broadman is, we all know the economic disparities between Central Oregon. Our highest used routes are the community connectors just because people in Redmond need to who have jobs here may not be able to afford here. And then when you take that even farther, our biggest user is the Warm Springs to Madras to Redmond buses. And so certainly as we get funding, they'll be at the top of a list about adding services there because sometimes the buses are packed and we turn away people. But in Bend, you're the audience too, and they're going to be tough decisions. It's not going to be me able to just say, hey, we can serve everyone. We don't need any more money and that's it. It's going to be these difficult conversations about, okay, I know Route 2 to Brookswood does have some users, but we want to focus on 3rd Street, 27th, the hospital. And obviously I don't want to make those decisions by myself, but it's presenting information, giving us options. But that decision, those will come next June. They'll come sooner than later, right? But it's still not, hey, tomorrow let's add this route. And it's just, everybody hears my speech from ODOT about setting priorities and things like that. We were having a hard time identifying priorities. 100% fare recovery on rec routes, which is great and things like that. It keeps us busy. It lowers my overhead costs, but is that where we want to focus, or what's that balance in between, and how do we establish our goals from vulnerable users to serving rec routes? Because it does save the system here, getting trips off. It's not nothing, right? It is important, but it's hard for us to just prioritize that. With the council's help and these conversations next year, I think we'll get to that, those decisions in Bend.
Be great to have a detailed conversation once you've got some of the data that you're gathering now, so. Okay, any other questions on this update from CET?
Can you share how we get the transit pass? Like if there are plans for that? I mean, you mentioned the smartphone, but just where do people go to get it?
Yeah, so our request for proposal is out right now, so we'll have a vendor selected. I think it's June 30th or something, and so they all vary a little bit, but because it's new, we don't, and that's why we're giving us time from that point until when we need them. We'll be on the bus with our laptops helping people sign up. We'll have online services. We'll be going to Warm Springs and areas that have or that may not have access to technology. Of course, at Hawthorne, you can get one, but our intent is we know all of our users. We don't know the new users, but we'll be riding the bus with a laptop and be like, hey, you want to sign up for your transit pass now, or things like that. We'll be doing them at outreach events, but the goal is, no one's going to be able to say who wants to ride the bus. They didn't have an opportunity because we're going to dedicate so much staff to doing that. It really saves us a lot. I've talked about the safety, the financial, having someone have a pass or the phone app. Certainly we'll just have the simple stuff of having a QR code that you take a picture and you could sign up for it as well. I wanted to have it so that I could approve users to control some challenging individuals, but they say I can't do that. I did change the e-bike thing, though. You're going to get a notice tomorrow, Councilor Mendez. Thanks for the feedback on that e-bikes of those size will be allowed on the bus.
I have a very light e-bike, but I was informed today that I could not put it on the rack. And the driver was very polite and said, these are
I
our
appreciate
rules.
that.
And I
Yeah.
said, thank you very much. And just gave Bob the feedback. I understand it, but.
No, that's a good example of the old style of modified e-bikes that weighed more than a motorcycle, and our front bike racks can only hold 400 pounds, but that's not what the new system is. So, yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well,
Thank you very much.
Thanks for all your hard work on those, Bob.
Yeah,
Really important.
okay. So next we are gonna touch base again on our council goal work plan. Stephanie and Russ.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good evening, Mayor and
Here's
Council.
mine.
I'm Stephanie Betteridge.
Probably has more than-
Distribution Officer, and I'm joined by Russ Grigson, Chief Operation Officer, and Kate Schneider, our Executive Officer. We are here tonight for our last discussion around the development of the 2025-27 council goal work plan before it comes to you for adoption at your next council meeting. The goal for tonight is to ensure that we have accurately reflected your priorities and feedback, including that you provided during the last meeting work session, and to start a conversation about how we'll approach the implementation of this plan. We intend, can you do the next slide, please, Kate? We intend to get there through just a quick reminder of how we got to this point in the goal setting process. We'll then walk through the proposed work plan revisions that were discussed in the last meeting. We'll talk about next steps, including the adoption of the work plan and the implementation. That includes the dashboard, our quarterly updates, and so start a conversation around the structure of the council conversations and council meetings that support this. And then we'll be looking to you for direction. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the goal setting process in detail, but do want to note that this is a 6-month process that began back in December. There have been numerous touch points with community and getting community input through listening sessions, an advisory body summit, and open houses, as well as the survey. Council convened in February for a council goal setting retreat that took into account the existing council goals, community feedback, and council priorities. That led to a set of updated council guiding principles, as well as a framework that has continued to evolve into that work plan that's before you this evening. So before
Look at that new diagram.
I know. So before we walk through the revisions, we wanted to provide a sneak peek, and I promised Renee that this was absolutely a sneak peek, that this is still a work in progress, but we did want to show a visual that we feel represents council goals. So at the beginning of it is a connected community, and that is really stemming from the conversation at the last meeting about the growth plan and that connected community that it will be creating. And surrounding that are the 6 council goal areas. And all of those are interconnected with that growth plan in a connected community. And around the outside of the circle are council's guiding principles. And that really informs how both council and staff approach this.
It's a bar chart.
It's not just checking. to see.
We have feedback on the bar too.
Yeah.
Looks like
Renee,
smokestack.
Renee will be open to some one-on-one.
Today.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good, yeah. 2 hours.
Okay.
So everyone should have in front of them the proposed council goal work plan that includes comments and track changes. And Kate is going to guide us through this on the screen as well. Just to orient you to the document, so all of the new language is in bold and italics. Anything that is being proposed to be removed based on your feedback is shown as strike through. You'll notice that any actions that were deprioritized at the last work session are captured on page 7 with a note that they will be revisited as part of the 27-29 goals or as capacity allows. So I thought we would go through these goal area by goal area. I'll walk us through the changes and then would open it up for questions and comments. So you'll notice under the first strategy for housing, there is a new bullet in there that talks about permitting the number of housing units by the end of the biennium with specific numbers. That was originally part of that strategy. We set that out as a standalone action, 1, because it is very action oriented, but 2, then we have 2 actions that support that overall strategy. Because the other 2, collecting the data on the current housing and rental market to find gaps, et cetera. At the last council meeting, we talked about using existing data and then revisiting that as a project as part of the next set of council goals. And the outreach programs and partnerships are something that would be incorporated into the work of the housing committee. Moving down to the last strategy under housing to accelerate complete communities. Again, you'll see that promoting more affordable home ownership and rental opportunities is something that is also being incorporated into the work of the housing committee. So that committee's scope has grown and we've reduced the number of actions in this whole area. Any questions, anything that we didn't capture appropriately?
Contract restricted middle income housing, is that referring like the tiny tip kinds of activities? Is that essentially what that means? Or does that mean? What's an example of contract restricted? Oh, here we go. The expert.
That's what I was just gonna turn.
What bullet are you looking at?
The one that's the second one that's in bold.
Bold.
Under the first
Starts with
strategy.
3,942. It's in the,
So not every
Oh, contract.
affordable housing required program requires a deed restriction.
Right.
Sometimes they can just be contracts. And so we wanted to make sure we are including every possible kind of agreement instead of just limiting it to deed restriction.
Makes sense.
Moving on, any other questions on housing before we move to transportation and infrastructure? There were a few minor changes in there. Under the second strategy, you'll see that we have removed the reference to applying for grants related to acquiring property to meet the long-term water supply and resiliency needs. That grant is being put as something to look to in the future, but we are still focused on acquiring those properties to meet the needs. Under the next strategy of improving to improve and deliver transportation projects and plans, prioritize future investments. At the last meeting, we discussed reducing the number of mobility hubs from 2 to 1. And then under the third action there, we added in some additional language for clarity. So the action was to improve governance and oversight of transportation policy and deliver project delivery that increases efficiency. Some confusion about what that meant. So we added some clarification that could include evaluating the scope of TBOC and oversight of the GeoBond projects. Any questions? Moving to economic prosperity. The first adjustment there under the second strategy and second action was simply to move the identifying and contracting with partners that provide specialized business and employment businesses, including childcare, aligned with economic development plan to year 2 of the biennium. So to adjust some of the work related to our capacity. And then under the third strategy, the change reflects that the core area advisory board will remain focused on the core area and not have an expanded scope.
I have a question about that one. I was just curious how that saved, how that reduces staff time and energy by eliminating that option. Because I thought the core area advisory board, they were actually interested, them as a committee, and obviously it's up to us and them, but my understanding was they were actually interested in.
We would need to
Being
revise
urban
we would need to revise our code and create a new resolution for a new committee that would have more oversight over all the URAs, I think was kind of the idea. So that's a project that staff can take off their list for the next 2 years and just stick with the core areas, the CAB's purpose at this time, if I'm saying that right. Sorry.
It would remove a lot of staff time.
And I think the other thing was just,
Do what? If you don't mind.
So typically, all urban rural areas are guided by some sort of advisory committee. And there's obviously other options out there that the council can consider in terms of Juniper Ridge or Murphy's Crossing. But the core area has been long identified as a priority project for the city of Bend. And so staff time would have been dedicated to bringing proposals, projects with Juniper Ridge, Murphy's Crossing to get feedback from an existing advisory board. When, as Councilor Riley noted, at the last meeting, it can come directly to borough. So it bypass that added bureaucratic step.
and I think from my perspective also, there's just enough interest. I mean, I do think people were interested on CAB, but there was a certain amount of, well, yeah, that sounds interesting. And why I joined it was to work on the core area, you know, so there's kind of some tension there. And that CAB needs some TLC, as we've been hearing from a lot of people. There's a lot of work to still do there to get that place to take off. And so keeping that group focused on that could be advantageous.
I guess my perspective on it is if we have an advisory body that is advising on urban renewal in general in the city, then that might actually help us not lose that focus on the core area, because I think is really important. And help. Yeah, that was my thinking about it. To have a citywide perspective on urban renewal would be nice, but. Okay.
Any other comments on prosperity? Shifting to climate resiliency, there are a couple of changes in here. One is related to the Energy Navigator program. There was some conversation at the last council meeting about the scope of that. Cassie is here to answer any questions. But essentially, the program will focus on filling gaps between existing programs. That could be information sharing. That could be seeing where there are programs where they may not be available to certain audiences or certain income levels within the community. But it also by delaying it provides us with an opportunity to complete the electrification incentive program so that the Navigator program can align with those incentive programs to make sure that the community is aware of the options that are available to them.
Yeah, and just my question just on this history, Cassie, if I'm recalling, the Energy Navigator program was one of the recommendations from ECC and the policy work group on electrification, like, hey, let's get this going and while we work on the other things. So it's fine to pivot now and kind of go the other direction, but maybe just explain kind of what delaying this would do and why you think that might be the better way to go.
Yeah, definitely. So the Navigator program has been of interest. It's like come up through a variety of angles over the last like 2-ish years. So the ECC, it's sort of always been one of their priorities. And then when we were doing the electrification policy analysis, it was one of those options under the outreach and education that in December, when we came and presented that to the council, we highlighted this as a short-term action item we could pursue. And at the time, the council had indicated, that yes, we should pursue that short-term action item. So that's why it was included in the council goals this year. I do think that there are existing, I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I listened to some of the discussion about the questions about existing programs and what this can provide. I do think there are gaps that can be filled, and Stephanie summarized them well. There's a lot of existing programs. The existing programs, the type that provide that one-on-one assistance, they all sort of serve a specific demographic, and it's actually doesn't cover like large portions of the community that have access to the type of programs that Neighbor Impact offers, so that you can get through Central Electric Co-op or the Environmental Center. Those are sort of the three big partners. So one gap we were thinking about is trying to figure out a way we can still leverage partnerships, but try to create some of that resource for sort of the rest of the community. And a lot of the carbon impact comes from the rest of the community and the higher income levels that if they just had a little extra push, they might do some of those projects more easily. And then the other kind of gap that we think it can fill is that even amongst those existing programs, there's quite a bit of just confusion about like who people should talk to for which program. So that was the other part that we were thinking about doing. It's really just sort of a promotion exercise where we would kind of direct people to those programs, and the community partners we spoke to all expressed that that would be of interest to them. Like that would be something that would support them. So anyway, that's just kind of what we would be doing. We were proposing still moving forward with that, but if we can postpone it a year, the main benefit is it would allow us to really focus on getting the electrification policy, the electrification fee project going, and also really focus on the Climate Action Partner Grant Program, which we'll talk about today, because both of those two things we're trying to kind of launch late summer, early fall. And we were also trying to launch the Navigator program this summer. So as we've come closer to the summer approaching, I do think that we could focus on the electrification fee, which has sounded like the bigger priority to the council. But if you're still interested in us trying to fill those gaps that I was just talking about, we could push that off a year, but still pursue it. So that's kind of our proposal. We'd also have the benefit of, if we've gone through the electrification fee and we have some new incentive programs, those could be folded into the Navigator program. So anyway, that's kind of the approach we're thinking now.
Great. So council, a little more detail after our last meeting. Any comments, support, questions about what Cassie is suggesting, Steve?
Big fan of the reprioritization. I think that's the appropriate way to go. Bring electrification forward.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone opposed to what Cassie's recommending here? Sounds good.
So what exactly is gonna get postponed a year then? I'm not quite sure I understand.
The structure of the Navigator program, we're still kind of in scoping mode of, but half of it would be some sort of outreach exercise where we'd be promoting these programs. We envision those as like a workshop series where we invite the partners to participate. Everyone, it's kind of an opportunity to connect people with resources and provide as part of that some like light one-on-one assistance as part of those workshops. So planning and organizing that would be a year out. And then also we've been trying to think through different programmatic options we have to kind of create that one-on-one assistance to people that cannot currently access the free programs. At least there are programs that you can pay for, but that in and of itself is just a reason why people don't pursue those. So we had some ideas. We didn't define those fully yet. And we would just not really try to finalize exactly what that looks like until a year from now.
A gap piece, like for some of these programs, it has to be income criteria. So if you're outside the income criteria, you can't apply. But if you want to expand that
right
to the whole community, that's the gap you're talking about, and waiting a year before there's resources to.
Exactly.
Cassie, remind me please, but you have an FTE associated with this Navigator, right?
Not specifically with a Navigator. We added an FTE in the fall. And she is helping with past fall. And she's helping with a whole range of projects.
It doesn't delay an FTE acquisition.
No, there was no FTE included as part of this budget cycle.
Okay, well, sounds like there's support for that route, so let's incorporate that into the work plan.
Thank you, Cassie. Under the detailed cap actions, the community climate action plan actions, the restricting use of gas leaf blowers was deprioritized at the last meeting. So again, we would revisit that as time allows or as part of the 27-29 council goals. Going further down in that first strategy, adopting a plan for the future of the urban tree canopy. Our good news, our urban forester started this week. So we will have that staff person available to work on this, but really having that formal plan adoption, moving that to the second year of the biennium. And then also revisiting the dark sky initiative as part of the next set of council goals or as staff capacity allows.
Okay,
I have some thoughts on that.
okay.
My thoughts are, I understood from our discussion that we were gonna move it to the end of biennium, but I'm not a fan of kicking it to the next biennium, either one of those two. I'd prefer to have them hang on at the end of this biennium, so second year is what I proposed. That's the update I propose.
For the leaf blowers and
And the dark
the
skies.
lighting.
Yep.
I think it's honorable but wishful thinking. So I'm more of a just go ahead and put it on 27, 29 as an option, but that's just me. Where else everyone else at?
I understood it to be a function of capacity.
Mhm.
But
Well, I'm not ready to quit just yet. I'd say we can reevaluate later on. But let's not just quit right now.
Well, it's, I mean, on page 7, actions to be revisited for the 27, 29 council goals or as capacity allows.
Oh, I understand. I prefer that we go as capacity allows, and then we can
I see.
revisit it to get.
I mean, is there in a year? If we're back here, and we can be having the conversation about capacity again, I'm assuming.
So Councilor Platt is just saying, keep it in, and if
Yeah.
capacity says no, then bump it out.
Yeah.
And the way that this is phrased now, it says
looks like
bump it
just
out,
bump
but
it.
if capacity allows, then put it back in.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't, yeah.
No bumping.
Operations.
Verbiage, so we can certainly switch those two as on page 7 that, again, as capacity allows. Worst case scenario, we're revisiting as part of the next set of council goals.
Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wonder about the lighting part, if that is a, something, the longer we don't move on forward on that, the farther behind we get kind of problem. I mean, leaf blowers, I certainly don't like to be woken up by them on Sunday mornings. That's the one time I've gotten.
Well, on the lighting part, a draft code's already been written.
Right.
It's gonna be a lot.
Yeah,
It's
but
a lot
it's a
bigger
lot-
project.
It's probably a
Yeah.
bigger, I mean, they're
It's a
both projects
5-year
because they're.
It's a 5-year implementation window, but the draft code's already been written.
Uh-huh.
I can speak really quickly to the outdoor lighting standards. I mean, this is, I want to analogize and compare and contrast to the tree preservation standards. Then we do have outdoor lighting standards in our belt. Like they require light, generally speaking, to be sort of not in the glare to direct light downward. So we do have some, not to say there isn't perhaps a reason to look at them, but we do have standards that do exist.
Oh, I know, and but they're 15 years old, so this is just an update, and a lot of the heavy lifting's been done by outside agencies to help reduce some of the staff time for that. And so it's not saying we'll just adopt it, but it is also maybe a lighter lift than what the staff's envisioning.
Here's my perspective on this is that I prioritize adopting plan for the future of the urban tree canopy before
Mhm.
gas leaf blowers and dark skies. So if we leave all of them in there, I don't know how do we indicate that? I sort of thought that's kind of the decision we came to last time. And I'm fine kind of leaving them in there as sort of like in the work plan there at the very end, that's okay. But to me, there's some risk of leaving and then the community goes, well, why aren't you doing this? Well, we picked this one to do first and you can point them to the work plan. Maybe it's just communicating that, but I just want to be clear. I'm okay with them with what you suggested, Steve, but I want to start with the urban tree canopy and see what capacity I have after that.
And I agree with that capacitor, that priority too.
Good.
Sorry, I have one substantive recommendation. So I had initially been taken by this idea of achieving no net increase in water demand, but having had a couple of meetings with staff, I want to propose a change because I'm not sure, I don't think
You're
that.
talking about a different one though, right?
Well,
This is.
it's one that we
Yeah,
didn't change
yeah.
last time, but.
Yeah, and I do think that the feedback from staff is that they recommend changing it. And so I'll say what I want to recommend that changed, and then I'll explain why. Stephanie, I just sent you an email with the draft, just because I thought it would be helpful, but the subheader would read, protect our watershed through water conservation and stewardship, reducing per capita water use by the end of the biennium. So taking out the language of the goal there, just to say, that's our goal, we're reducing it. Well, by how much in that second bullet point that currently talks about achieving no net increase in water demand, it would read, analyze and expand existing conservation measures to achieve per capita water use of 165 gallons per day by the end of the biennium and explore the use of gray water. So the reason for this is essentially, it's more beneficial for us to take a basin-wide approach in this area. And obviously, we're not going to create new water, so there is a finite amount of water in the basin. But I would hate for us to get to a point in 5 years or 10 years or however long, however soon it comes, where the city is trying to reach what is essentially a standard that we have adopted because we thought it sounded simple and attractive, where other partners in the basin are not achieving the same kind of efficient use of water that the city is. And that would put us in the position of having to spend a tremendous amount of resources to try to achieve a standard where we could, for example, say high water users in the city can help pay for the more efficient water use outside of the city, but still in the basin. So taking this basin-wide approach, I think, is important. And I didn't realize that achieving this 165 gallons per day per capita goal is actually quite aggressive. We used to be at 190 per capita gallons per day. We have a goal that is significantly lower than that, but is several years out. And so to make sure that we're on track, the 165 gallons per day per capita is important. It's a stretch goal already. So I think it's important to be in there. I just want to say, I want to back away from saying we should commit to no net increase in water demand.
And yeah, and staff is supportive of that change based off those discussions.
Councilor Mendez, just so I understand, are you saying that if we're focusing in the city, that things with water that are beyond our control are gonna happen outside still in the same basin? And so our effect is gonna be less than what we were hoping for? Is that what I'm understanding?
I think essentially, yes.
Okay.
And the city's going to continue to grow, so we really want to look at what's a better measure of that is that kind of average daily use.
It all makes sense to me. I just want to understand.
So just to clarify, the action stays the same, we're just changing the metric.
No, I think
You're moving the metric into the second bullet.
Right.
There's a couple,
And simplifying achieving.
At 260.
Yeah.
right, and
Yeah.
saying reduce in that top load. All right, so do you want to pose to that? Mike's jumped up here, but I think we're gonna do it, buddy, so I think
support
we're okay.
You thumbs up?
I think we're gonna do by editing that second bullet, you're gonna provide an opportunity for Lori Fayette, Dan Denny and I to come and provide an update on really how we're tracking specifically towards that 165.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking about like functionally, we're gonna come in front of you quarterly or provide an update somehow, some way. And I think that having that in there is really smart, counselor. So we're closer track on it versus having it sort of buried up in that strategy statement.
Cool.
Thanks.
Small change important. I think there's support for that, so that looks good.
thank you for that conversation.
Okay.
Moving to.
But did we resolve what we're doing on the other ones? Sorry.
Well, it sounded like
I
there
thought we
was,
didn't finish that conversation, but
most people supported what Steve said about just sort of keeping them in and then taking them out if we don't have capacity, so. I think that's where we landed.
Make sure I capture your direction appropriately. We are removing the gas leaf blowers and the dark skies from the strategy language and putting it in on page 7, where we will revisit the actions as capacity allows.
Yes, because they don't, well, they do, actually, they are.
Yeah,
that T-VAT's for the opposite of that.
I didn't think they need to be removed. They can be reprioritized to the second year of the biennium and we'll reevaluate within a year. I say they stay in the document right where they are right now.
That's what he proposed.
So.
That's
so-
But are we,
but you
that
can-
we're
so this-
removing all of these from,
Well, now we just
right?
This list is where we said all the things that's basically what we're gonna do, and they're on the list on page 7.
I mean,
I think what Steve's asking for is let's evaluate the capacity in a year and see if we can actually,
Right.
at that
But-
point, if we
That's
can
a
get it
good-
done, and if not, then we move it on to that other list. But
But
it's
why
sort
just those two, not versus all the other things?
well, that's a good question.
Like,
Because that was the point of the exercise to
Yeah,
me
was
was
to take
to
things-
say
Take
we-
some things off.
yes,
need to
we
come
can't have everything in.
right. I just felt strongly about those two. I felt less strongly about the other ones being. So that's why I've made my case.
All right, who agrees with Steve? Raise your hand. Steve agrees with Steve.
He agrees with himself.
Okay.
I mean, I like the dark skies, keeping the dark skies in only because, I mean, I know, we do have development standards that have lighting, you know, project downward, but we build these road projects that light up our streets like airports, and you know, so if there's some mechanism by which we can incorporate, that kind of lighting management,
We can, that's part of, we're actually gonna start having a conversation, the transportation standards conversation, and that is one of the line items that we will be bringing back for conversation.
As part of,
Fantastic.
so we can get it some parts of
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
So good try, Steve. They're gonna stay where they are, but the community has heard your commitment and I think
And we're gonna change the language on this point seven.
Yes.
on which.
Just
On-
say-
On page seven.
Oh, yes, the water, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, moving to.
We're behind, so
There were no changes discussed for the public safety goal area. And then under accessible and effective government, the exploring ways to improve transparency on worker pay on private construction projects was, again, we deprioritized to that as capacity allows, so it can meet the goals. As is review and refresh council goals.
Council rules.
Or sorry, council rules. Community goals.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Any other questions, feedback, comments?
No,
So
I think that captures it.
sorry, one question real quick. The navigator position, I thought we were gonna delay a year, but then I don't see it on this revisited list.
Right, it would still be, it's still in the buy-in.
For sure have.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll just start
Just like the tree canopy.
in July of 2026 or be.
Great.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Another comment.
If it's brief.
Is there an appetite for, under the metrics on page 9, under transportation and infrastructure, we have some pretty basic metrics here. Eric suggested that it wouldn't be it would be pretty easy to add a walk shed type analysis that would be indicating what percentage of households have access to certain amenities by sidewalks or by accessible bike routes. This is the kind of thing that we could indicate that, we could then in the future set goals for. Well, once we know, hey, 50% of households can easily walk to a grocery store. I don't know what the number is, but I think we have that capability. Eric suggested it is not that hard to add, but is there support for adding some kind of walk shed or bike shed analysis as a metric?
On page 9?
I like that. I mean, because if you look at like adding number of bike lane miles, I mean, what if
Okay.
it's a bike lane that no one's using, like the bike lane on Third Street?
Or if it's connecting
counts.
someone, if it's creating a bike shed that's quicker.
Right.
How do we capture that, right?
Right.
Or if we filled in a sidewalk gap, it's just
Mhm.
only this much, but it created
Right,
a better walk shed. I like that.
yeah.
I mean, should we be tracking something about injuries, fatalities, like just the what's happening, what's the trend there? Not that we're trying to, I mean, with the vision 0, it's 0, right? That's the goal, but
We have
it
the
just says, there's
10%.
nothing in here about that, like what around the safety, about how people they're getting programmed on the streets.
We do have the 10% overall crash reduction goal.
Where, yeah, okay.
But should that be a metric under public safety? Just tracking data.
Yeah, I think we can crash, okay.
Well, sorry.
Councilor Perkins.
While we're talking about this, and Cyrus or Jonathan or someone, I might ask you about, one of the things I talked about last time under economic prosperity is is like the gap among people of color in our community. So I see it talks about poverty status and this and that. Do you think we would be able to include that like that strong amount of data in the economic prosperity metrics? Because as we know, we have massive gaps right now.
Yeah, so in your State of the Housing report in July and your economy report in August, we actually are breaking down demographics, both racial and sociographic.
Great.
In terms of the dashboard data, it's always a year behind on those kind of indices. So we've talked with Jesse about, is that the right way of presenting that? But we could look into future breakdowns of how certain segments of our population are doing in comparison to the overall whole.
Yeah.
We just want to be able to make sure that we have the right amount of data concurrent with what we can present to the community instead of always being a year behind. But you will have that first taste of data in July.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so is there support for the sort of the just measuring the walk shed, bike shed under transportation infrastructure and the crash data under public safety injuries and crashes? Sure.
Like the trends and injuries and fatalities.
Right, yeah, and I think if we have the goal of reducing these
Yeah.
And Mayor,
Okay.
and maybe this is a nice segue into the next steps in the process, which is to, once the work plan is adopted, it's to develop the council goal dashboard. While the work plan itself with the goal strategies and actions is fairly firm, the metrics and what we include in the dashboard is a little more fluid. So we will have more opportunities to talk through what are some of the metrics and what are some of the dashboard features that you'd like to see as we move forward.
Great, and then we get those quarterly updates.
Yeah, really update. So
Okay.
thank you for that prompt. So next steps, we'll incorporate your changes. We'll bring this to you for adoption at the next meeting alongside the budget, and then we'll move into the implementation in July. Again, that first step is to develop the dashboard and the reporting. We're planning to bring that to you at your October quarterly update, and then we'll begin the quarterly updates. One thing that we are proposing to do for this biennium is to have our quarterly update topics sketched out for the entire biennium. That helps to provide some predictability and structure to those meetings. So you'll see on the slide, we've laid out how, based on some of the timelines, what that schedule may look like. Again, we're absolutely open to your feedback on, does this meet your needs on the topics and when you would like to see them?
Okay, and we're 15 minutes behind, so we gotta, I think about this if you had feedback on those topics and timings, let staff know.
Okay, to the next slide. So the last thing that we wanted to mention tonight, and again, this is starting a conversation. This is not working through the details. It's really wanted to think about how we implement an ambitious set of council goals, and how we as staff can provide council with the content and the information that you need to achieve those desired outcomes that you've set out with your council goal work plan. I think we all are aware that we've been experiencing a trend of some really full work sessions and some long council meetings. So wanted to start a conversation about, is there maybe some possible changes that we could make to the council meeting structure to help to support the work and make sure that those meaningful conversations are happening in a timely manner. So part of that could be to separate the council work sessions from the council business meetings. This is a model that a lot of cities follow, where they have council business meetings. For us, that could potentially be the first and third Wednesdays, have a discrete time frame around that. Many cities will require a council vote to go beyond 10 p.m., something that you could consider. Also, maybe having those work sessions on a different day of the week. There's a lot of questions around what time that would be, whether it's the same week, whether it's the off weeks. Again, really just wanted to see if there's interest in pursuing this. As part of this approach, as staff, we can see some value in having standalone quarterly update meetings, and think about how those meetings are structured and engaging with your advisory bodies as part of that. Also thinking about how we provide you information on when you can expect to see council goal agenda items. So perhaps doing a quarterly preview as part of the city manager's memo, highlighting when those items will come before you. And I guess I'll pause there to see, are there any high level questions and interest in exploring revisiting the council meeting structure?
Yeah, and just in the interest of time, is anyone opposed to this, maybe not where we land at, but looking at something like this?
Just about the time slot, because 4 to 6 is, I think, hard for picking up kids.
Okay.
But 6 to 8 would maybe work better.
Okay,
But-
something to take into consideration, yeah.
And if there's interest, what we would do is staff is send
We're not
out
gonna
some
touch that.
surveys to gather some input.
Yeah,
That's what
I think that would be great to
I see.
just start gathering information individually on how folks can do.
The timing of
Okay.
the standalone quarterly updates, are you assuming that those would be the same week as the work sessions and council meetings or different weeks or what?
Don't
Or
know, I think.
Don't know. Also, do you repurpose one of the work sessions? So all of that is on the table. We just wanted to see if there was interest in revisiting.
Yeah, I think we should
Yeah.
pursue this,
Yes.
so I think
Yes.
keep gathering information from folks.
I think it's a great solution and it'd be really nice to have the freed up time and focus for work sessions, I think.
Okay,
Earlier start times.
Yes.
And I think we've addressed all of these questions. Thank
okay,
you.
thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're a little behind here. We need to get through the next item. Councilor Norris.
Yes, I have to declare an actual conflict for this item. This item would impact, financially impact my employer Hayden Home, so I'll step away during this time and see you all in a little bit.
Okay. All right, so key resolution presentation.
Right. Turn it over to Dan to kick us off.
Okay, Dan Quick, Budget and Financial Planning Manager, and I will be joined by Roger Surratt and Colin Stevens a little bit later in the presentation. The goal of this presentation is to go through and give a bit of a preview for the fee resolution that will be brought on June 18th. On June 18th, we will actually be bringing 3 resolutions, a separate resolution for our citywide fees, for the solid waste hauler fee rates, as well as for system development charges. Those are all 3 individual resolutions. In your council packet, there was a rather lengthy document. It's about 27 pages long. That is our red line fee resolution for city fees. That indicates all the changes that are being proposed currently. It is in draft form as some changes were not finalized by the time of the packet deadline. For instance, the parks SDCs were adopted last night, so those are not reflected in here yet, but those will be in the resolution that comes to you on 6/18. Just to help understand this resolution, the first page, we have some across the board increases. These are intended to just capture at a high level the percent increases that were applied to those fees. It accounts for probably 90% plus of the fee changes that are captured here. As you're reading through it, a strike through indicates that language is being removed, and bolding means that is the new fee or new language being added. A large portion of these fees that we'll talk through have already been discussed with council or budget committee at previous meetings, but we do want to just make sure that everyone's aware of them and that we can talk through them and ask any questions. So to start off, just looking at water service rates, these were presented to the budget committee on May 14th. Based on our 30-year models, staff is proposing a 4.9% increase to water rates, 1.8% to water reclamation rates, and 8% increases to stormwater revenue rates. That comes to a net impact of about 4% on the sample bill, which is about $7.84 roughly. As mentioned before, these next 2 items will be separate resolutions, but the city of Bend has 2 solid waste haulers operating within the city. By code, the city council is responsible for adopting rates for those haulers, and those haulers have proposed a 3.9% increase to their rates. For demonstrations purposes, the 32-gallon can would increase from $20.66 to $21.47. For system development charges, again, this is a separate resolution. There are basically 3 changes. Each year we take annual increases to keep up with inflation. The increases are based on the engineering news record, 20 city average, based on the May index. And that is set at 2.3% currently. If you'll recall, back at Budget Committee, we had built the budget based on a 1.8% ENR, which was the index back in February. The other changes is the implementation of the second year of the transportation SDC phase-in, which was adopted by council last year. So basically, just implementing that second year. And then lastly, there are some minor definitional changes to some of the categories in the SEC resolution. On this slide, I'm trying to capture some of the other high-level changes that maybe more significant changes that we want to capture. Within licensing fees, it's proposed to add a fee for transportation mobility staff support for street and safety preparation services related to community-wide parades by nonprofit organizations. Also in that category, we are proposing a 10% increase to business registration and renewal fees. That brings it up from about $110 to $121 for initial registration and from $85 to $94 for renewals. With airport charges, we have a recently completed appraisal. That appraisal is performed every 5 years to make sure our rates are in line, are fair and non-discriminatory. And based on that appraisal, our lease rates are projected to increase about 21% for closed T hangars and 18% for tie downs. In fire fees, the main update I wanted to give is we are updating some of the fees to create a distinction between out-of-district services based on mileage and the cost of those services. And that applies to basic life, to BLS, ALS, as well as treat and no transportation fees. For laboratory charges, we are trying to streamline and simplify things. If you'll notice, there's a whole lot of strike-throughs there. We're shifting to more of a cost of service model there, where we will be using kind of a standardized public works cost list. And so that should significantly shorten the fee resolution. And then lastly, the transportation fee. This is just formalizing the transportation fee phase 2, which was adopted by council on May 7th. And for the development funds and plan recalibration, we'll have Roger and Colin join us.
Hi, good evening, counselors. Colin Stevens, Community Development Director.
And I'm Roger Surratt, Senior Management Analyst.
And I'm going to kick off the first 3 slides, and I'll turn it over to Roger for the remainder, so we could get to the first slide. So I'm here to provide some history and context for where we are with the 3 major funds in the Community Development Department. That's the Planning, Building, and Engineering funds. And first I'll orient folks to what's happening on this slide, and then I'll go into the details. Some of you counselors who were here 2 years ago are familiar with this, but others on the council and in the audience may not be. So those vertical bars represent expenses. And as you can see on the very left-hand side, that's FY 2025. So we're about to close that one out. So we're at the very end of that very left one. The next 2 bars to the right represent the upcoming fiscal year, and then biennium, sorry. And then the 2 on the left represent the next biennium. So 4 years from now, we'll finish that one out 4 years from now. The horizontal lines, the lower line, I guess that's a light blue, that represents revenue. And then the pink line, the line above the blue line or the light blue line, that represents reserves. So the idea, the ideal is to have your revenues above your expenditures. That's just some basic budgeting concepts there. We want to make a little bit more than we're actually expending, and that helps us build reserves. When we were putting the budget together 2 years ago, we were doing some projections, and we realized that all 3 of the funds were eating into their reserves just to basically make the budget work, and which was causing the revenues were below the expenditures, and so across all 3 of the funds, that pink line was actually pointing downward, and that's not a sustainable way to run a fund. We'd gotten to that point because in 2023, for the 4 of the previous 5 years, we had not taken any fee increases, and that sort of had snowballed to the point where we really needed to take some action to bring those back up. And doing the calculations, it was going to be pretty drastic actions to the point where it was not acceptable to the development community because of if we were to do it in one one fee increase, it would have been very significant and not acceptable to the developers. So we took a fairly modest increase. It was still about 10 to 15%, 2 years ago, July 1. And then we formed a stakeholder group. We met for several months and came up with an implementation strategy for all three of the funds that were a little bit different for each fund, depending upon the health of the fund. But we did July 1 and January 1. So we broke it up to sort of phase it in for our development partners. And we've been doing that for the past 2 years, and we've had varying success. The Building Safety Fund is a success story. You can see this is where we want to be. This shows where we want to be with all of the funds, where our revenues are above our expenditures, and we're building reserves. We are hoping our goal is to get 18 months of reserves on this fund and on the engineering fund. I'll talk about that one next. And then we can talk about, if we don't take full increases, we have some dials that we can play with to make sure that we don't continue to build reserves beyond where we really need them to be. So this fund is looking pretty good. Do the next slide. This is the engineering fund. And as you can see on the very left side, that's the year that we're closing out. We're going to close out at almost 12 months of reserve. So that's pretty good. But you can see here where our revenue is not going up above our expenditures the way we would like it to be. We like a little bit of space between that blue bar and the horizontal line, so that we are actually eating into the reserves in order to fund that division. But we've got a lot of play out. So we're still going to have about 7.5 months of reserves at the end of the next biennium, so 4 years from now. So we have some runway to help fix that, and we have a plan because we've had to do that for the planning fund. So if you go to the next slide, this shows what's happening with the planning fund. Now, 2 years ago, we had projections that showed the revenues to be up above the expenditures, which then would have also allowed our reserves to start to build. And that has not come to fruition. I talked about this at the budget committee meeting, and what we've determined is that the mix of applications has changed, and we have taken a deep dive with Roger's help into the planning fees to get an understanding of what's happening. And we have a strategy to remediate this, and we're going to use that not only with the planning fund, but in the future with the engineering fund to fix what you were seeing in the previous slide, and then also eventually in with the building fund. And I'll use that as my cue to turn it over to Roger.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I don't remember from our budget meeting. Is the planning fund just the planners who are reviewing development applications, or does this also include like long range planning?
This does not include our growth management division.
This
That's
is
funded separately.
Okay, Roger.
Sweet. So in the sake of time, I'll try to speed up what I had also prepared to speak, but wanted to just go ahead and get you on to the next slide. So we've taken a real deep dive approach with staff to figure out what's kind of structurally wrong with the fee schedule. And as we had presented to BDAB and council over the past couple of months, one of the big structural issues that we recognized was that 70% of our permit volume was generating on average 30% or less of our total revenue generated. So we were working a lot, but not making enough to kind of balance it out. And so when we took a look at the fee schedule, we recognized that issue. And by calibrating the schedule, utilizing some of the tools that we had from external consultants in the past, and just using our own work, we've been able to take a look at things and have recalibrated it. And as Colin said, this chart looks now a lot healthier than what it had done in the past. And so just want to break into it a little bit further, because a lot of these adjustments are what you will see on the fee schedule. And so just wanted to talk through a little bit of it. So what we did is we took a look at 23 of the highest volume permits that come through the planning department that account for that about 70% of that permit volume. 6 of the 10 of the 6 of the top 10 permits were all underpriced, and the top 10 permits account for 50% of the total volume. So what it really did is these were creating mini deficits that snowballed into really large shortfalls. When staff took a look at this, we figured out those 6 permits, each of them on average take between about 4 to 6 hours for a planner to come through. All of the adjustments that we're making are on average less than 1 hour. So we're looking at about 45 minutes of staff time. But when you're looking at a permit that comes through and you have 700 of them through period 10, about 1,000 a year, that deficit can really add up over time and create that massive downhill in the reserves. And so what we're looking at here is we're looking at a one-time fee adjustment to recalibrate the fees. As Dan said, it's an 8% fee, 8% increase across the board that's linked to both expenditure and personnel growth, which we've held very well over the past year. And so when we bring in the targeted adjustments to the underpriced fees, we're looking at like a total net fee increase for all of the planning fees of 10%. And so just to give you a little bit more on that, we're not planning any fee increase January 1, 2026. So all of those reserve charts you had just seen do not account for that. And our original plan was a 10% across the board, so actually even a higher across the board. And then on July 1 and on January 1, we were going to do the same thing with another 5%. So we've significantly slowed that pace down, and we're doing this one-time adjustment moving forward. So with that,
Sorry, just to be clear, to stay on that slide, so
sure.
8%, but no planned raise in July 1 and no planned raise in January 1 of next year.
The planned raise in July 1 this year is the 8%, and then
okay.
there's nothing happening Jan 1.
Okay.
But there's some adjustments happening to some of the under.
Correct. There are some adjustments which Colin can speak to more as well of, but I think what has happened over time is as operational changes and legislative changes have occurred, we just haven't really taken this look of like, how much time are you spending on each thing? So
those targeted adjustments are happening July 1.
those targeted adjustments are all in the draft fee schedule for July 1.
Highest volume.
Yeah.
Right, the 6 of the highest volume permits. And there is some adjustments happening for some of the other permits. I think the best way to kind of look at this is planning has a couple of ways, but their highest volume permits, the more of the cheaper ones are where we found a lot of the issues, but then the bigger ones, the site plan new developments where they're spending hundreds of hours, those also needed some adjustments as well. But a lot of the fees were pretty well in line. So with that, some of the things that have brought us to this place is, as I've shared in some prior presentations, in 2014, council had directed planning to provide certain services at not full cost recovery, being some of them being sign code, pre-application meetings, code updates, front counter services. And these are all services that are mutually beneficial to the city and the community. Pre-applications help improve application quality, turnaround time, and just build good relationships with developers and the community members. And so these are just things that we think we can keep subsidizing through a general fund subsidy and keep that benefit for the community. Something that we're interested in doing is now finalizing this kind of relationship between the general fund and planning through a fiscal policy, which will be presented to council here shortly as well. And as Colin had shared, after planning study is complete, we'll move to private development engineering and building safety to kind of do the same approach. And I think what we're kind of moving on forward from here is we've always, over the last couple of years, as Colin had said, there's been quite large increases that have been hitting the fee schedule from all 3 divisions. As you can see in 25, we had 15, 10, 20, 15, and 12 and 5, rather large increases to catch us up to where we are. And so what we've done now is we've put the 2026, the old increase schedule versus the new schedule that you all can see. And so what we're doing is we're dialing back both building and planning. We've recognized that their charts are a lot healthier now. They're on the path to the 18-month or just a healthier reserve balance. So we think that we can dial back the 10% that we were planning on doing on Jan 1 in building and the 5% that we were planning on doing in planning. However, as you had seen, the chart for private development engineering looks a little bit different than the rest of them. We think there may be some structural issues underlying as well. So we're planning on keeping both the 10 and the 5 for Jan 1. What we're looking to do moving forward is implementing just a once-a-year fee adjustment linked to personnel, expenditure growth, and just 6 to 10% is kind of where we think it could land. Obviously, times can change rather quickly. But something else that we're committing to as well that I don't think we've really performed in the past is this time analysis that we've performed with planning. We can now really implement the same processes much more frequently and through all of the 3 divisions. So we're going to take this look annually to make sure that accurate time allocations are put on each of these fees as operational and legislative changes occur. And with that, I think that's it. Are there any questions? I tried to move as quick as I could. So yeah.
Detailed work. So thank you for that. Questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Does anyone else?
Go ahead.
Okay. that bullet, staff will implement an annual fee adjustment aligned with fiscal year personnel expenditure growth at 6 to 10%. That's, so like every year, the development community should be budgeting an additional 6 to 10% for MFEs.
I mean, yeah.
Well, if that's what the cost escalation is, as I said, at during the budget committee, we, in community development, we're just people. The majority of our expenditures is people. We do have some third-party consulting, but we don't, but all of our fees are people. And so when PERS goes up, health insurance goes up, it's just the normal cost of employing those people. We're not adding additional people. We would have to come back to council for that. So it would really just be to the general cost escalation. Where we may see something a little bit different is what I was talking about with that 18 months. If we get to a point where we're up at 18, 19, 20 months of reserves, that's too much to carry with in being a public agency. We don't want to build money in the bank that we don't need and take that from our customers. We would be able to potentially reduce that amount that would normally be just a cost escalation for staffing. We could reduce that down. That's one of the dials I was talking about. You could say, oh, maybe we only do a 4 or 5% because we understand that we want to take that back down to 18 months. But we would have the luxury of being able to do that because we would have very healthy reserves.
So I guess what I want to say is that, what I'm hearing is, you've done a lot to find ways to increase fees, but I'm not hearing any conversation about like finding efficiency and how these departments do their jobs. And I think one of the things that you hear from the development community is that the process is very clunky. The development code is very tedious. And so I'm gonna have a really hard time approving fee adjustments going forward if I don't hear really, really good discussion about like efficiencies that you're finding. I mean, just try to use City View. If anyone here has not used City View, just give that a try. I mean, it feels like there's a lot of opportunity for some efficiency savings. So,
Can I just make the point where they found ways to reduce the amount of fees that we need to charge? That's what they're showing us here.
Right.
I know, but
So I appreciate it.
And I think the other point I would make is that the reason to be focused on the reserves is the reserves are meant for times when we have difficult economic cycles and the private development activity is sort of off cycle with revenue. And, we need to be able to be responding when we have downturns and have some resources so that we can pick back up when the demand is there. And if we don't have adequate reserves, we can't do that. And so then we have even bigger problems.
I agree.
So they're, and we're pretty far behind on even reaching targets of 6 months at this point. 18 months is the ideal, right, for most of these reserves, as I understand it from the past discussions that we've had. And I think our policies are more in line with they're either 18 or 12, right? I thought our policies were lower.
So for the engineering and building funds, we're shooting, the Building Codes Division recommends 18 months as a minimum for all jurisdictions to have for the building code. We're mirroring that for engineering because they have a very similar function. We are proposing something different. We'll be coming back with a fiscal policy on that for planning to keep it between the 6 and 8 months, with understanding that the general fund will provide a backstop if it falls below that, for the very reason that Roger talked about, that the planning fund provides a lot of general services that the other two divisions don't. The way I characterize it is if somebody's in talking with somebody at building or engineering, it's because they're either ready to submit a permit or they already have a permit in. That's not the same for planning. There's lots of contact with individuals through pre-apps or at the front counter where people are just having a meeting. They're potentially not going to submit a fee or buy a permit. And so that's really to help us bridge it. Code amendments is another example of something like that, of support for the planning division.
So the point is that the reserves do actually support the community as a whole, including the development community at the times when they're needed. And that's why that's why we built them. And we're in some pretty rough shape in terms of some of the reserves. So.
Any other questions on this section? We have one more section to get through and then we need to break for exec session. And keeping in mind, this will be coming back to us as a resolution for us to also discuss and vote on at our next meeting.
Can I just say, I feel strongly both ways about the 6 and 10%. Because as Councilor Francosa says, I would like us to see where we can to try to find those efficiencies. And yet, I think a planning factor, if you are a developer, is also an important thing to know. What can you expect per year for your budget. So I feel strongly both ways.
Yeah, again, Russ Grace, the Chief Operations Officer, I just want to say, we agree with you in terms of finding efficiencies and in terms of what we do. We're actually, there's new legislation. Of course, that's one thing that always, it kind of takes us the other way sometimes, is the legislation that comes in. But there's new legislation around engineering timelines that we're gonna be doing a deep dive into the whole engineering process, trying to find efficiencies and make sure that the process works as smooth as it can. So I understand what you're saying, Council President, because that's a goal of ours as well. Trying to align kind of the requirements, community expectations, outreach, as well as the service needs. So.
Okay.
I have one more small comment.
Okay.
I don't know if now's the time. This came up with the neighborhood associations, the minor road closure for event fee. May seem very random, but if someone wants to have a block party on their street, they have to pay now $476 to get a minor road closure permit. And I don't know about your neighbors, but I probably could not pull together that amount of money from my neighbors to have a block party. So I promised neighborhood associations that I would bring that up. So to reduce the fee dramatically for neighborhood block parties. So I don't know, now's the right time to talk about it.
Are you talking about
Number it is.
It's on page
any
7.
kind of block party or the?
It's 2.13.05D.
Thanks, Roger.
I
Nice.
was looking it up earlier.
You just-
And wasn't prepared at
Are you
all, I promise.
Are you, so I guess, are you talking about just any kind of? How do you determine what the neighborhood block party is? Or are you talking about using our block trailer that we let neighborhood districts use?
No, just this permit line.
I can provide some background on that. So I was given a heads up by Eric that this may come up yesterday. So I did visit with our engineering staff on this. And I'm not sure what information you got from neighborhood associations, but that fee has not been charged in a couple of years. In fact, we don't require a process for getting a permit for closing down a couple 100 feet on a local street. So we could eliminate that and it wouldn't have any impact on the engineering budget, or we could leave it because we never charge it. So I'm not sure if you want to, whoever you're talking with, you could have them contact me. I'd be happy to walk them through, locally what we've been doing, at least recently. And maybe this is some information that came in a number of years ago, but the staff that I talked to hadn't exercised that fee in several years.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
good to know.
it happened in my.
It is super low volume and very low revenue generating.
Yeah.
But we could do away with it if that's the pleasure of the council.
All right, maybe just something to readdress when this comes back as a resolution, but it sounds like we're not charging you anyway, so, okay. Is there a couple more slides? That was it. Oh, I thought there was more. Okay, I'm sorry.
Question.
Okay, any other questions? Before we break?
We need to say 7:15.
Yeah, we probably will be back out here at 7:15, which is unfortunate. Okay, that's all right. We have stuff to discuss. City Council will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192-660-2H to consult with legal counsel concerning legal rights and duties of a public body regarding current litigation or litigation that needs to be filed. Representatives of the news media, designated staff should be allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report any deliberations during the executive session except to state the general subject of the session and to announce. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session at 7:15. Thank you.
Everybody got that?
And get started. Thank you for your patience. We ran a little bit over in our work session. So let's call to order the business meeting of the Bend City Council. And start with roll call introductions. Councilor Platt.
Steve Platt, he, him.
Megan Norris, she, her.
Megan Perkins, she, her.
Melanie Keebler, she, her.
Mike Riley, he, him.
Ariel Mendez, he, him.
Tina Frandosa, she, her.
Great. Okay, so we have 3 different proclamations tonight that we're going to go through to kick off the meeting. Thanks everyone for being here. The first one is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, which I'm going to read, and then we have some folks here to speak. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Bend to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence and to declare that we as a country must do more to end this public health crisis. Every day, more than 128 Americans are killed by gun violence, with more than 19,000 homicides and 23,300 suicides each year. And for every 1 person shot and killed, 2 more are shot and injured, with 1 in 5 Americans witnessing gun violence. The leading cause of death for American children and teens is gun violence. I'm going to say that again. The leading cause of death for American children and teens is gun violence. Oregon has an average of 600 gun deaths every year, a crisis that costs the state $8.1 billion each year, of which $89.1 million is paid by taxpayers. In Deschutes County, the youth suicide rate has nearly doubled over the past 2 decades, with the majority of those deaths completed by firearm, and cities across the nation, including Bend, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. Support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from children, teens, and people with dangerous histories. Anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 6th to help raise awareness about gun violence and to honor the lives of victims and survivors. And we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the Bend City Council, proclaim the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. We encourage all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives.
Move to accept the proclamation.
Second. Okay. Moved by Council Perkins, second by Councilor Norris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. So we have a group of our Central Oregon gun safety advocates here. We have a couple, Roby and Brandy, who are going to come up and speak. And then we have Linda from Pilot Butte Middle School, who's also going to speak to us tonight. So Brandy and Roby, if you want to come up and say a few words, and then Linda, we'll have you come up next, just because there's only 2 chairs up there right now.
Thank you all for this proclamation, and we are so proud to live in a city where our leaders take gun violence awareness and prevention seriously, so thank you. My name is Brandy Steelhammer, and I am the co-leader of Central Oregon Gun Safety Advocates. And before my volunteer Roby speaks up with our general statement to accept today's proclamation, I want to address the close call that we had on Friday here in Bend. As a community, we are breathing a collective sigh of relief that a mass shooting was prevented 6 days ago. Tonight, we are grateful for what did not happen because of a brave family member who came forward to say that their loved one was a danger to others. We are grateful for Oregon's red flag law, also known as ERPO, that gives law enforcement and families the tools needed to ask a judge to temporarily remove firearms from someone in crisis who is a threat to themselves or others. We are grateful for the expertise of Bend police officers. Thanks to the Bend Police Department and our DA's office, Deschutes County is a leader in our state and has received national recognition for their expertise in using ERPOs to prevent firearm tragedies. Thank you to every single person who worked to resolve Friday's crisis safely.
My name is Roby Lanford, and I'm a mom and educator who volunteers with Central Oregon Gun Safety Advocates. This month, we wear orange to honor the many Americans who have been impacted by gun violence and to bring awareness to the fact that every day in our country, 128 people are killed and more than 200 are wounded by firearms. In the United States, gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children and teens ages 1 through 17. Equally as shocking, county data shows that the number of youth suicides in Deschutes County is 3 times the national rate, with 65% of children ages 10 through 17 ending their lives with a firearm. School will be out soon, which means our kids will be home and they'll be visiting relatives, neighbors, and friends. The responsibility lies with adults to protect children and teens from firearms. Please store your guns locked, unloaded, and separate from ammunition. The research is clear. Safe storage saves lives. Free gun locks are available from the Bend Police Department, Deschutes County Sheriff, Central Oregon Pediatric Associates, Mosaic Community Health, and the Bend Lapine Schools Education Center. Mayor Keebler and council members, thank you for your commitment to addressing the public health crisis of gun violence. Bend will be a safer community because of your leadership. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here.
Linda, if you want to come, and Beth, would you come sit next to Linda for me? Thank you.
I remember looking at the headline on my phone. It was back in October, at the end of the school day. I read it twice, 3 times, 4 times. I just didn't believe it. Student brings loaded handgun to school. I asked my friends around me if they knew about this. They thought I was joking, and some were in pure shock. We were all confused, angry, worried, and most of us texted our parents immediately, even though they were already here to pick us up. Some people made jokes or just straight up didn't believe it. We didn't know what to do because this wouldn't happen to us. Right? We were wrong. I had this feeling when I started hearing more and more about school shootings and gun violence that would never happen to me. For some reason, I felt so separate from it. Previous to this, I was already pro-gun legislation, but I didn't understand it as much as I do now. I know now that gun violence isn't just something that's going to go away, and it's not an issue we can dismiss as something that only happens to unsafe schools or other unreliable variables. It is unfortunately inevitable unless we actually do something. While thankfully my incident didn't end in lives being lost, what about the other incidents that there were? I want change so that the lives lost in the 228 school shootings that have been happening since 2018 aren't just accepted anymore. As a country, we've become desensitized when hearing about an act of gun violence. We're so known for it, other countries' laughing points are about our school shootings. When we hear about gun violence on the news, I know most people want to help or wish they could have done something. There's also a huge group of people who don't care or love their guns more or would rather focus on other less problematic issues that aren't really that problematic altogether. Whatever your political, religious, or moral background is, gun violence is an issue. It is happening and people are dying because of it. So I chose to research more about gun violence, specifically why it happens and how to prevent it. My teacher recommended me a book, which is called The Violence Project, where 2 PhD level researchers wanted to find actual ways to decrease the numbers of gun violence. I highly recommend The Violence Project. I've gained an immense amount of knowledge and awareness about this topic, and I'm going to share some of the most influential and logical ways that gun violence can be minimized and eventually stopped. Mainly, gun violence can be caused by child abuse, a crisis point, suicidal ideation, and/or opportunity. One way that would not only decrease the number of shootings, but also make school more welcoming in general, is building relationships and mentoring young people. Decades of research show that SEL, which stands for Social Emotional Learning, can teach children how to handle stress, resolve conflicts, and manage their emotions. We can also use the No Notoriety Protocol. We can ask the media to minimize the use of the perpetrator's name and to avoid unnecessary details about the killer's biography and belief system, with more focus on the victims and their stories of bravery. We can mitigate the idolization of shooters and end many people's obsessions. The most controversial but most talked about are stricter gun laws, specifically red flag laws, also known as ERPOs, extreme risk protection orders, that allow family members to petition a court to remove a person's access to firearms and temporarily if they are thought to pose a threat to themselves or others. Also, research shows that secure storage policies can help prevent gun theft, suicide, accidental shootings, and by extension, mass shootings. A study found that keeping firearms locked up can reduce shootings in the home by 75%. Those are only some among many other solutions. As you can see, there are multiple ways that we can all participate in reducing gun violence, and that pushing it away will only make it worse. Defeating the mass shooting monster will take all of us working together, individually and collectively, to create a safe and connected world we all want to live in. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Linda. And I wanted Beth up here too, Beth Rasmussen, who teaches at Pilot Butte. And we actually graduated high school the same year in this town, but you found out. But Linda, we got to hear you present about this project, and Beth, you facilitated your students doing some projects around this issue after the incident at Pilot Butte Middle School. And I just really wanted to highlight that our youth are so engaged on things like this in their community and really care and are doing a great job of figuring out how to find their voice. And I just wanted to elevate that and agree with every single thing that you said. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys.
Thanks so much.
Okay, we take a picture if you want to be in the picture with, how about those safety advocates? If you'd like. Have a coffee. Yeah. We go here so we can get the logo behind us. Yeah. And we might have to scooch in. No, don't kneel. I don't. Keep it out. First. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Good job, everybody. Okay. You might have to back up.
Sorry. Go ahead. It's really dark. It's okay. It's just that.
One more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not even to do that. Yes. This one's for you, okay? Yeah. The one thing I wanted to add at the end is to thank council for the unanimous support on this issue. This has been something we've been advocating at the local level, which is a little different than sometimes other local governments. And I wanted to mention that Anthony Broadman, who used to sit at this dais with us, is now our state senator and was instrumental in getting some new legislation passed that's moving through our legislature right now. So we've got that through line of really wanting to care about this issue in Central Oregon. So, okay, that will move us to our second proclamation, Councilor Riley, the Pride Month proclamation.
This proclamation is for 2S LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. The month of June is designated as Pride Month in commemoration of the Stonewall riots, which occurred during the weekend of June 27th to 29th, 1969 in New York City, giving birth to the modern 2S LGBTQIA+ civil rights movement. This month of June and every month, the City of Bend stands with the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or questioning, intersex, and asexual, the 2S LGBTQIA+ community as they declare their pride in who they are and whom they love. During Pride Month, we are reminded that our remarkable diversity is a gift that makes all of us stronger, and we recognize the resilience and determination of the many individuals who are still fighting to live freely and authentically. This month, we celebrate 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals as crucial community members who contribute to the cultural, civic, and economic success of the City of Bend as part of our dynamic queer community. Members of the queer community are our family, friends, neighbors, leaders, and coworkers who deserve to live freely and fully, equally deserving to love and be loved. We recognize the residents, students, employees, nonprofit organizations, and business owners who contribute to the enrichment of our city and are a part of our diverse and growing 2S LGBTQIA+ community in Bend. We are committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for people of all sexual orientations and gender identities in our community. Ending violence and discrimination against the queer community demands our continued focus and diligence. We are currently witnessing attacks across the country on the dignity and rights of all 2S LGBTQIA+ people, but most specifically transgender adults and youth who are being targeted and denied basic health care and human rights. It is vital that our community not be silent nor avert our eyes from the threats to our queer community members that our queer community members still face today. As leaders of the City of Bend, we affirm our commitment to do more to support the rights of our 2S LGBTQIA+ community members. No matter who you love or what your gender identity is, you are welcome in Bend. Now, therefore, we, the Bend City Council, do hereby proclaim June 25th or June 2025 as 2S LGBTQIA Pride Month in Bend, Oregon, and in honor of Pride Month, we call upon the people of Bend to recognize the achievements of our local queer community, to celebrate the great diversity of our community, and to wave their flags of pride high.
We move to accept the proclamation.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilor Norris, second by Councilor Mendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I just wanted to add a couple of things. One is that this is kind of personal for me. I'm the father, proud father of a gay son. And I have several friends and colleagues in our community who are trans and who contribute to the vitality of our community every single day. And I say that not to draw attention to myself. I say it to draw attention to the fact that I think most of us, if not all of us, are connected to the queer community in some way. And we may not always know it, but we are. The other thing I wanted to say is that the Bend Pride celebration, Never Going Back, is this Saturday, June 7th from 11 to 5 p.m. in Drake Park. Myself and others from the city will be there. I hope that you'll join us in celebrating and supporting Bend's queer community, and we'll hope to see you Saturday. And then we have, accepting the proclamation tonight, we have Brenna Visser and Lindsay Wenglowski from the City of Bend's employee resource group called Pride in Public Service. So ask you guys to come up.
We just wanted to thank you for this opportunity to accept Council's Pride Proclamation this year. We're honored to be here with you as we celebrate these early days of Pride Month. As Councilor Riley noted, I'm Lindsay Wenglowski and
I'm Brenna Visser.
and we both are founding members of the city's employee resource group, Pride in Public Service. And this is a group dedicated and kind of prioritizing members of our 2S LGBTQIA+ community here amongst our staff. And this group was created in collaboration with employees across our organization late last year, and it was recognized by the city as a formal employee resource group earlier this year, which we're very excited to be in such an affirming organization that allows these opportunities. If you're not familiar, ERGs, employee resource groups, are places that exist to provide space for employees to feel like they belong. And for us, Pride in Public Service does this by cultivating an internal community here at the city where new and tenured staff can connect, support, affirm, and really strengthen each other as professionals and as members of our queer community. And it's really important to see yourself being represented in your workspace. And that really matters to all of us and our group. And so that's also what we're striving to co-create as we move forward together. Yeah.
Great. And then I just wanted to add kind of the, like why now is it important to have like a group like this? And from my point of view, there are several voices and systems of power telling us that we shouldn't feel safe to be ourselves right now. There are multiple efforts across the country to legislate against our very existence. Within this current cultural context, we think it's important and significant to signal that, at least within the walls of City of Bend buildings, you are seen, you are safe, and you have the support of not only your employer, but the people who have been elected to represent you. There's more work to be done for everyone in the queer community to feel safe in Bend. But knowing that the city council and city leadership is committed to affirming and protecting our rights is a pretty good place to start. I feel confident in saying that our employee resource group is ready and willing to help support whatever comes next after this resolution or proclamation. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and then our last proclamation tonight is for the United States Army's 250th birthday. Council Platt.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to read this proclamation. Even though it is for the 250th birthday, United States Army. Regretfully, it's going to be read by an Air Force guy. I apologize for that, but the Air Force was born out of the Army Air Corps, so I understand I have. A few years later. I can do that, right. So this is the proclamation for the happy 250th birthday for the United States Army. June 14th, 2025 marks the 250th anniversary of the establishment of the Continental Army by the Second Continental Congress under the command of Major General George Washington to defend the colonies against occupying British forces. And United States Army, the oldest of the 6 military services, was created almost a year before the Declaration of Independence and was signed on July 4th, 1776, creating the United States of America. And June 14th, 2025 also marks the 248th anniversary of the establishment of Flag Day by the resolution of the Second Continental Congress on June 14th, 1777. And the Oregon Army National Guard's 1st Squadron, 82nd Cavalry Regiment, has its roots in Bend beginning 99 years ago and served in combat during World War II and the Global War on Terror. And Bend's American Legion Post 4 was named for World War I Army veteran Private Percy A. Stevens and World War II Army veteran Major John L. Shute, both of whom perished during those wars. And the Army National Guard Armory in Bend was named to honor World War II Army veteran William Bill Healy, who founded the nearby Mount Bachelor ski area. And at the request of Bend Heroes Foundation, the Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic in Bend was renamed by Congress and President Trump as the Robert D. Maxwell VA Clinic, honoring the late World War II Army Medal of Honor recipient, Robert D. Maxwell. And of the 29 Medal of Honor recipients connected with Oregon, 21 were U.S. Army recipients, including Bend resident Robert D. Bob Maxwell and Stanley T. Stan Adams. And beginning 20 years ago, the Bend Heroes Foundation and volunteers displayed 250 flags on our nation at Bend Heroes Memorial, along Veterans Memorial Bridge in downtown Bend on Flag Day, June 14th. And whereas on this day, we remember the United States Army's commitment to valiantly defend our nation against all enemies of our nearly 250-year-old nation. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the City Council of the City of Bend, Oregon, hereby proclaims June 14th of each year as United States Army Day and Flag Day, and encourages citizens to join in the observance by displaying the U.S. Army flag and flag of our nation and holding appropriate ceremonies as a public expression of our nation's gratitude and respect. And I just want to add a couple of things.
You have to accept the proclamation.
Oh, yes, yes.
I move acceptance of the proclamation.
Second.
All right, Council Riley moves, Council Prince seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, great, thank you. This was something that Dick Bison asked me to put on the agenda, and it speaks to the history of what the armed forces and the Army in particular offers. There are less than 10% of the folks in our nation who have served. in some capacity in the military. And that percentage continues to decrease this day. So it's important that we honor those that have put their lives on the line. Here to accept tonight, we have Army Major Joe Sharp, Army Sergeant Major Joe Sharp. It says the oldest known Army veteran, but I'm going to say most seasoned our Army veteran. Right here, we have also Army Major Paul Brown of the Army National Guard. And as we heard, Medal of Honor recipient Bob Maxwell's daughter, Linda Maxwell, here tonight, as well as Dick DeBison, representing the American Legion, as well as chairman of the Bend Heroes Foundation. So if y'all, are you going to say any words, Dick, or?
Oh, yes, we'd like to come on. Take a look at Joe Sharp. Joe is a dear friend. Served 28 years in the Army, retired Army Sergeant Major. Endured World War II, segregation, used the GI Bill to lift himself up, get a college degree, taught ROTC. Dear friend, he's one of 50 World War II veterans from Bend that Eric and I took on honor flight trip to Washington, D.C. My son, Eric, president of the Ben Heroes Foundation, led all the trips. So Joe and his wife, Faye, you don't stand up, we'll get you the photo. And Joe standing over here, daughter and granddaughter and over here. So this is what represents the greatest generation. And these are the people that saved the world from tyranny. All four corners of the earth a long time ago. We younger veterans didn't do anything. So at Joe will be 100 on August 6th. That means he has lived 40% of the history of the Army. I'm not 30, I'm 90, I'm 36. But this is a rare opportunity to salute the greatest generation. This is a lovely family, a dear friend and patriot, and we're blessed to have you with us tonight, Sergeant. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you.
Living away from North Carolina. My wife and I at the turn of the century, and we bought us a home and a lake house and a boat. Planned to spend some time in North Carolina enjoying ourselves in retirement. But before we knew it, our two daughters who graduated from college about that time decided that they want to look for some greener pastures. So they headed west. So they end up out here. Faye and I said, what in the world are we gonna do? So Kathy, wise person, found a lot here next to her and says, come on out here. So we moved out here. And I want to let all of you know, the council as well, the people of Bend, we've been pleasantly surprised. And been happy to be here and hope that you all have enjoyed having us. Well, with that, so it's coincidental, Flag Day and the Army birthday on the same day. When you heard the proclamation. So we're going to read this proclamation down at the Ben Heroes Memorial in Brooks Park on Flag Day, June 14th. So Joe is going to be there to cut the cake, and you're all welcome to help put up flags. We'll put up 250 flags, 250th anniversary. We're going to do all that. So it's a rare opportunity. I moved here from Virginia 35 years ago, and Eric moved here from California 2008. So Joe, we've seen a lot of changes in Bend, and we have a lot of good changes and a lot of cultural things here, and everything has just worked out well for us over in the guys, hasn't it? Sure has. Yeah, I'm glad I'm here. Yeah, we're here. So, is that okay?
That's good.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a picture with you. Yeah.
Now we got the banner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, this banner double-sided so they can see it, but they don't. But we're going to display that at the memorial, so you're welcome to be there. What time? 8 o'clock, 8 feet. Okay, we'll put up 250 flags, with the Mountain View Committee cadet corps. Okay. Come on, Joe, Faye, all the family, I have somebody hold this side because I've got a handout.
I'll hold it. Yeah, you got this guy.
Put that down and we'll have you stand right there with Joe.
Yeah, I'll get this side.
Come up here. You're right. Okay, let's say. Yes.
Okay, you go behind. Okay. Go back here.
I gotta have someone there. Okay.
There we go.
Got these proclamations for you. So, I'll take my head off with my hair. I don't got much up there, much of there. They can. They're should look at them. Okay. Can I give you that?
Thank you.
Over that way. Go with Keith right now. I don't know.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, George Mayor.
Down there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here for me. Okay, appreciate it.
All right.
Gosh.
Oh, wow. Did you fly? Special helicopter? Helicopter rider? Oh, man, she's gotta do something.
He's magic. It's here.
I haven't had one laying around.
Oh,
I thought I had it plugged in.
No, I.
We'd ask them on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ashley.
Okay. All right. So that will end the good of the order section and we will move into our council action and reports. Welcome back, Eric King, who suddenly appeared and it's not Stephanie sitting there anymore.
Yes.
So to start with, stewardship subcommittee recently met. So what's the?
Yeah, we talked about safe parking and the investment economic.
Okay, and then meeting again next month and then upcoming community building subcommittee is.
Yeah, we'll be June 23rd, and we'll be talking about the standards and specs and the continued conversation from the full council a few weeks ago. We'll also be talking about Galveston and I think one other item. Those are the main.
Stormwater master.
Stormwater transportation
Yeah.
standards.
Yes, and the standards and specs update, that is the next touch point on that. Okay, great. Letters. So we sent in a letter this morning, continuing to advocate at the state level for the statewide system of shelter funding that would allow us to keep our shelters open. Sorry, I was really busy today, didn't get a chance to forward that. I will forward that on to council. It's nothing surprising there. We've been talking about that. Wanted to let Council Perkins highlight also that this was preceded by some work by HREC to actually make the same pitch.
Yeah, so the Human Rights and Equity Commission put together a letter that they wanted to bring to council tonight. But seeing how fast the shelter funding legislation was moving, I had forwarded it to the mayor a couple days ago so that the mayor used that letter from the Human Rights and Equity Commission to as part of the letter that did end up going to our legislators that are working on this important package. Wanted to thank the Human Rights and Equity Commission for their work.
Yeah, that was great. And so we do actually have a new appointment to HREC from one of our alternates for filling a spot that someone stepped down. And then some TBOC appointments that are on the agenda here that I would look for council's approval to move forward with those appointments.
Move to approve the appointments to the Human Rights and Equity Commission and the Transportation Bond Oversight Committee as recommended by Mayor Keebler.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilor Perkins, second by Councilor Platt. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, unanimous. Thank you. We are still doing some interviews around AHAC and we may have another one I'm missing, Ashley, but I think that's, ECC. We did some interviews and we're going to finish up with that later this week. So some more appointments to come. Okay, Councilor reports. We have a long agenda, so keep them short. I think for everybody tonight. Yeah, Councilor Franzosa.
Great, thanks. I just want to let everyone know there's a lot of talk about housing and how we're working on housing. And I think in my opinion, and I think a lot of folks share this, homelessness is a housing problem. And so I've been visiting some of the facilities in our region that help to transition people off the streets and find housing that's appropriate for them, including the Lighthouse Navigation Center, the Franklin Shelter, and the Cleveland Commons Permanent Supportive Housing Project. So I just want to express my gratitude to the city staff who support those programs, as well as our community partners that operate them. They're really critical, and I hope that that council, while we're advocating for funding, can also do everything within our power to make sure that the city is facilitating housing as quickly as possible in our community. I attended the swearing-in ceremony for promoted Bend PD officers, which was super fun. Those have worked really hard to earn their promotions, and they all have quite a plethora of pets and farm animals. And who would have thought? But that is a trend of Bend PD folks. So congratulations to them. And I've also met with a bunch of constituents, which I'm really happy to take the time to do to make sure that that people's voices are heard and the city is responding. So that's
All right, thank you, Councilor Mendez.
Thursday, May 22nd, the Transportation Bond Oversight Committee met, and that time was mostly spent focused on the upcoming annual report and drafting a message to council for us to receive when that report is published. The mayor and I met to interview 9 candidates to join our Transportation Bond Oversight Committee that may be expanded when council discusses our hopes and aspirations for a citywide approach on transportation infrastructure. I just wanted to say we had a tremendous pool of applicants, and if you were not selected, it is not a reflection of any kind of shortcoming on your part. We were looking for a specific set of diverse viewpoints, and I think that we got it, but we're really looking for ways to bring you back in because we had so many great applicants that we just didn't have enough spots for everyone. So thank you to everyone who applied. And please stay involved. I also attended the promotion ceremony for the Bend Police Department on Wednesday, May 28th, which was excellent. And Friday, May 30th, the Latino Community Association celebrated its 25th anniversary. They had a youth mariachi band, excellent food, and an opportunity to learn about all the important services that organization provides for members of our community. That's
Great.
it.
Thank you. Councilor Riley.
I just have one thing I wanted to mention. I attended the local public safety coordinating committee, CC, right? LIPSIC. And we did 2 things. Approved awarding about $150,000 in funding that comes via the state for local organizations that work with victims of violence in different forms, from trafficking to domestic abuse and others. So just wanted to say thank you to all those organizations who do that work in the community. And then the other thing that we heard was it was a little concerning from the director of community corrections is that the agency budget that made it through the subcommittee on public safety, I think for Ways and Means, approved a sort of current service level budget, which is about $15 per person per day. But the actual cost of providing services in Deschutes County is almost $19 per person per day. So if that is the actual final thing that makes it through in the budget, that department is going to perhaps have to be looking at some service reductions over the biennium because they won't make it all the way through based on their projections going forward. And, some of that is just what the financial headwinds the state is facing, and also because of the federal uncertainty about what's happening with federal money is I think part of resulting in these budgets that are really just current service level. So it's just interesting to hear that in terms of all the important work they do in the community and helping people, with alternative correction pathways and all kinds of stuff. So just one other way that we're potentially challenged here at the local community level with financial issues.
Councilor Perkins.
I already referenced the Human Rights and Equity Commission meeting. There is another letter coming from them that they're working on right now to talk about planning more effectively for these large encampments that are in our forests and how we can sort of coordinate better in the future. We had the Coordinated Houseless Response Office meeting and the Regional Housing Council meeting on Monday. and we got to hear more about the Mosaic's new pilot street medicine program, which is really spectacular. And if you want to see a video that will make you cry, go to their website or go to YouTube and search. And they have an incredible video about the work that people are doing in our community. It's really remarkable. We also sort of drilled down a little bit more for the point in time count for homelessness, and gave a few awards, one to the city of Bend for site prep for some of our safe parking and pod purchases as well. And then a amount to the COIC for a regional sanitation fund that municipalities can come to the CHRO board and ask for some money for all of these efforts that we're taking with our camps. And then I guess today I had a really interesting conversation with a couple of people who were living in China Hat, and a couple people who were doing service provision in China Hat, and an individual that builds tiny homes, and how to get people not only into pods and not only into shelter, but actually into tiny homes. And it was a really cool brainstorming session, and I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations. And last but not least, the Bend Economic Development Advisory Board met and heard a really great presentation from East Cascade Works. And they have a really some really neat ideas potentially for BDAB in the future to do some small grants to employees who are wanting to sort of upskill. And so that's something that we can be considering as we go forward. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Nothing
Yeah,
else.
I'll just add on a little bit to the LCA 25-year and ribbon cutting ceremony for their new building. Just the executive director wanted to pass on that she really appreciates the council's support, especially during these challenging times. So it was really important that members of council showed up and staff as well. So they really appreciated that. And then I attended the Red Cross wildfire presentation. It was a virtual meeting that was on Tuesday, and it was just interesting to hear about all the resources. Not only is it just, blood that you can give through the Red Cross, but also some great programming to organizations to learn more about wildfires and how you can participate. There's just some amazing statistics, like 92% of their workforce is all volunteer based. And so it's just an amazing organization, and they provide us a lot of resources. It's really important for our community. That's it.
Councilor Black.
In the interest of time, I'll just talk about last week. I was able to represent the city council at the Robert D. Maxwell Veterans Resource Center opening at COC College. It's a fascinating, a really, really wonderful resource that they put together. And one of the things that resonated with me was that largely that was a win through their grant seeking program, much that our city has won and been very successful in seeking grants. And they did that, and they put together this really valuable resource that supports a community that sometimes comes in with not a lot of resources and helps them get to the next level. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's too much. There's a lot. So I actually went in as Dick mentioned earlier. So they also put up flags on Memorial Day, and they start right at 7. So if anyone's going to Brooks Memorial on the date that on the Army's birthday, get there right at 7. They start punctual, and it is really nice to go around and put up the flags downtown and make sure that happens. I had a chance, I will mention, Secretary of State Tobias Reed was in town last week and wanted to do a little tour, and specifically wanted to go by Stevens Road, which was the former Department of State lands. Of course, he sits on the land board and was involved in having that project happen, and he wanted to take a look, and we went by where the new library building is going up and sort of pointed out where this new neighborhood is going to come in. That's going to include a complete community as well as housing set aside for educators, which is really cool. So that was fun to show him that on the ground. Also was at the LCA ribbon cutting and at a meeting with neighborhood board members with Eric and Renee to talk about sort of the future of our neighborhood districts and how to move into a new model of potentially supporting them logistically and helping them to be effective volunteer run organizations. And so we talked a bit about that and got some good buy-in from folks wanting to make sure that those districts, which again are all volunteer run, are able to help with the mission of our neighborhood district program. So I will do those as highlights and move on from there. Okay.
Did you read them?
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me. I do also have a statement to read. The follow up on a statement I think I read at the last meeting around some litigation that we are involved in. So 1 second, thank you. Okay. 2 weeks ago, the city joined 30 other local governments in a lawsuit to prevent certain federal agencies from imposing unlawful conditions on grants the city was awarded for critical infrastructure projects. Yesterday, we got our first win. The court issued a preliminary injunction in favor of the cities and counties. The court concluded that the imposition of conditions at issue, which were related to immigration enforcement and diversity, equity, and inclusion, likely violates the Constitution and federal law. What that means for Bend is that we can access over $43 million in funds for our airport and the planned Reed Market overcrossing without having to agree to conditions that the court said are likely unlawful and will require us to violate state law, which restricts the use of local resources for federal immigration enforcement. The goal of joining this effort, as I said a couple of weeks ago, is to complete these necessary safety-related projects as cost-effectively as possible. The lawsuit helps us do that. We are being represented in this case for free. And if ultimately we win, we will save Bend taxpayers millions of dollars by delivering these projects with federal funds rather than looking to reallocate city dollars in an already. So wanted to give an update on that. Thank you again to our legal team for helping us to ensure that we get the money that we were awarded. Okay. That will move us to the visitors section. So I have quite a few people signed up tonight. We do have a public hearing regarding our ordinance amending the Bend Development Code. And so I have a few people signed up for that item. I will call you at the time of that public hearing. Everyone else, now is the time to give us your input. We do have a few rules about giving public comment. You will have 2 minutes, as you can see on this giant clock here, that you can't miss. It will show as yellow when you have about 30 seconds to wrap up. And I will try to, since we have quite a few folks, we'll try to keep people to time so that everyone gets a chance to speak. We'll have you come up and introduce yourself and whether you live in the city of Bend and then give us your comment. Please address us as a body, not as individuals. Please no clapping or booing or any reactions. Let's just let folks give their opinions, whether we agree with them or not. And please, we also have rules about just decorum and not disrupting the meeting with language or actions. If you do that, I'll let you know and enforce the rules. I don't think we're going to have problems with that tonight. So I'm going to start calling through folks in person. We also have some folks online. And so I'm going to do some in person first, and then we'll switch to online and then maybe go back and finish up with in person. And so, and I also apologize if I can't read your name correctly, and feel free to correct me. So we'll start with Matt Gagan. If Matt is still here.
Matt Dietrich?
No, definitely not Matt Dietrich, because it definitely is a G. All right, Todd Forzen, why don't you come on up?
Thank you. Hello, I'm Todd Tortzen. I want to thank the city councilors who took time to discuss the Reed Bond Market Roundabout with me. As promised, I'm here to present the Southern Crossing survey about the roundabout. Nearly 700 people responded. Their comments filled 32 pages. Here's the highlights. Asked if they support expanding the roundabout to 2 lanes. 76% said yes, 16% said maybe, only 8% said no. Asked when to start construction. 76% chose as soon as possible. Another 9% picked 2 years later. Less than 7% agreed with the planned 2029 date or chose never. Asked how often they experience a long wait to get through the roundabout. 28% said more than 3/4 of the time. Cumulatively, 65% are saying more than half of the time. Asked if they use neighborhood roads to get around backups. 13% said nearly always. 32% chose frequently. That's a combined 45% of people. And that's what's making Wood River Village streets so dangerous. In the comments, a Wood River resident said 400 cars were counted during an afternoon rush hour. Several Wood River residents mentioned nearly being hit by cut-through traffic. Also in the comments, many expressed concern about wildfire evacuation and the current traffic loads. Several people brought up building another bridge over the river south of Reed Market. Some discussed speed bumps, stop signs, and other deterrents to discourage cut-through traffic. Some brought up removing the roundabout and putting in a traffic light, and a few labeled two-lane roundabouts as dangerous. Please keep in mind that late and angry drivers in a long line of traffic can be very dangerous, especially when cutting through neighborhood streets. Please put money in the upcoming budget to work on the roundabout and cut through traffic. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Okay, so since Matt was still not here, I have a stack of folks who are here all kind of just talk on the same item number, which is item 9. So I'm going to be going through all of those folks kind of all in a row here. And we are going to get to that item until later, but we're going to take all your input now. And we will keep that in mind as we go through the presentation later. If you want to stay and see the presentation, it will be item number 9 on the agenda. You can also go home and make dinner and watch it on your computer as well. We'll be streaming it. So we'll start with Jenny Sutton, who has handed us a map as well that we have up here.
Yeah, thank you. I am Jenny Sutton. I'm president of the Westbrook Meadows HOA, a neighborhood that has homes backing up to the Hall Road Trail along Century and Mammoth. And I'm here regarding the Century pedestrian crossing that's been proposed. The map that you have denotes the 4 neighborhoods that all use Mammoth. And I'm going to be talking about this to provide some context for the topic when you discuss it later. The 4 HOAs that you see called out on the map utilize the Century Mammoth intersection on a daily basis to enter and exit our neighborhoods. No one else really uses this Mammoth Road. We all pay for the maintenance of this road, but the road itself is owned by a private party. In addition to the 4 HOAs, there is a to be developed lot that is currently zoned to be commercial limited. So that's the population that resides down there. Not highlighted on this map, but something to be aware of is that both Mountain Gate and Westbrook Meadows HOAs have granted an easement to Park and Rec to have the Hall Road Trail have a safer crossing over Mammoth Drive. Westbrook Meadows granted this easement in 2020 so that it could be changed prior to the paving of the road. And this is to show you guys that we are definitely in support of a safe and accessible Hall Road Trail. And as you'll see on the map, location 1 is where the original proposed pedestrian crossing at East Campbell was located. Location 2 is the Mammoth location where the newly proposed design is located, which is the entrance to these 4 HOAs. And location 3 is at Loge and the Tetherow entrances. As someone who commonly uses the Hall Road Trail and I back up to this and I see people quite frequently, the bulk of the pedestrians are crossing either at Tetherow or at Mount Bachelor Village, East Campbell Road. They hardly ever go from Mammoth, the intersection there. We hardly ever see pedestrians. Members of the Westbrook Meadows community. What?
Can you give us your final thought?
Oh, I'm sorry. So none of us were notified of this until this week. We received a letter that was postmarked May 29th. No one in the HOA received any communication about the changing of the location.
Okay.
So that's it.
Thank you. All right, Jason Eckhoff.
Hello, Jason Eckhoff. I am a resident of Bend. I live in Sunrise Village, one of the neighborhoods potentially affected by the proposed crosswalk. I submitted written comments that are more robust than what I can tell you in 2 minutes, but generally, we're in opposition of the proposed location for a variety of reasons and more detailed than in my written submittal. But for the most part, they can be summarized as a lack of community engagement. I think the prior speaker noted that notice was mailed on May 29th for an issue that's to be decided this evening. I was not noticed. I believe I'm outside of the radius of notice, but we do use this as our primary ingress egress to our community. I think the insufficient time to review would hopefully, if you guys can consider tabling this and allow us a seat at the table to review and provide comment, On top of that, we do have some significant safety concerns. We use this intersection to go both directions towards the mountain and towards town multiple times a day. And I think the proposed location of the pedestrian access could be problematic. Additionally, there's some practicality and cost concerns that I think should be taken into consideration. Lastly, I'm here to speak on behalf of one of my neighbors, Brad Everett. He's been a resident of Sunrise Village for 39 years, and Brad authorized me to kind of share some of his comments. Brandon Shannon Everett, who are the owners of Mammoth Drive, which is a private road. They were also the developers of the Mountain Gate subdivision back in 1994. Mr. Everett shared that he constructed the eastbound turn lane from Century Drive into Mammoth Drive, which was a condition of approval for the PUD that was approved 30 years ago. The current proposal considers eliminating that deceleration lane and right-hand turn lane into Mammoth Drive. Mr. Everett also shared that in his 39 years living in Sunrise Village, he's never seen anyone cross Century Drive at the Mammoth Drive intersection. I can validate in my 16 years living there the same. Furthermore, Mr. Everett shared that he met with an engineer from the city about a year ago, shared that he was not supportive of a crosswalk at the proposed location, that the city should focus their efforts on the intersection of East Campbell Road and Mount Bachelor Drive, where pedestrians actually do cross the road. Lastly, Mr. Everett is the owner of Mammoth Drive, has not agreed to provide any easements or alterations to the road or access that would likely be required to connect a crosswalk to the Hall Road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Sutton.
My name's Gary Sattel. I'm the president of Mountain Gate HOA. And first of all, the first I ever heard of this was Monday. Okay, and our entire HOA has access through Mammoth every day. And I'll just start with just a few things that we've got lots of information that we're going to cover that we've set in, mainly from the other two presidents. I'd like to say that this intersection is hazardous right now. It's extremely hazardous in the winter. Everybody that lives in our subdivisions have learned to stop at the bottom of Mountain Gate Hill and wait till somebody gets on the highway before you start up the hill. If you don't do that and it's icy, you'll slide back down and either just slide into nothing or crash with somebody. This last winter, we had a school bus sideways on the road for about 2 or 3 hours. Okay, so it's not just the residents, it's the school buses. And by blocking the right-hand turn lane to get off of Century, it's going to cause all the traffic coming down in the winter to start stopping. And when people try to slow down to turn. The other issue is when you're trying to get out of Mammoth onto Century Drive, if you think about it, you have to turn and get in the middle lane and wait till you got an opening to speed up to get in. This blocks that turn lane. So now you have people coming off of Mammoth, going into active traffic, going 40, hopefully 40 miles an hour to the right, and going into the active traffic, going the other way, both ways. That's extremely hazardous, okay? I think it's a poor place to put it. I think the original location would work, but you still have to think about how people are going to turn left, or are you going to stop people from turning left out of Mount Bachelor Drive, okay? So I think the engineers have to think about it, and we should have a lot more input into it rather than 2 or 3 days, okay?
Thank you, Gary. Doug Williams.
Thank you. I'm Doug Williams. I'm the president of the Sunrise Village Board. As mentioned, all Sunrise Village traffic passes through this particular intersection. You received an email from Dave Norton. He gave me permission to read parts of that email into the record. Dave is a registered professional engineer, also lives at Sunrise Village. He was the municipal engineer for Anchorage, which included the responsibilities for the traffic engineering department. To quote Dave, I would like to see the traffic studies, mobility evaluations, and accident reports for both pedestrian and vehicles that resulted in this plan. As currently designed, there is no direct connection to the Hall Trail. The project is at a 3-way traffic intersection. There are 2 alternatives at a 4-way traffic intersection. Dave's most important point, Dave's most important point. The current plan consists of a concrete pedestrian island that would preclude left-hand turns leaving Mammoth Drive and now use the middle lane for acceleration in order to merge into traffic, as well as eliminating the right turning deceleration lane from eastbound Century into Mammoth Drive. Direct quote from a registered professional engineer: "These features would appear to create the potential for increased vehicle accidents." During the design phase, staff did not meet with the Sunrise Village residents or board. Please table project 25 and direct staff to engage with the residents of the 4 HOAs. And as a retired city manager, I want to thank the council members for serving the community. I understand it's not an easy job. Thank you.
All right, Stephanie Washa. Said that right.
Here. Hi, my name is Stephanie Washa. I live in Westbrook Meadows. You've heard about existing conditions thus far, and I just wanted to also comment on future conditions. As Jenny mentioned on her map, that is a plot noted as to be determined on that map. That is a commercial limited zoned area, and all of the projects that we've seen come through as possible future projects are enormous, and the number of units and therefore the number of parking spaces that have been proposed have thus far exceeded the total number of houses in our entire neighborhood. So I just want to note that we have no clue if that future increase in traffic has been included in any of the traffic studies that have thus far been used to provide this new design. So all we're asking for is just extra time just to postpone this so that we can understand what has been designed and what was included to design that, and if this future commercial limited zoning area was included in that discussion.
Thank you. Steve Larson, and then we'll go to some online folks.
I'm Steve Larson, also a resident of Westbrook Meadows. I'm also proposing this crosswalk as it's designed, primarily for safety reasons. I'll try and forego some of the things that have already been gone over. I have no formal education as in traffic safety, but I have worked 25 years as a firefighter and have responded to many tragedies involving motor vehicle collisions and involving pedestrians. I believe the way this is designed is unsafe, primarily because of the speed that the motors travel on this roadway, the impatience that they have traveling back and forth in this area, and that the crosswalk is put in an area that is not a controlled intersection. In my experience, that's a recipe for disaster, and I urge you to please reconsider this. Thank you.
All right, let's go online. We had Kathy, Rolston, Morgan, and Lori were all signed up. So let's start with Kathy Baker.
Hello.
Kathy, go ahead.
I would just like to interject that in living in Sunrise Village for 6 years, I normally see people cross at Mount Bachelor Drive. And I saw a person going across the street today. And that seems to be the best area to go. For them to put a walking path at a non-intersecting streets, no one is going to walk down the hill and across to come over to not be able to access the pathway easily. And so I'm just pointing out something that I've observed for 5 years, and I have never seen anybody cross at that pathway. So I would hope that this would be a consideration on what would be the safest for anyone that wants to cross that road. And one other thing, it's not just people in Bend that live there. We get lots of visitors. So to put a crosswalk in an area that you just wouldn't expect to see one, I think it's crazy. So I do hope that you reconsider what has been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, let's do Rolson Frangopoulos.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Rolson Fragopoulos. I'm a structural engineer. We have a civil team. My civil team actually bid on this project to do this work. In that RFP, this intersection was not listed as an option for the crosswalk. The crosswalks were listed at either the Tethero entrance or at Campbell and Mount Bachelor Village, as everybody else has kind of said. I don't know how it ended up at Mammoth Drive. But I look at this, and in talking with my civil team, basically, look, first of all, I want to say I'm not opposed to a crosswalk. I think we need one. I have friends that live on the other side of the road there, and they want to get down and access. But this crosswalk appears to be incomplete. It doesn't access Hall Road Trail. It just stops at Mammoth Drive. The sidewalk literally stops there, and there's no sidewalk. There's no walkway across Mammoth Drive. And there's no access to Hall Road Trail. And Hall Road Trail is put probably 200 feet down Mammoth Drive. And that was also for sightline reasons, so that when people cross Hall Road Trail, they're not trying to cross Mammoth Drive at a location that is dangerous, where cars are coming in and out, right? Pulling in and pulling out, either from eastbound traffic or westbound traffic. That being said, the Hall Road Trail at Campbell and Mount Bachelor Village, Hall Road is actually probably closer to 50 feet to the road. And so to access that would be much quicker and much easier to get to a place where people can walk safely. So you're asking people to come down this road, down this walkway, and then walk onto a road, a busy road that, like all the residents have said, that this is our only access in and out of our neighborhood. They have to walk down that road where cars are pulling in and also pulling out. So I don't think that this has really been thought through. I think it needs to be reviewed more. And if we can find a better way to make this happen, I'm all for it. But please table this so that we can take a look at it more thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, the next person was Morgan Emerson. Morgan, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Emerson. I live in Westbrook Meadows off of Mammoth Drive. I support safe routes, but this plan lacks resident input and fails to address the actual travel patterns that prompted these safety discussions. The main pedestrian route here is not at Mammoth Drive, like others have said. It's from East Campbell Road across Century Drive toward Mount Bachelor Drive, where people access the Deschutes River Trail. The proposed crossing is a 0.2 mile round trip detour for those accessing the river. This means that with this, you're asking for a behavior change of about 10 minutes of walking out of the way for the average pedestrian on a round trip walk. If we're realistic, this is a change that nearly no one is going to make, rendering this useless. The logical choice would be to create a solution at the four-way intersection at East Campbell Drive and Mount Bachelor Drive. I understand the city initially gave up on this because it would be challenging with the current posted speed limits on Century Drive. I strongly urge you to reconsider this, even if it requires addressing current speed concerns in that section of Century Drive. We have crosswalks on 97. I have full faith our city engineers can find a solution there. Beyond being ineffective for addressing pedestrian travel paths, this also introduces serious traffic and safety issues. It removes the holding lane, as others have said, for left turns, making it more dangerous, and it removes the right turn onto Mammoth for people coming into town, so eastbound on Century. That'll push more people onto Brayburn and Meadowbrook, or onto the Brayburn Street entrance, which is already a pretty risky turn. I've nearly been rear-ended there multiple times. This change will also force significant increase of eastbound traffic onto our residential streets. Please do not create more pedestrian issues, especially when this proposed development will not solve the initial problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then last online, we have Lori Adams.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lori Adams. I'm a neighborhood resident along Century Drive, and I must be the unicorn here because I do and have used the crossing at Mammoth Drive. I've seen other people use it, and I am in support of the K&E excavating contract that is before you tonight in order to get a crossing for pedestrians on Century Drive somewhere in that area. From my firsthand and almost daily experience, I can attest to how dangerous it is to try to cross Century Drive as a pedestrian or on a bicycle in this area. I'm amazed no one else seems to be talking about the pedestrians that the crossing would serve. I see it every day, pedestrians, bicycles, baby strollers, older people, all scurrying across Century Drive, dodging cars that are moving along at 40 to 50 miles per hour without any brakes in the continuous stream of traffic. I think we all know that Century Drive has become a high-speed, congested traffic arterial due to the accelerating community growth and use of the Cascade Lakes areas. There's just no safe places for pedestrians to cross anywhere along this stretch of road, no crossroads, no crosswalks at all west of Reed Market, and cars are always passing by and always moving at significant speed. So my point here is just to say this area isn't desperate for a simple crosswalk. I was so happy to see the planning had been done, and funding was available this year, and a contractor ready to move forward with a solution if the contract's approved tonight. Now, I've heard the other folks talking, and what my biggest worry is if everything goes back to the planning gate and the project is delayed or derailed, the funding may be lost or reprogram costs go up, and perhaps the neighborhood will be deprived of a desperately needed pedestrian safety project that is already long overdue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lori. Okay, back to in-person, George Fox.
Okay. Under the street safety programs, the neighborhood street safety program, this project was designed as an elaborate multi pedestrian safety route. Once it was approved, the design was simplified. It is now just another street. If approved under this program, the channeling of funding from projects that meet the safety design and ignore the immediate identified existing safety hazards is wrong. This project by design imperils the affected neighborhood of their current safety and enjoyment of their streets and ignores the immediate hazards 100 yards away. A project that none of the neighborhood requested or supported. This project will divert heavy frustrated traffic off Brookswood to bypass the wait at Reed Market and Brookswood, creating a dangerous encounters for the neighborhood children. This traffic will dump further onto Reed Market and choke the already mess of a traffic at Silver Lake and Reed Market 100 yards away from that intersection. This project ignores the safety hazards 100 yards to the south at an unprotected intersection with a school bus stop that nearly everyone in this neighborhood has nearly been struck by speeding traffic on a 20-mile-an-hour street. The engineering department has been on site and viewed this intersection and state that there is no funding or timeline to improve, yet it's full speed ahead on a project that is unnecessary to the safety of the neighborhood and our community. We have stated our case to the board and the engineering department by personal visits and sites and emails, and no communications have been received until last night. We do have a board. Why do we have a board to vote on the issues that the engineering department has already approved? And you sent letters stating that they have secured a contractor and anticipate, I quote, secured a contractor and anticipate beginning the construction in July.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Matt Dietrich. Sorry.
That's all right. First, thanks to the council members that have shown interest and visited our neighborhood. Greatly appreciated. We have lived on Chamberlain adjacent to the barricade for about 27 years. So we've kind of seen things that have come and gone. We've seen the addition of the parkway. We've seen the addition of the old mill. We've seen a lot change. And that's part of our neighborhood and nobody's against that. I first became aware of the paving project for Chamberlain back in 23, September of 23. The way that I found out about it is that neighbors were receiving business cards left on their front porches from the engineering department, warning them that they were going to remove the barricade and begin construction. Fast forward to this year, the residents then received a letter, which George mentioned, that talked about the project having basically been approved and being started. Pardon me. The map that was included with that letter doesn't include any of the elements of the initial design that was discussed with the council meeting that happened back in 23. It was like completely two different conversations. As you all know, the project is being considered for approval under the safety budget. It would encourage bike and pedestrian traffic to cross at Reed Market at the worst possible place on Reed Market, on an uphill where there's 35, 45 mile an hour traffic. There are other locations on Reed Market that are available that are much safer, that would complement the bike path plan.
Thank you, Matt. Final
Oh.
thought, please.
Sorry,
Last sentence.
I'm sorry.
Anything else you want to add that you didn't mention?
Yeah,
Really,
yeah, I
just
think
one
in
sentence.
that I urge you all to delay the contract approval to allow the interested parties to look at options that are seemingly really obvious.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that will conclude the visitors section. And that moves us to our consent agenda. There a motion?
Move
To approve the consent agenda.
Second that motion?
All right, moved by Counselor Perkins, second by Counselor Mendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. And that will get us to item number 5, which is Ashley, you go.
This is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance amending the Bend Development Code to expand housing options.
And I just,
Let me open the public hearing. Okay, open public hearing. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Counselor Norris.
I need to declare a potential conflict on this item just out of an abundance of caution. This is an item that could impact my employer, but really it's unknown at this time. But I am allowed to, with the potential conflict, continue with the deliberation and vote on this item.
All right, thank you very much. All right, staff presentation.
Good evening, council. My name is Pauline Hardy. I'm with the planning department, and with me is Carrie Bell, the middle income housing coordinator. And we are here tonight to present development code updates, particularly to help facilitate housing and new housing options. So I'm going to give a quick background on how we started this project in 2023.
Are you sharing?
Oh, I sure thought I was. Let's try that again. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Minimize all this stuff. As I was saying, we started, particularly Carrie started this project back in 2023. So I'm going to go over a quick history and highlight how we got to where we're at today. And then Carrie's going to dive into some of the products that were identified in the workshop that was held. And then after that, I'll go over how this implements council goals and then dive into individual code amendments. So as I mentioned, this project started back in June of 2023, where the city held a workshop to identify barriers to housing production. And a result of that workshop was recommendations to allow multiple ADUs on a site with a single family dwelling unit or a townhome. Currently, we only allow one accessory dwelling unit on a site. And another one was to allow a second kitchen in a dwelling unit. And again, today we restrict a dwelling unit to one kitchen. Following the work session in October, we received an email from the developer, as did the council, recommending allowing detached townhomes and to look at a new alternative called row houses. And we'll go into detail about what those are. Between October of 23 and November 24, staff researched, looked at other city codes and vetted the proposals amongst city staff. We held a work session in November with council to bring back what our findings were on the different proposals, including allowing multiple ADUs, the second kitchen, and row houses, and got support from council to move forward with this package of amendments. In March, I sent out the package of amendments to the Bend Development Code Update Group and to the land use chairs to get feedback. And in April, we held a planning commission public hearing, and they recommended support unanimously for the proposed amendments, and Commissioner Scott Winters is here to give the background on their discussion and recommendation following our presentation.
Thank you, Pauline. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Carrie Bell, Middle Income Housing Coordinator with the Housing Division for the City of Bend. I'm really pleased to be here highlighting these innovative housing options and the process it has been to explore areas of opportunity for housing solutions together with you and the community. And I'm just gonna, like Pauline said, take a moment to share on the background a little bit more in detail of how we got these recommendations. So Pauline showed on the timeline that it was summer of 2023 that the city held that public stakeholder workshop to identify barriers to housing production. This workshop was held as part of the middle income pilot program, where we asked for local development community and local stakeholder input on what barriers they faced in making market rate housing pencil for the middle income affordability. And attendees included developers, employers, small lot and infill property owners, architects, home loan officers, representation from Central Oregon Builders Association, a representative from your Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and our building official. The barriers discussed and solutions brought forward were a good 50-50 mix of both policy and code related needs versus monetary funding needs. The funding needs were a focus for the pilot program at that time, and they continue to be a primary focus even with your most recent direction to form a funding strategies work group. However, the process and code related items you gave attention to as well and asked staff to pursue potential areas of opportunity. And so for the last 2 years, staff has been exploring and vetting a list of areas of opportunity. These innovative housing solutions are a few of the items still that remain on the list. Next slide. Oh, you did go to the next slide. Look at you. You're so fast. These two accessory dwelling options were brought forward at that workshop, as Pauline mentioned. The proposed code amendments are being recommended to provide more tools in the toolbox for homeowners with accessory dwelling needs. So the two recommendations are one, to allow homeowners to apply for permitting a second, more junior accessory dwelling unit. And two, to allow homeowners to apply for permitting a second kitchen within their main dwelling. One is unit producing, meaning that the dwelling space is separated from the main home, The other is not unit producing, rather it's permitting secondary kitchen facilities within rooms of a main dwelling area. Similar to additional bathrooms as amenities, homeowners could have kitchen amenities in their rec room, their basement, or main room in their home, and so on. The specific need for second ADU arises when a homeowner may have space that constitutes as a dwelling unit per code, such as a studio over a detached garage, but then later we've seen that they may have additional need to create a separate unit for other personal household needs, such as converting one of the bays of a garage into dwelling space. Currently, this is not allowed, as Pauline stated, but with the new amendments, the homeowner has more flexibility for that. Still, in other instances, a homeowner may not need or even want a separate unit at all. They may just need additional kitchenette amenities within a room that they do not want to close off from the rest of their main house. They simply need to have more amenities and flexibility within their own home. The second kitchen allowance provides such flexibility. These specific measures provide homeowners with more flexibility in meeting their own household needs, such as intergenerational living and on-site caretaker needs. These measures may also help provide more housing opportunity for our communities moving forward. In addition to the public workshop in summer of 23, the city received that follow-up comments and proposals throughout the time period between the fall via public input, such as public meetings or direct emails to you all. So in fall of 2023, we received an email, as did you, from the YIMBY group with a proposal for what they were calling detached townhomes. They referred to it as detached townhomes, and it was a way to basically solve a unique challenge for financing. So in short, they needed to be able to construct and finance the townhomes individually. They also wanted options for building row housing style development with the minimal setbacks. This one was really just about making sure our code supports a wide array of housing types and development options. The internal staff work group researched the viability of code and permitting that would support the construction of townhomes individually as attached structures, as well as the options for the similar style of housing that would be detached. And I'll hand it back over to Pauline to walk us through the code amendments in more detail. And then we also have our building official, Brad Mandel, available for questions. If you have questions.
So just to highlight the city council goals that the proposed amendments implement, we have the 2023-2025 affordable housing and sustainable goal with an action to explore code and policy options to increase affordable and middle income housing, which this definitely implements. And then we have the new 2025-2027 housing goal to develop and implement strategies to meet community housing needs, reduce homelessness, and create walkable neighborhoods and innovative development codes. This one includes an action to promote more affordable home ownership and rental opportunities that recognize that diversity of housing types and sizes need to support growing and changing community. And as Carrie mentioned, the accessory dwelling unit is definitely a rental opportunity. And then the second kitchen allows that intergenerational home ownership opportunity amongst family members. So the proposed development code amendments, again, is to allow a second kitchen in a dwelling unit, allow a second accessory dwelling unit on a lot or parcel, and then to create a new housing option called row houses. And then I just have a couple minor amendments I'll highlight. So the first one, this is just the standards right out of the draft for a second kitchen. It basically says that it may be in any portion of a dwelling unit only if internal access between the second kitchen and the main dwelling unit's livable space is maintained. That way they don't become two separate units. We just want to make sure that internal access is maintained. They can have a door, it just needs to be maintained. It cannot be in a detached structure, again, making sure it's part of the dwelling unit that's on site. That it has to comply with current building codes when they do want to install a new kitchen. And then if they do install a new kitchen, that they record a use compliance covenant, making sure that it doesn't turn into an accessory dwelling unit without going through the appropriate process and building permits to create that separate dwelling unit. And then I want to highlight staff's work over basically since 2015 of trying to increase the number of accessory dwelling units that have been developed over the years. We've done several code amendments. One includes in 2016, we removed a conditional use permit for accessory dwelling units. And as you can see, every time when we amend the code, the number of accessory dwelling unit permits do go up. The second amendment occurred in 2018, where we eliminated the requirement to install sidewalks. And then the sewer and water SDC exemptions were created. And then in 2019, the parking requirements, it used to be one parking stall was required per accessory dwelling unit, and that was eliminated. And then in 2021, we increased the size to 800 square feet for all ADUs. Before it was, depending on your lot size, you can have either a 600 or 800, and we just allowed them all to be 800 square feet. So this proposed amendment's a step in the right direction. It's just providing more flexibility for the development of accessory dwelling units on site. So the amendments are fairly simple. Basically just clarifies that now a dwelling unit can have two ADUs. They can be attached or detached to the primary dwelling unit. Commissioner Winters is here to go over the Planning Commission's discussion. The original proposal required one of the units to be attached to the dwelling unit and one be detached from the dwelling unit. And the commission felt strongly, they voted unanimously about not having that requirement that one of the units has to be attached to the primary dwelling unit. They talked about unique situations on lots where it might not be practical to attach that unit. The lot might be too small, the setbacks might be restrictive, and it just provides additional flexibility for the homeowner to decide whether or not they want the units to be attached or detached. And then the maximum accessory dwelling unit, which the commission was in support of, was 800 square feet for one of the dwelling units and then 500 square feet for the other dwelling unit. The row houses is a new concept for the Bend Development Code. They will be a single unit detached dwelling, so they're not going to be attached to the unit next to them. They will be built on the zero setback, but they will not be attached. They'll be structurally independent and they'll have to comply with the Oregon Residential Specialty Code. Again, if you have any questions on that, Brad is here to help with that. And then the maximum lot sizes, we just want to make sure that if a developer does propose to do row houses, that they stay below these maximum lot sizes. Once they exceed these maximum lot sizes, they truly are a single dwelling unit, and then they would just comply with the development standards for a single detached dwelling unit, like the 5-foot side yard setbacks. And then all other townhome standards will apply to the row houses. The minor amendments that I mentioned that are part of this package is all to our chapter 3.8, where we put development alternatives in. So such as our cottage developments, our shared court developments, and small lot developments, just to name a few. We just wanted to identify at the very beginning of this chapter what the review process is for each of those types of proposed developments. And then in 3.8300, we have a small dwelling unit development that actually gets quite a bit of use in the city of Bend. And this allows a single unit and an ADU on a very small lot. We just want to clarify that the second ADU wouldn't apply to this particular type of development because they are on such small lots. And then the last one is just clarifying timing of recording of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, or CC&Rs, for certain developments like mid-block lanes, T-courts, and our cottage developments. And that is the package of amendments with the 3 new housing options. We can answer any questions that you may have. And again, Commissioner Winters is here as well to go over the plan.
Can we have Commissioner Winters just give us the summary and then we'll get into questions?
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yeah, so these 3 development code updates pretty much can be broken down into as Pauline mentioned, more tools for the toolbox. And also one of the things that is probably more unique with this batch of development code updates that's different from some of the other ones we've seen in the past is this really helps out a lot of people who wouldn't necessarily be developers, people without that, a lot of the financial benefits, and it prevents, or it prevents a lot of those barriers from creating kind of that small infill development. And that's what that's what these really help out with. So start out with the kitchens. Not every household's your typical nuclear family. This just allows for that option, and it seemed like kind of a no-brainer. I mean, adding a second kitchen for those aging in place and just the different unique conditions for all the different households that we have in our city, that really helps that out. The row houses, if you're kind of wondering why this approach, that's kind of how I was feeling when we were going to the planning commission. And I'm not going to steal Ryan Starr, local architect's thunder too much, because he was one of the ones that initiated this, but basically it helps to kind of sequence any kind of row house development, so it doesn't all have to be done at once. You could, if you have enough money to do 2 units and then planning on one in the third, it's just, this kind of creates that opportunity, and it helps out, again, that more organic infill development as opposed to kind of the larger developments, or some of the different strategies that we have on our development code currently. The second ADU, again, the Plan Commission was unanimous in that, and the thing that probably that I should talk about today, especially, is the amendment that we did to change it. And I mean, when you think about all the different conditions that go on a property, for instance, there might be topographical constraints that where the current house is situated on a property, it may not make sense to add to that. Also, if you were going to add ADU attached to your house, you're going to be demolishing part of the house. Maybe the configuration of the windows with the bedrooms and kitchens and things like that, it doesn't really make sense to just block off a portion of your house and add a new one. If you had an existing detached structure with a slab and a roof, if it's bigger than 800 square feet, you wouldn't be able to put an ADU in it, but you could put 2 ADUs in it. So, I mean, guess what I'm trying to say is every property is like a snowflake, unique and beautiful in its own way. And so again, this just kind of removes any barriers to that. And when we asked about, why do we have, why is the code proposal have the 1 unit has to be detached? And there really wasn't much compelling argument for that. A lot of it was, well, this is in other codes, Portland code or something like that, and they have that. And so I didn't really think, or I guess the planning commission unanimously didn't think that that was kind of good enough to require that. And maybe, it'd be nice to think in the future when Portland looks to our code and says, oh, hey, that's a good idea, instead of the other way around. So yeah, that was kind of the basics of our discussion. And we talked a little bit about altering some of the ADU, other square footage things, but we thought for this code package, it's pretty good.
Okay, great, thank you. Any informational questions for staff before we do public comment? We have 3 public commenters.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Was there any opposition in your deliberations from public comment to the concept of 2 ADUs, or where you went with the?
No, and I mean, usually our public comments come obviously before the deliberation, but we did mention it, and it was definitely signaled during the presentation portion that we would be bringing that up, and no one had anything to say about it.
Any cons from staff around this way? In terms of the 2, not having both not be detached?
No, Colin suggested that it might be because of the size, adding on 2 ADUs, that it might be, if it wasn't detached, then it might be bigger than the main house. But we also don't have restrictions necessarily on, this, a house could be just as big as a single family home and 2 ADUs as is. So.
And so this doesn't prohibit the two ADUs from being in one structure, right?
No, it just opens up flexibility on how the
Yeah.
property owner wants.
They
to
can be
develop.
independent structures, or they could be one structure that's split into the two units.
Yeah, I mean, they still have to meet
The 1,300.
setbacks, height requirements, things like that.
Yeah.
And so depends on the property.
Okay. Other informational questions? On the package?
Yeah.
Francosa?
I was just curious why the second ADU why we have a smaller square footage for the second ADU. Why not just allow two ADUs? The same.
You know, one of the things that we did talk about was the square footage of the ADUs and having them, and we thought having the kind of tiered square footage that it provides that intro, I guess, or a smaller rental property or just a smaller home that would serve certain needs.
They discussed that the 500 really limits it to a 1-bedroom unit versus the 800, you can get up to 2 bedrooms, and there is a need to incentivize 1-bedroom units. If we just bumped them all up to 800, then you might lose that incentive to get some more 1-bedroom accessory dwelling units. And then the planning commission also discussed that they didn't want to blur the lines because these truly are supposed to be accessory to the primary use. They have less impacts, therefore they are supposed to be smaller. And so that's the reason we had the 500 and the 800. And when we presented to council too, we called it at the time a junior ADU, so it was coming back to be smaller.
Yeah, and we were sensitive to the fact that there are certain things like sidewalks and other SDCs that aren't impacted or that ADUs don't trigger. But I mean, if you're gonna look at what's kind of the most important thing right now is housing and providing those opportunities.
All right, great, thank you. Okay. So we'll go to our public commenters. Austin, Ryan, and David. And you know the drill. They just explain the same rules apply a visitor comment. Austin, come on up, you can go first. So we'll have Austin Mazzolini and then Ryan Starr and then David Welton. We did not have any online commenters sign up for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Austin Mazzolini, and I'm here to voice my strong support for the proposed changes to the Development Code. As you know, Bend is in urgent need of more housing of all types, and these updates are a practical step toward addressing that need. These policies make better use of our existing land and infrastructure, encouraging the kind of smart, gentle density that allows our communities to grow without pushing development farther out. They remove barriers and provide more options. Thank you, the council, the committee, and the rest of the city staff for taking the time and energy to create and deliberate on these options. It is through incremental steps like these code changes that allow our community to grow sustainably. This work will help fill the gap between single-family homes and apartments, an area where Bend currently lacks options. Every added unit means one more place for someone to live. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Austin. Ryan, come on up.
Good evening, council. My name is Ryan Starr. I'm an architect here in town. Grew up in a small town in Northeast Oregon, and after graduating from high school, I bounced around living in Vancouver, British Columbia, San Francisco Bay Area, Austin, Texas, San Luis Obispo, and now here. If any of those cities sound familiar, they also have serious housing problems that are much worse than what we're dealing with now. But I see the direction that we're headed. And one of the biggest keys for helping deal with this is infill housing options. And the row house option and the second ADU really help to provide additional housing within city limits so we don't have UGB issues to deal with. They're also able to take advantage of existing infrastructure, so there's no new infrastructure that the city has to maintain. And the row house option specifically is to deal with the fact that right now, in order to develop townhouse units, you have to finance and design and build the entire set all together. And if financing difficulties pop up, it makes it really difficult to adjust. And if we can develop them individually, we're more closely matching the single family detached home model of housing delivery. And it also opens up more infill lots to reach their maximum benefit for housing options. And just to close out, I would like to really thank the city council, the planning commission, and specifically Carrie and Pauline and Brad and the rest of the planning department for all the hard work that they've been doing to make this stuff happen. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Looking at your email from 10/24/2023. Suggesting this. Now here we are. Which is awesome. David Welton.
Good evening, Mayor Keebler, councilors. For the record, my name is David Welton. I live in Bend. I'm a volunteer with Bend Yimby. Yes, in my backyard. I'm here to speak in favor of the code changes. Particularly the detached townhomes could be a great way to get people into starter homes and for people to age in place as well without having a big yard to look after if they're no longer interested in doing that work. If we're up to me, I might bump the size of the second ADU, but mostly I'm impressed with how we got here this evening and wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thanks to my fellow Yimby volunteer and local architect Ryan Starr, who worked to bring this idea to the attention of our planning department and did a lot of work to help refine it. I'd also like to thank Pauline Hardy and the planning department for turning the idea into actionable city code pretty quickly. Our planning commission approved these code changes unanimously, and thank you for your own diligent work on housing affordability. It's been great to see everybody rowing in the same direction with this, and I hope we'll see more of that in the future. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you for being here in support. Okay, that is it for the folks who signed up for public comment. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing and we can deliberate and have a motion. Awesome. I get
Yeah.
Do it.
Can we, I guess
Now is the time for deliberations. Yes.
yeah, I don't know that the junior, I think just allowing 2 ADUs on a property just makes it simpler code to administer and simpler for homeowners, if they want to add, another ADU. And it also, if a property is so large that it can fit 2 800 square foot ADUs, then it means that they could use the same design. They wouldn't have to go and get a second design, pay for a second design and pay for a second, permit for that second ADU that's 500 square feet versus 800 square feet. So I would, I don't know how do we make a change to a proposed?
Looking right now, maybe see if there's some support and then we can.
Yeah, but is there support to basically say to eliminate the idea of the junior ADU and just say we can have 2 ADUs at the same size of 800 feet? What do people think about that?
I'm supportive of considering that option.
I like the smaller size because I think it adds to the diversity of housing type and sizes and therefore price points in the community. So that's the value I see in doing that. There's some neighborhoods where imagine some neighbors would be happier to know that the sort of mass of other buildings on adjacent properties is not maybe necessarily that big. You're approaching the mass of an actual single family dwelling unit. So I like the mix. I think it's a good thing for housing types and housing diversity in the communities.
Yeah, I think you raise a good point, especially about, saving costs in terms of planning and developing. The rationale was stated as smaller and therefore more affordable. Well, I don't think any of us are against more affordability, but to a certain extent, it's kind of an arbitrary limit as well. So I don't feel super strong either way, and I think I'd be happy to follow the support of the rest of the council on this.
Okay, so.
And I'm sensitive to the forcing function of a single or a single bedroom being important to have that show as well. So I'm sensitive to that as well.
All right, well, can I see a show of hands of folks who want to change from what is recommended and add that it just be 800 for both the first and the second ADU? Okay, well, that's 3. And there's, I think, 4 to keep it as is, so. Any other further deliberation on that? I agree with Mike in the point of having the diversity. Yeah, I can see also the advantages of having it be the same size. I think it's a close question, but.
I do think it'd be interesting to get an update on it and see what is actually being built and what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to also have an update on, we had worked on a program to have plans that people could use, right? And so, if we can make a 500-foot
Yeah.
plan, as well as an 800-foot plan, that would be super helpful for the community. Good. Okay,
I move for the first reading of the ordinance amending the Bend Development Code, BDC chapters 1.2 definitions, 2.1 residential districts, 3.6 special standards and regulations for certain uses, and 3.8 development alternatives.
Second.
all right, moved by Council Riley, second by Council Norris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. That will bring us to item 6.
Properties are also. This is the first reading of an emergency ordinance extending the effective date of ordinance NS 2518, amending the Bend Municipal Code related to vehicle.
All right, Russ is here for this item.
Yep,
Should
try to
we-
make this quick. Good evening, Russ Grayson, Chief Operations Officer. Wish we weren't here having this discussion, but this, as the packet says, there's been some issues with the implementation of the parking code. For council, we adopted the new parking code in December of last year with an implementation date of July. There have been some issues that have arisen around the implementation, around getting the vendor under contract, getting resources allocated to us. And now that we've gotten that and gotten into the process mapping, there's some additional things that have popped up very recently, which would make the launch of the new code difficult and maybe confusing to the public, and also require a lot of, let's say, internal workarounds to make it happen. So we are now lined up to get this launched by the end of the year. The vendor's in place, we have everybody going. But we also wanted, the reason we're pushing it to the end of the year is we want to make sure that we have enough time to test, to get the software talking. There's 2 systems we're dealing with, one with the court system and one with our parking system. They need to talk on a daily basis to each other and be able to test that and then launch that. And we want to stay out of the busy tourist seasons and also the holiday season when we launch, because it's going to have a bigger impact downtown than it will in the other areas of town. So we're requesting to move that implementation to the end of the year. We are, because of interest from the community, recommending that the parking district creation part of the code move forward. That allows the public to come to the city and ask for parking districts. It's all lined up in the code how that would happen. That will go live now. Everything else would be moved to the end of the year. What that basically means is what we have now in the city is status quo for the next 6 months. There's no changes to how the parking system works, how tickets work, and everything that is going on in town. That would just extend another 6 months. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions about this? Councilor Platt?
Did we have a revenue forecast on the parking program that is gonna take a hit in the beginning of the?
No.
Okay, plan?
Yep. We maintain the same revenue forecast. What the code's gonna allow us to do is this is also tied to council goals of kind of moving some of the services off of police and moving it into parking, and we become more proactive in areas around town. But in terms of budget and everything, it's been held at a pretty flat forecast.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I was just, so is this the code update regulating like the length of time that you can park? So it
Yes.
basically impacts people who are kind of camping in their cars on the street.
No, not the camp.
We separated that out.
Yes.
We moved that into the camping code, so it was in the parking code. So in
Oh.
December, we moved the length of time that cars could be parked in residential streets, that people that were habitating in those vehicles. That's been on the camping code, and that's been in effect.
There is one notion about the
It's a
24.
parking, it's really parking enforcement, which from a customer perspective, it won't.
Yeah.
You won't see any difference. It's just a fact.
I'm glad to hear the parking districts would be, that would take.
That would go into effect. Want to make sure that did happen.
Okay.
There is one on, just, on the motion, there was discussion during the actual adoption of the code of changing, if you remember, the non-motorized vehicles from 24 hours to 72 hours. That's why that language is in there, because we just need to carry that through. So tonight would be the first reading Second reading would be at the June 18th meeting with an emergency adoption so that it can be in a 30-day effective date. We can make sure we don't overlap on that July 1st go live date that's in the code right now.
And for an emergency, we need to be unanimous. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I move for the first reading of the emergency ordinance amending the effective date of ordinance NS-2518 to December 31st, 2025 as to all sections other than section 6.20.020 parking plans, and further amending ordinance NS-2518 to extend the time a vehicle can continuously park on a street from 24 hours to 72 hours.
Second.
All right, moved by Council Perkins, second by Council Riley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, unanimous. Thank you, Russ. Item number 7.
Council is asked to adopt a resolution establishing the climate action partner grant program to support community climate action plan implementation.
Council Riley.
So the resolution in this item would authorize the city manager to establish a climate action partner grant program and make final decisions about who receives funding and awards and how much. The Environmental Center, for whom I'm an independent contractor, is likely to apply for a grant from this program. Although I will not be involved in deciding which organization receives funding from the program or how much, I'm still declaring a potential conflict of interest, as a possible grant award from this new program would have an impact on the Environmental Center's finances. Because it's potential but not an actual conflict, I'm allowed to participate in deliberations and vote on this item, and I intend to do so.
All right, thank you. Cassie.
Okay, good evening, councilors. I'm Cassie Lacey, Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. We have for you a resolution to establish a climate action partner grant program. So I just have a quick presentation to overview this program for you. Okay. The background of this program is that, as you all remember, you just adopted the 2025 CCAP update on April 16th. One of the recommendations in the CCAP was to establish a grant program that would offer funding to organizations in the community that are supporting CCAP implementation by delivering programs and services that fulfill specific CCAP actions. That resolution to adopt the CCAP update also directed staff to come back to you to create this grant program. So that's what this resolution is tonight, is sort of a direct offshoot of that resolution, and will officially establish this program. The grant program is contingent upon funding by the city council. So in the 25 to 27 budget cycle that you'll adopt at the next meeting, it includes $150,000 each year allocated to this program. The amount allocated to it could change from budget cycle to budget cycle, so that will just continue to be at the discretion of the council each budget cycle. The overarching purpose of this program is really to create a mechanism through which we can partner with the community on implementing the CCAP. I've shared before that the original vision of the CCAP recognized that the city can't achieve our climate action goals alone, and that we needed to work with other organizations, government agencies, businesses throughout the community in order to actually fulfill our CCAP. And so this idea is really kind of baked into the CCAP to the extent that we actually have listed as we have community partners listed as a lead implementation partner for a lot of our CCAP actions. And we've been kind of challenged in our implementation progress for the CCAP as a whole, because we sort of had this ideal, but we haven't really had a mechanism to actually make that kind of community partnership happen. And we know that other organizations in the community are also resource and capacity constrained. So this grant program sort of creates a mechanism, a formal mechanism that we can do that through, and also provides resources to other organizations in the community to fulfill CCAP actions. We believe it'll be more efficient than trying to fulfill all the CCAP actions on our own, because we can ensure more programs are being delivered simultaneously throughout the community. We can take advantage of the different skill sets that different organizations can offer that we lack. And because we can just be delivering more programs, we think this should accelerate emissions reductions beyond what the city could do alone. The other benefit of this program is that it will allow us to formalize our partnerships, formalize our partnerships around climate action, which will allow us to better support these organizations. We currently have a lot of sort of informal partnerships with community partners, but there can just be sometimes kind of a tension between roles and responsibilities in those relationships. And so when the partnership is really loosely defined, so having this kind of formal process, formal partnership will help clarify what each partner is bringing to the table and potentially open up ways that the city can support these organizations more directly.
It will also be a more equitable way of supporting community organizations because we'll have sort of a standard vetting process. And currently, a lot of our informal partnerships are really relationship driven. But there may be a number of organizations that we just don't have those existing relationships with, and we're missing out on some of those partnership opportunities. So we think that this grant program can be an opportunity to kind of expand upon those relationships with a greater number of and a more diverse set of community partners. So now I'll just get to the nuts and bolts of how the program will actually work. To be eligible, projects must directly fulfill one or more CCAP actions. Eligible CCAP actions are listed as community partner actions in the CCAP, and in the program overview document, we actually have each of those actions specifically listed out. Most of the eligible actions are in the categories of education and outreach, workforce development, technical assistance, or just other sorts of general programs. We will also allow grants for program scoping or other planning activities. And then the lead applicant needs to be a nonprofit, government agency, or educational institution. These applicants may partner with private entities to deliver some of the programs, and they would just need to describe that in their application. The eligible reimbursable costs include, but are not limited to, staffing and technical experts, program materials and translation, supplies and capital costs, event-related expenses, participant stipends. And then the criteria that the applications will be evaluated against include project impact, organizational capacity, feasibility, alignment with CCAP goals, and equity and accessibility. So as far as how we envision the process working, the application process will of course involve the applicant first submitting their application. Staff will then do just an eligibility review and make sure it meets all of the eligibility criteria. And then we're proposing that the ECC will be the ones to review and score the applications, and then kind of deliberate on their collective results and then make recommendations about which programs to award to the city manager. The city manager, we have proposed that the city manager would make the final approval, and there's a clause in there that in the resolution that says the city manager is authorized to make awards up to $250,000. That amount is listed in there just to make clear that the city manager has the authority to award these grants. It does not supersede the city manager's contracting authority, which is $250,000. So that won't be an issue in the first years of the program because the total budget's only $150,000, but because this resolution will be long-term, it's theoretically possible that in the future, the program could be funded to a greater amount, and you could be in a position where a single applicant would be recommended to be awarded up to $250,000 or more. And in that case, that would still come to the city council. And then the last step in the award process is creating a contractual agreement, awarding the funds, and then each project will have some reporting requirements. And we are giving them a 2-year period to complete their projects. And then we would do the award cycle once per year. This is our proposed timeline for the first year of this program. We're hoping to kind of hit the ground running right away and open the applications later this summer around July 21st. We'll hold some informational sessions after the application is open to help spread the word and just answer questions for potential applicants. For the first year, we'd like to keep the application open for 2 months. We think that people just need more time in the first year since they won't have had as much time to sort of think about projects and prepare for the application. So in future years, we could maybe do that a shorter turnaround time for that. We've closed the application in late September and then hopefully have the ECC make their recommendations by their October 9th meeting and then try to get the award notifications out by the end of October. So that is all I have for you for the grant program, and I'll take any questions you have.
All right, any questions for Cassie on this grant program?
I move to adopt a resolution establishing the Climate Action Partner Grant Program and authorize the city manager to award program funding and enter into grant agreements in an amount not to exceed $250,000 per grantee, taking into consideration the funding recommendations of the Environmental and Climate Committee.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilor Norris, second by Councilor Platt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item number 8.
Council is asked to adopt a resolution directing the development of an electric first policy for purchasing fleet vehicles.
Go ahead.
Okay, Next, moving on to resolution directing an electric first policy for purchasing fleet vehicles. So I'm joined by Rick Albeck, our fleet director online. There he is. I'll be sharing a short presentation and then Rick is here primarily for questions. So the background for this topic is a reminder that our original climate action goal policy set in 2016 established climate action goals for city facilities and operations. We talk a lot about our community-wide goals since that's what our CCAP is focused on, but we have the exact same goals set for city operations and facilities as well. So we have goals to reduce a 40% reduction in fossil fuel consumption by 2030 and a 70% reduction in fossil fuel consumption by 2050. That original resolution also actually has an additional goal for city operations and facilities that we would achieve climate neutrality, assuming the use of offsets by 2030. Like our community greenhouse gas inventory, we also have a greenhouse gas inventory for city operations and facilities. The most recent one we have was for calendar year 2019, which serves as our baseline. And this inventory shows that fleet contributes 17% of our overall fossil fuel consumption. We have two guiding documents that set out our strategy to achieve our climate action goals. One is the Strategic Energy Management Plan, which is focused on our city operations and facilities. This one was adopted by the city manager in late 2020. And then the other one is, of course, our Community Climate Action Plan that we just worked through the update on and adopted in April. And both of these guiding documents have actions specifically focused on decarbonizing the city's fleet. In the SEM plan, one of the 5 sections is focused on transportation related emissions, and the actions in this section include that we will transition to electric vehicles as replacement opportunities occur. We will plan and build new facilities to support an electrified fleet, and that we will use alternative low carbon fuels. And then in the CCAP, even though the scope of that plan is focused on the community and not on city operations, there are several actions for the city to lead by example for the community, and just that nexus of how playing a leadership role has impacts on community as well. So there is an action in the CCAP to convert our fleet vehicles to electric and alternative fuel vehicles as well. I share all of that to say that we are already in the process of decarbonizing our fleet due to these plans and the original climate goals that have been in place for a few years. So as Rick shared at our work session on April 16th when he presented, we're already transitioning some of our light and medium duty fleet to electric and hybrids. As replacement opportunities occur, we're increasing the use of renewable diesel, and we're also moving forward with a policy to minimize idling. We're also building the public works campus to be able to support an electrified fleet so that we're future ready for even if we have a very, very much electrified fleet in the future. So the resolution that you're considering tonight will really reinforce these commitments by putting the council's direction behind it, and it will require us to create an actual administrative policy around it, which previously it's been more of a practice that we have in place because we have these guiding documents. So the hope is that this will accelerate the rate to which we're transitioning to those electric vehicles, just kind of reinforcing that. So the resolution in front of you tonight does the following. It directs staff to create an administrative policy that would require the purchase of all electric vehicles for any vehicle with a gross vehicle weight rating of 9,000 pounds or less, if an EV is available for the intended operational use. That distinction of 9,000 pounds or less is essentially the cutoff for light medium duty vehicles. It would allow for the purchase of a hybrid or plug-in hybrid if there is not an EV available for the intended operational use. The fleet director would be able to consult with the department and approve a hybrid over an EV if that's the case. Our administrative policy would also include an administrative process for granting requests for exemptions for single vehicle purchases that the city manager could authorize. So that would be if a department had a reason for just a single vehicle, sort of like a one-off situation that they felt needed to be an internal combustion engine vehicle, the city manager would be able to approve that exemption. And then if a department director is requesting an exemption for an entire class of vehicles, so that would be like vehicles that we regularly purchase and that are sort of specialized, and there's just not a hybrid or EV vehicle that exists to meet those operational needs, they could request that exemption from the city council one time at sort of the whole class level, and then that would allow them to make those purchases ongoing without having to get an exemption every single time. And then, this final slide is one that you saw when Rick gave his presentation on April 16th, but I wanted to bring it up again because it highlights what the opportunity and the impact will be of this resolution. So our total fleet includes 859 assets. The policy that we have tonight covers the light and medium duty class of vehicles. Of those, we have 267. Of those 267, already 36 of them are hybrid, 8 of them are fully electric, which is 13.5% of our light and medium duty vehicles. The other roughly 220 assets are internal combustion engine or using fossil fuel based. So this policy really is targeting that section of vehicles. Planned purchases in the next biennium include 10 Ford Interceptor pursuit rated SUVs, which there is a hybrid option available. There's not an EV option available for that. 9 half-ton pickup trucks, which have both hybrid and EV options available, and 2 SUVs, which also both have hybrid options available. So with this policy in place, all of those purchases will be, they'll follow this policy. So it will be electric first, hybrid second. And then if we need an exemption for any of them, we would go through either the city manager exemption or come to council if anything is relevant for that. So that's my presentation. And like I said, I have Rick here to answer fleet specific questions if anyone has any.
All right, questions about the policy?
The exemption that would come to us is for the class, like a whole class of vehicles. It just, there's not one that operationally works for that purpose, right?
Yeah, Rick, do you want to share like what
Is there something you imagine, Rick, that we might see in the next year or two?
Absolutely. So the police department is going to be purchasing 5 F-150 pursuit rated pickup trucks. They use those for canines and patrol vehicles. So there is not a suitable EV or hybrid.
It's a connection issue, but I can kind of the examples within police for it was a light duty trucks.
it's like a pickup truck.
Yeah.
That
It's pursuit rated.
have a pursuit rated pickup truck does not exist in electric or hybrid. So that's one that may come to you really soon. Yeah, I think it'll mostly specialized vehicles. Like I would imagine most of them are in
Public safety.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me or no?
Question, I think the interceptors were available in the EV, but they were just really expensive. As I recall, it's not in Costco.
Chief Krantz is shaking his
Yeah,
head.
they're not available.
It's like a SUV that was available,
But the
but not a
pickup
pickup truck.
pickup
And then the
Right,
SUV
right,
is
the
also
SUV.
doesn't really meet the operational needs of the department either.
There isn't a pursuit rated all EV. Do you want to speak, Chief, on this stuff?
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, for the police interceptors, which is the standard police car you see traveling around, they're a hybrid, and I'm sure Rick, if he could speak to this, would speak to this, but they're a hybrid function. They're pursuit rated. They're specialized vehicles with enhanced braking, suspension, alternator capacity for all the electronics that we have. So the hybrid is what they have available for that, and we actually are leaders in the hybrid function of those for the police department, which is great.
Cool.
We have 150 trucks that are gas, and they are specifically for special purposes like canines or drone operation trucks. So they're special purpose, and there's only gas is the only thing that's available in a pursuit rated. Again, we have to have pursuit rated for the work that we do. And then there are starting to become developing of, I don't know what the future will look like. I've been told years out, but where there's reasonable sized vehicles for the need that we have for electric. Right now, the only electric one is a small Chevy, and I've sat in them and I've looked at them, and they barely hold me in the back seat, let alone someone in handcuffs. The front seat's tiny. We have a ton of gear and tools that we put in that it's not functional yet. That's where.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Cassie, we've got a city operations facilities climate neutrality goal by 2030. Are we gonna make it?
We haven't really
Get on it, will you?
we haven't really talked about that much. That goal was assuming the use of offsets,
Right.
and there's a discussion to be had whether that's something you want to spend resources on for what
How's it looking, Cassie?
it's not looking good.
It's not
to
looking
achieve
good, right?
Neutrality, but if you can
Okay.
switch that quickly if you use offsets.
Fair enough. I just want to know what our vector is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion.
Well, I want to read this one, may I?
I thought you might.
Yeah, I move to adopt the resolution directing the city manager to develop an electric first policy for purchasing fleet vehicles.
Second.
I moved by Counselor Platt, second by Counselor Riley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, great. 5 minute stretch break. Bathroom break, 5 minutes. Which was pretty much 5 minutes. Good job.
Okay, council is asked to authorize a contract with K&E Excavating Inc. for construction of the 2025 Neighborhood Street Safety Program for Project 23 Chamberlain Neighborhoods Connectivity, Project 24 Safety for Archie Briggs Road S Curve, and Project 25 Crosswalk across Century Drive.
Awesome. Sweet. Sorry, just want to make sure that worked.
No worries. Go ahead.
Oh, this microphone? Okay. Sweet. Good evening, council. I'm here to present on the Neighborhood Street Safety Program for 2025 award of contract. My name is Christian Williams, with the engineering department. Garrett is next to me. And yeah, let's just jump into it. So a little bit of project background. NSSP was started back in 2019 by the Transportation and Mobility Department. There's a wide call for projects citywide, and 360 plus projects were submitted. Worked down to 25 projects in coordination with the Neighborhood Leadership Alliance, city staff, neighborhood associations. It was adopted as a part of a general obligation bond, where it got $8 million in budget. At this point, 22 of 25 projects are complete. This summer would see the completion of the last 3 projects, which were originally intended to be completed in summer of 2024. These projects have all been delayed for various reasons, which we'll get into. So the 3 locations this summer, that we have a little bit of sidewalk infill along Archie Briggs Road from Star Ridge Court to Crusher Ave, just east of Crusher Ave. Chamberlain Street, we've got, we're improving a portion of Chamberlain Street, just south of Reed Market Road. And then we'll be enhancing the crossings in Reed Market in that median as well. And lastly, Century Drive, an enhanced crossing of Century Drive at Mammoth Drive. So just a brief overview. We'll get into a little bit of details here now. So these are the engineering plans we put together for Archie Briggs Road. You can see we're building a bunch of sidewalk infill, about 600 feet. This was delayed from being a part of the 2024 project due to some property acquisition timeline problems that we faced. Moving on to our next site, Southwest Chamberlain Street. Here it is. So as you can see, we'll be paving approximately 300 feet of Chamberlain Street there, from Reed Market Road all the way down to the existing barrier, which will be removed as a portion of this project. The barrier has been there for a really long time, since 1993. This project will also included is a speed hump along this road to help mitigate some concerns of speeding through this corridor, as well as widening the existing cut throughs there in the Reed Market median from 4 feet as existing to 9 feet, and adding a second one there on the east side as well. Also to note, we have sidewalk along the west side of this road, just the west side, which was a design consideration that we made in communication with the neighborhood. This location was preferred. There's been a little bit of talk this evening about why this location is preferred over Silver Lake Boulevard. And quite simply, at Silver Lake Boulevard, we can get into this a little bit later, but there are quite a few points of conflict when crossing the road. It's a wide road. When you cross here, you're crossing one lane of Reed Market, you're waiting in a median, you're crossing a second lane of Reed Market instead of crossing all of the lanes at the same time. So one of our design considerations there. This is also identified as a key route. So we're looking at this a little bit from that perspective as well.
Chamberlain Street is.
Chamberlain is the key route, yes. And then just to address one of the public comments that was mentioned earlier about the unimproved corner at Silver Lake and Chamberlain, that is a slated future neighborhood street safety program project.
So that's referring to, they said, oh, we have this intersection just right down the road that's bad. And they said, I actually noted it.
Mhm.
They told us we're never doing anything, but but we are.
Correct.
Next year would be when we would do that.
Correct, yeah, and we're having an open house on that project, July 7th, tentatively. So we are doing stuff there sooner rather than later. And then our last site, which we also heard a little bit about this evening, is this crossing here at Mammoth on Century. So once again, there are no existing crossings along Century. Pretty much from Reed Market to, there's a painted one at Skyline Ranch Road. This is our preferred location for a number of reasons. First of all, the site distance. As you come around the corner at East Campbell Drive, it can be a little bit tough to see what's going on there. This is a wide stretch, plenty of view to see. The road is narrowing here at this location as well, so shorter distance to cross. Additionally, there's only 2 lanes to cross instead of 2 lanes and a left turn lane. There are pedestrian access to the Hall Trail from here, although we are not currently building any with this project. And the north side will connect to East Campbell Road. With the existing sidewalk and the future widening of the sidewalk we'll be doing with this project. Here are the cost information for this project. So our construction contract will cost about $1,258,996. We have $1.5 million addressed as part of fiscal year 2026, as well as $1 million addressed as fiscal year 2027. Our engineering design contract has been spread out between NSSP 2024 and 2025, but the total contract value is $528,312. So we are under budget, or within our budget. And I think that's all my notes. That's everything. So I would anticipate there may be some questions.
Yeah, and I'd like to try to be a little structured around this and try not to bounce around between all 3 of these or anything. So I think it would be good to start with the Archie Briggs project. If there are any questions or concerns about that infill of sidewalk. Okay, so let's take that one kind of off the table for now. So I'd like to talk about the Chamberlain project. So if you might, Christian or somebody, pull up the Google map of that area just so we can kind of see the context.
Yep.
And I would like with just a question of.
Christian, if you stop sharing, you got it.
You got it?
Yep.
Ready?
All right.
I came prepared.
If you could talk a little bit about how this project came about and what kind of outreach you did do on it, understanding it's been
totally.
delayed and it's been a while.
Yeah, so in the public comment earlier, there was a mention of business cards left on doors. That was me. We were trying to anticipate what future traffic on this road would be by removing the barrier early. And so that is kind of what kickstarted this whole process back in May of 2023. So yeah, we've met with this particular neighborhood association a handful of times. I don't know the exact number, but quite a few times. We met with them virtually. We've met with them on site. We've communicated via telephone, email, quite a bit. So the original plan, we were at 30% plan. It looked very similar to what we see today, although there was sidewalk both sides. And that's about all that I can remember at this time for the original plan. It's been a couple of years. I hope you forgive me.
Well, this actually came from the NSSP process.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we
Christian's talking about
Like, go back.
as we've expanded into the adjacent property owners coordination.
Mhm.
This is the first round of NSSP where we determined our projects based on input from the neighborhood associations in LA. Each one of those neighborhood associations, had 2 projects that were selected, and this is the one for that. This project did evolve through the course of determining what the scope of that would be with that neighborhood association and input from our city staff, where at times it was looking at Silver Lake, it was looking at a turn lane on Chamberlain. It's taken several courses, and then as we started managing it on our side in our engineering department, other people who are within that neighborhood association started having concerns, primarily people along Chamberlain within close proximity to these improvements who didn't like the idea of seeing that barrier removed. And that's where Christian, those are the input that he's talked about, how we've gone back to them and talked to them about at some point this road needs to be improved, that barrier needs to get removed. We recognize that you like this as a local access or driveway at this point. But from a long-term maintenance perspective and just a grid network and access perspective here, at some point we are going to need to improve this. We can do it with a capital project, or we could be doing that someday with streets by just doing an overlay and not addressing these needs that we're also addressing with the key route improvements through the capital project.
Okay, other questions on this project?
So the reason it was moved from Silver Lake to here has to do with the key route, but also the fact that there's that already a median in the middle. So there's like a safety island, a refuge for pedestrians and bikes as they're crossing a very busy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's less conflict points. If you look at Silver Lake, there's a left turn lane going eastbound and westbound. And so, there's a couple different options there of how you would engineer that. Not having a left turn at Chamberlain and nothing until you were to get down to, say, Bond and Reed. There were considerations back then of would you eliminate the westbound left turn lane at Silver Lake, add one at Chamberlain. And that was one of the concepts that had been evaluated for a while along that progression, because we're trying to reduce conflict points for that crossing. When you have a turn lane, there's more conflict points. Along that progression, the TSP was being developed and had identified Chamberlain as the key route crossing location. And so that pushed away from that potential consideration, which was looking at removing the barrier as well.
Okay, other questions on Chamberlain project? Yeah, Councilor.
So when I was on TBOC, we talked at length about this project, and from the presentation that I recall receiving at TBOC, and even from your presentation today, it seems as though the motivation to go with Chamberlain is in part the key route, but it's also because that road is not paved. And the conversation that we had at TBOC is that the NSSP program is designed to make Ben's street safer for the community, making it safer for people walking and biking, reducing speeding, and other safety issues. So I have a real problem using NSSP money to pave a road for cars. It just does not seem like that was the intent of the program. So that's kind of one. The other, though, is it possible to kind of zoom out a little bit? I understand the low stress network was picked to be Chamberlain, but when I drove out there yesterday to meet with the neighbors, there were cyclists and pedestrians trying to cross at Silver Lake is kind of the natural corridor. It's a much more direct route, and it's actually a very quiet neighborhood street on the north side of Reed Market. But on the south side of Reed Market, it's a highway basically, that actually does have legitimate safety issues. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand the project has kind of gone very far, but it seems like the key route location here kind of takes a strange diversion from the more natural and direct route. I don't quite know why.
How did paving get added to it?
It's part of Councilor Francois's comment is something that we were taking into consideration as well, with trying to limit geo bond dollars. As Christian mentioned, we're not doing the capital improvement projects on the east side of the street. There is a planned future development there, so trying to limit those initial investments now and try to leverage that future private development to finish up that side of the road when development came in was our kind of balanced approach there. When we're looking at improvements that are being completed here, we're building this similar to a greenway, as far as having sharrows with speed humps in the road to provide some traffic calming, some additional visual awareness for the different users on the corridor or shared street. And so in order to do that, we need to have a paved street for that sort of a facility. Today, that's just an unimproved corridor. It's got potholes. It's pretty well worn infrastructure with a lot of needed maintenance and no stormwater management, et cetera. To Councilor Francois's other point about the kind of circuitous route of that key route there, it does go about 3 blocks to the north and then goes east, and then it goes up one, and then it goes east up to the Parkway. It does make a lot of turns through there to meet, basically because of where it meets Reed Market and trying to provide the safest crossing at Reed Market, which everybody knows is a high volume road or high volume arterial. And so just trying to find the safest location there with lower investment.
Okay. Any other questions, Mike and then Steve?
Well, so it gets people off of Silver Lake, which sounds like it's pretty busy. Onto a road that's a little not so busy. It does seem like the conflict points are significant. Silver Lake. Silver Lake.
We're crossing 3 lanes there.
Yeah,
instead of-
right. 3 lanes. It's all the turning lanes.
We're getting a lot of cut through off Brookswood.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're going to have that at Chamberlain as well, but you don't have that happening in multiple directions. Right? It's just from people going east.
Steve?
Yeah, I found myself there at the same time as Council Francosa yesterday as well, just because I wanted to go check it out. My view of the sightlines when I stood on Chamberlain was it's a pretty steep hill coming uphill from the west there. And so it did not appear to me that cars approaching that crosswalk there had a long sight line to that. And so that seemed dangerous to me as opposed to, and I'm not an engineer, at least I'm an aeronautical engineer, not a civil engineer. And so it seemed to me that the sight line was better along Silver Lake. And also, as I understand it, the rest of the key route is on Silver Lake, south of there. And so I was just thinking about being on my bike, I would just stay on Silver Lake and then go straight across. And I have full faith and confidence that you can design a safe way to get across there, with a shorter route. So that was my takeaway walking the ground there yesterday.
Is there gonna be lighting on this crosswalk? due to
There
this
will.
Improvement?
Yeah, overhead lighting, not any like rectangular or rabbit flashing beacons or anything.
Right, yeah, I mean, just like lighting
Yep.
on the crosswalk itself, because that's what I've noticed is my.
It's
concern is-
interesting comparing it today to like what will be built in the future. With the added lighting for one, the added signage and striping, the enhancements. Also, that sidewalk right now, sits back from the corridor behind all the tree plantings there. Where we're looking to meander it in and bring it to an attached walk with, a landing, as we call it, for where you would rest before going across the street so that you could look both ways. And so there'll be some improvements to improve that visibility in the future with this project if approved.
I do want to address sort of use of NSSP funds. I mean, I'm looking at the design as a greenway and with one side of sidewalk on a street that's totally unimproved right now. And I think that is a safety improvement. And I don't think that, I guess I don't know of any reason why NSSP is strictly only to do a crosswalk, right? I think also it doesn't make sense to do a crosswalk that lands into a dead end gravel road, right? And if this is supposed to be a key route, I think that's what we should treat it as, or we should go back and amend the TSSP and say that it's not. So, but I don't have a fundamental problem with improving this road using NSP funds, I guess is what I'm gonna say.
If I can offer, just when you pave a road, it's not just the road. How many dry wells are you
We're
installing?
One.
Just one.
Yep.
Catch basins, underground pipe, utilities have to be moved. It's a lot more intensive, I think, than the intention of the NSSV program, which was to kind of do some small, quick hitting projects that would make a real difference in the neighborhoods.
So, well, can I just ask a question? If we were to keep this on Chamberlain, are you proposing that we just don't include any of the paving? Is that
No.
what you're saying?
I'm actually saying I would take a bigger look at this, and I think Chamberlain was the wrong place to put the key route, as I think Steve and I both tried to explain. Silver Lake is the key route, but for some reason it jogs down to Chamberlain, as Garrett was saying, takes many left turns and right turns to go off of Silver Lake and then get back on Silver Lake. And then when you're out there and you stand at the intersection of Chamberlain and Silver Lake, you can really get a feel for how fast traffic moves on Silver Lake, and how dangerous that Chamberlain Silver Lake intersection is. So basically, if we're putting the key route on Chamberlain and paving it and putting both now vehicle traffic as well as bicycle traffic on Chamberlain, that intersection, at Silver Lake and Chamberlain becomes actually more dangerous because there will be more traffic.
No, that's gonna
That's
get
the one
fixed
we're
next year.
fixing next year.
Right.
That's on the list to improve next
Fixed
year.
next year.
The other
Which
is
one is?
Chamberlain and
and
Silver Lake.
Oh,
But yeah, I mean, it needs to be done no matter what, but it's just gonna be a more dangerous situation basically with this project until it gets fixed.
so I feel similarly because, I mean, I can't help but think of Brentwood Ave, which is not too far, but is in front of Silver Rail Elementary School, where the road used to be dirt and it used to have lots of potholes in it, but it was slow. And kids could ride their bikes and they could walk, and they were walking in the gravel and the dirt, but it was slow and safe. Once it was paved, we created so many other problems right in front of the school, much faster traffic. And I feel like that's kind of the parallel situation with Chamberlain, where I don't feel comfortable supporting this project with NSSP funds to create another faster environment for people to drive through. So what I'm searching for, though, is a proposal to either amend or postpone for further review of this project.
Yeah.
So it's postponing again, a project that's already been postponed once.
And would postpone all three of these projects, which were bid together.
Yeah, there's no way to pull just one piece of it out because of how it was bid. So if there was interest in moving something forward, we'd have to rebid it out.
And I guess the question would be, well, I'll leave it at that. Let other people speak.
I guess to go back to like the heart of these projects, I mean, I was involved in Summit West's projects back in 2019. What was the original intended purpose of this? Was it just to get across the street? I mean, can you like take us back to
Yeah.
why this was chosen?
Yeah, so I mean, I was just full disclosure, I started working at the city in 2021, so everything that I have is everything that I've researched and read, and yeah, the crux of the original question from the neighborhood association was, how do we safely cross Reed Market Road?
Okay, any other questions from anyone on this one?
I'm just wondering, based on further comments in the following project, if we sort of hold the decision whether we would delay this whole thing until we discuss the third project.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about Century.
Here we are. Century Drive in Mammoth here.
So I'm gonna just give a little information that gives some context to what's going on right now. So as I mentioned, Eric and I were at a meeting with neighborhood district leaders. We invited all the neighborhood districts to have one person at the table so we could talk about sort of what we're going to do going forward as working with them as a group and trying to help support them in putting out an RFP for a nonprofit partner to help us with that. Century West was not present. Century West, I think, is struggling right now, and I think part of the original NSSP was really trying to leverage their districts. I'm calling them districts because that's what we call them now, because they're not homeowner associations, and I think there's some confusion still that people think when you say I met with the neighborhood associations. I had someone say, well, you didn't meet with the HOA, so you lied. No, that's what we used to call them, but people confuse them with HOAs. So I think there some of the things we heard about process and just sort of timeliness of information. This is a problem that we're trying to solve with the neighborhood districts, where we're giving them support so they can be a little more functional in helping with these things. And Christian, you've also you mentioned you're having an open house right on one coming up. So you've changed your process a little bit.
Yeah.
Understanding the neighborhood districts aren't always reaching everyone,
Totally.
right? And necessarily representing community input. So I just wanted to give that context, since we heard a lot of people saying, hey, why didn't we know, or we weren't told, that there is some of that, I think, at play in this area of town. Plus, also, we're at the end of 25 projects. So we've gotten a little bit stale, I think, from the original people who were probably around in 2019, pushing for certain things or understanding certain things, maybe aren't as involved anymore. So it makes sense that we're getting a little more sort of pushback on at this stage of the NSSP to me. So I just want to give that context just from what we heard on Century. But any questions that people want answered, or particularly on this one?
Yeah, wanted to ask about, you mentioned you had considered Mount Bachelor crossing, but you had concerns about lines of sight. My question is, to what extent are those concerns a function of the motor vehicle speed on Century?
I'll respond. So there's several concerns with the Campo location. That was the original location that had been identified. It was where we had started first looking at design for a safe crossing on Century Drive, and just coming back to, Christian's original point of there isn't any safe crossings along this corridor all the way back to Reed Market, and then even the Tether Row crossing that there isn't safe. And we have relatively high speeds through here. This is a 40-mile-an-hour posted street. 85th percentile is over 45 miles an hour, and that just increases as you continue to go west, right? So when we were looking at Campbell Drive, sight lines was one of the concerns because you're coming off a curve there as you're going westbound, as well as there's a left turn lane similar to the last site we were just talking about, but going in both directions here. And so those are both warranted left turn lanes. They're pretty large neighborhoods that they're accessing, and we're on a high volume, high speed street here. And so for us to put in a median to have a safe pedestrian refuge island or safe crossing at that location, Mount Bachelor one, you would either need to eliminate one of those left turn lanes to put in your median, or you'd need to widen your street and maintain a left turn lane, in which case you're building a multi-lane crossing. So you have a longer pedestrian crossing distance. They're exposed to traffic longer on a high volume, high speed location. With the alternate scenario being, if you get rid of the turn lane, you got vehicles that are sitting out in that scenario, and we're likely to see more rear end collisions, which we don't want to create either. So.
Other questions?
But a couple of those concerns would sound like they would be mitigated if the speeds could be lowered.
To lower the speeds on Century Drive, which we've talked a little bit about, there's more that we need to do out here, and I think that should be a long-term goal for us as a city, to a limit to the west here. We do have over at the Tether Row access location, Skyline Ranch Drive. We have a design there right now to provide a safe crossing, which would include some level of traffic calming, but long term, with more development there, that is an area where a roundabout is planned, which would provide some speed reduction, some traffic calming. Some of these crossings that we're looking at along the corridor would be areas where we would be considering or including some level of traffic calming with these medians. It's pretty minimal with that sort of treatment. But I would say to go to building a multi-lane section to put in a crossing here would be the opposite direction of what we should be trying to go long term, as we're looking at Century and trying to reduce crossing distance and improve safety and reduce speeds.
You're saying that using design to reduce speeds is a long-term project. Is that?
It's not something we have in our TSP.
No, but I'm just asking because my question is, well, can't we reduce the speeds? Like, why can't we just post the speed limit and enforce it for a period of time to make it clear to people they have to drive slower before we do all the design improvements that cost money? They seem like two separate issues to me, unless I'm misunderstanding, because it's state controlled road and there's a whole bunch of gobbledygook.
Right. We're still in city of Bend limits here, but I think Janet Ruby has came and spoke to you a few times about the process of reducing posted speed on our roads and the process that we go through with the state for that. As far as us starting to design elements here to reduce it, to start to work towards that, it's not something that we have currently in our TSP or in our CIP plans. My suggestion was that if we're starting to build out for a crossing at Campbell Drive to eliminate some of these safety concerns, it seems like the opposite direction that we want to go long term on that corridor.
Well, okay, but again, I think maybe what you just said is that we can't reduce speeds until we have some process we have to go through the state and do physical design and construction things that will slow people down.
Correct.
What I'm asking for is there not an interim way that we can slow people down now and not have to wait 3 to 5 years for large capital improvements? That to me is a very sort of frustrating thing from the community.
I think this project will slow people down. Because you're putting a median.
Sure. I don't disagree with you about that.
Century. And you're signaling that this is not just a car place, but it is also a place that there are pedestrians. This is a start. It is not, I think what Garrett's trying to say, it is not the fix. It is not the long-term fix for this area.
Right. And I agree with you about that, but is there this plus just doing flat out just simple speed reduction with posted signs and posted speed limits, getting an actual change in that happen, and not having to wait 5 years before we get there.
It's a good question.
It just seems silly.
The issue is we just can't go out there tomorrow and reduce the speed.
I understand that, but
Right, so, and in order to reduce the speed, we do need to put in, there is some type of physical design elements you need to put in to justify that reduction in speed. So there's some capital investment that would need to be made on that corridor to create the conditions where people would drive that speed. Because if you reduce the speed that people are driving 45, and you just say, well, I just want to drive 30 tomorrow, that is not going to happen unless we do something to change the driver behavior. And the only way to do that really on this corridor is you need to start introducing different design elements in there. Get that friction to slow people down. And so it becomes a much larger scale. It can be done. It's just a larger scale project that we currently don't have the funding for and TSP direction to head in that direction. It's not that we couldn't do it. There is a solution to that, but I will say it's probably a pretty expensive solution on that corridor to get to that objective.
Well, there's the striped, so when you approach that turn, there's the stripe, there has been some, and then there's a street sign. So there is some element to that, and that seems to me like that's sufficient to reduce the speed, but I'm not a traffic engineer, so.
Yeah, but you're also, what you're doing is you're actually measuring actual speeds out there.
Yeah.
And you're using the 85th percentile of what the speed people are actually driving. And some of these elements work and some of them don't, but you're also looking at that entire corridor, right? So you're starting to put elements in different places. It's just, you just have really high speeds coming down, especially coming down from the mountain. Coming in.
We have that graduated speed reduction zone, so why don't we just move that out farther?
How about we put stop signs at that intersection?
Then we have to go, but does that intersection warrant a stop sign? We need to go
I'm
that
mostly
engineering.
joking.
I know,
but maybe it does. I mean, there was a fatal crash there. I mean, it's.
The crash was at
limited-
Campbell, not Mammoth.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
well, I do have a comment about the Mammoth Crossing. I mean, it is, I think the residents there do make a valid point that it's basically a crosswalk to nowhere. Like, we're just dropping people off on Mammoth and there's no sidewalk there for them, and the Hall Road Trail is a couple hundred feet away. The Hall Road Trail is a lot closer to Campbell, and I mean, I didn't really like analyze this or anything, but like it does look like there's some park and rec land in between Mammoth and Campbell. Maybe maybe there's a mid-block crossing
Engineering's
that makes
actually
more sense than.
working, so we don't want to go into all the details on that, but there is potential solution to that. It was outside the scope of the budget of this project, but I know that engineering is in conversations with the Park District. They are interested in potentially looking at a solution, but there's some ADA issues and other things, and all of a sudden the price tag starts to jump up pretty fast. But that's one thing we could explore and come back and say, you know, in theory, build this in segments, get the crossing in there, then we come back with another project and design another project to get to the Hall Trail, because that is the ultimate destination that we're trying to get people to.
What about the concerns that these people raise, though, that Mammoth Drive is privately owned? Like, has any outreach been done? It sounds like no outreach has been done to the other side. There's private land that's gonna be affected, so.
Christian has talked to the owner of that property individually. He's talked to Parks as well and looked at some design options there. Right now, the way that this was in this contract basically gets people across Century Drive and then puts them on Mammoth, and they would go down Mammoth to the Hall Trail.
Which is really unsafe. That's pretty unsafe to put people right on Mammoth. I mean, currently not a lot of people walk on that, so that is a concern. And then it looks like you need a construction easement too from him.
Yeah.
And has he been willing to grant that?
No. If we wanted to go down Mammoth Drive, if we were able to work with Parks, then that would change the direction. We would be able to direct them through Parks land to the trail.
The better direction for us would be to come off the Hall Trail, because otherwise you're kind of going out of direction to get there. It became more of a time and cost thing. We have individual budgets for each one of our NSSP projects, and we were trying to stay roughly within that amount.
Right.
If council wanted us to continue to pursue that, we could add that to our NSSP program for next year and bring that back to make that connection and build this year if this stayed on schedule.
Yeah. I just want to be clear that the person who owns this private drive, which we don't allow anymore in the city, private roads, said, no, I do not want to let you connect to the Hall Trail. We could put a sidewalk down and connect. This person said, no, I don't want to do that. So I just want to make sure that's a fact that people understand. We can work with Parks. It's just going to take more time and money that was in this budget, right?
Yeah, and I'll just throw one more thing out there just for council to consider. There is no silver bullet solution to this one or the last one that you're talking. There are definite trade-offs in every solution, and you're not gonna find something in here that's gonna satisfy all the needs of everybody. So it's really what priorities are we looking at? What are we trying to accomplish? Knowing that, yes, there are trade-offs, but also realize that there's no between Skyline Ranch Road and the roundabout of Mount Washington. There is no safe crossing on that entire corridor, and there's very limited streets that actually contact that corridor. So if we want to make that, if we want to make a crossing across there, there's going to be trade-offs in that conversation on how we accomplish that, and a potentially an incremental approach to achieve what may be an ultimate design solution to that. It's just trying to balance all those different competing needs.
Russ, if you threw enough money at this, could you go under?
Oh, yeah, we could go over and under, but we don't have to.
Yeah.
We would probably go over before we go under because of the rock.
Okay.
But that is, now we're in, the tens of millions of dollars probably to do something like that. So again, bunch of trade-offs here.
Yeah.
On how we do this.
So the original purpose, the original reason and sort of outcome that the neighborhoods were after in putting a crossing in this area on the original NSSP, this was one of two projects that they moved forward, right?
Yep.
Was what they wanted
To
people
cross Century Drive and
get to the
improve access to the Hall Trail.
That can't. Is what they
Well, no,
asked
but
for.
no, in general, they wanted a safe crossing to get access to the Hall Road. Right, that was the goal, and then there's the discussion about where and the specifics of it.
Yeah, and I think there was discussions of it being Campbell early on, but we need to evaluate engineering as we start proceeding
Right,
with
and
these
you, the sight
projects.
lines and the
Yeah.
curve, you all as engineers made a choice that that's the wrong location, and we need to find a different location.
Yeah.
That's how we got here.
Yeah, and I just want to say, so I live in this area, I've lived there for 5 years, and it's been something that I've been really excited about this project, because I just think we have cousins that live across the way in Westridge. We want them to have a safe crossing and not have to go all the way down to Mount Washington to cross. That being said, I recognize some of the concerns. So, there's a couple of things when you take that left. I don't also going to the East Campbell thing. I'm going to trust the traffic engineers and the safety there. We have to listen to that. I don't believe that because people cross there now, they're not gonna go and use the Mammoth Drive crossing. It's not that far. People will learn to do that and they'll just do the little loop and go back around. I think that that's just like a little bit of behavior changing. So I think Mammoth Drive is probably the most logical location. I am concerned about the left-hand turn. Because what people say is true, whether it's legal or not, there's traffic that comes very fast down that road. There's a lot of ski traffic. A lot of people use that road not just to get to the recreational areas of the mountain and all the trails, but it also is a route for people to get to schools. So people use that to get to Cascade Middle School. They go around through Tuttle Road to get to Miller. So that left-hand turn is pretty important. It can get pretty icy. So my concern, I've been thinking and racking my brain. If there's a way we could preserve that middle lane to allow people to merge, the current design, I don't think allows for that. But then I went to the speed discussion, and I think if you could reduce the speed there, that might allow the traffic to slow enough for people to safely make that left-hand turn. Otherwise, I personally worry about the automobile accidents and pedestrian accidents that happen in that left-hand turn. We're also losing a right-hand turn lane coming from the mountain
To decelerate?
to decelerate and take that right. So I do worry too also about some rear ends. That has been pretty nice to have that safety feature. So I don't know. I'm a little concerned about the design. I agree that something has to happen there, but it's a tough one.
And from here is, and some of what I'm hearing is talking about what's going on right now and what it looks like right now. And I think part of what our job with this is to do is to create a future state of how we want it to be. So I want it to be 2 narrow lanes where people don't go as fast, right? Instead of having a slip lane and allowing people to go really fast behind you. I want Chamberlain to go through and be part of our urban grid of our transportation system. And if we're going to do that, I want it to look like a greenway with speed humps, and not like a typical street, right? So, and I think people are using it now in a certain way, and we can hear that. but our job is thinking about the future. What do we want it to be like, right? And people, you know, I like Lori's comment. She goes, I guess I'm a unicorn. I'm the only one who actually crosses the road here, but I've seen people do it. I do it myself. And when people say like, well, no one crosses there. Well, if we made it safe, are people more likely to, right? If we made it safer at Silver Lake, if we put light, or not Silver Lake, Chamberlain, if we put lights there, right? If we put the sharrows, if we improve the other end of Chamberlain and say, here, go this way safely, more safely across Reed Market than at Silver Lake, are we going to see people doing that? We want to build for what we want. So I think that's kind of what I'm struggling with is we can get into, you know, how we want to critique the designs, but I want to build towards what we want to see, even if it's not perfect, even if it's incremental, right?
This is, I agree with the engineering solution that is being presented based off of what you're trying to get a safe crossing, cross entry in this location with the budget that we have been allocated for this project. That meets the solution to that one problem. If you want to put more money and more budget towards this project, there may be other alternatives and solutions to look at. But that's the balance in this conversation. And it's a value statement of what are we trying to accomplish with the amount of budget that we have towards this and all the engineering considerations that need to go into trying to do something on a very high-speed road. That is the right answer based off of the parameters they went into.
Yeah, I think that's important to remember. I mean, these are supposed to be smallish changes that the community wanted to get around their community safely. And I agree with all the things that everyone's saying about reducing speeds and this and that, but I mean, I think we have to kind of get back to the crux of what the neighborhood street safety program is.
But I guess this one, I agree completely on Chamberlain. I'm comfortable with what's proposed, and I think we should move forward with it. This one feels like it potentially creates a different set of safety problems, and that's what's concerning me about it primarily. I'm frustrated by the speed thing, but it just that with the deceleration, the loss of that, and the left turn light, I just worry that there's a different set of safety issues that are going to start to come up here, and that this may, while it would be, I get your point, like it's about beginning to show that future. I'm just not, this one, I'm not persuaded it's the right outcome today, especially several years later, where we have even more traffic and more people speeding and all of that going on.
All right, so it's 10.
You guys did deliver a solution of what you were asked to do. I'm not denying that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure it's.
Well, so everything that's being taught, these are all valid points. It's just where do you balance?
Right, so let's find out where we are. Who is in favor? Let's start with this one that's in front of us, Century Drive, of moving forward tonight with what we have been presented by the staff and what we've contracted for. Hands for moving forward on this Century Drive Mammoth project. Okay, well then, we are delaying this whole contract and all three of these projects will not go forward this
So
year.
you can't take this one off.
Nope.
Yeah,
They were bid together.
we will go back and see what our options are after this, but there's no way that we just can't take one scope of work out of this package, the way it was bid, the way it was designed and the way it was put out to the
One thing I would just add for Century Drive, decisions made, I understand. We are also looking at the improvement, as I mentioned, that accesses to the row. We have this one that we're currently proposing tonight. There's not a lot of additional streets that are accessing Century Drive between Reed Market and those locations. So to not want to move forward with this one doesn't give us a lot of other options to look at. Campbell and Mammoth are kind of our two locations, and I think you understand the trade-offs primarily with those two. Yeah.
Why couldn't we delay it till a future meeting, like the next meeting or why does it have to be
What
today?
I would recommend is we're about, and we're going to be talking about this community subcommittee launch into the transportation standards and the next phase of what we're doing. We do know at some point towards the end of this year, early next year, we are probably going to have a conversation with council around how are we rebalancing the CIP, especially around the GO bond, because by that point we've issued these large contracts that are coming through for Butler Market, Franklin, some other large projects. We know where we'll be with the status of the grants. Then we've got that last kind of, when I say the third tranche of projects that are in the bond, what are we doing? How are we allocating funds? And what are our priorities there based off of what we know with all of what's been contracted at that point? I think that would be the time to engage in this conversation of saying, well, what do we want to do with the NSSP program? This conversation, unless there's some, because right now we don't have additional budget to put this this improvement right now without further direction from council and probably going through two boxes. The money, any money we have right now, it is within the bond structure to do anything. We really don't have transportation fund dollars to put toward it.
And we have a defined round two now, so more money we spend, the less we do with round two.
We did hear a lot of community concerns. So I don't understand why we couldn't just have a meeting with some of those folks that are concerned, talk this out with them.
Here's my,
See if there's any like simple design changes that could happen. Delay till the next meeting or two meetings to resolve this, so we don't completely lose this opportunity. It feels. I
Design
know it's-
takes time, sorry to interrupt, but design takes time. And also, our window for construction closes on October 31st. We have to have these projects completed by October 31st to meet the paving window. So if we push this back, it shortens the amount of time we have to actually construct these projects. So when we plan these projects out, when we bid them out, we're thinking about our construction window from typically early March. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of a delay on this one, until October 31st. So anytime past that, it kind of gets a little bit shaky with what asphalt plants are available to provide us with. So that's the risk of running and pushing this back a week or two.
It'd be a month, because our next council meeting's on the middle of July.
Oh, we have one on the 18th. I don't know if that's.
I don't know what.
I don't know if it's-
No.
That seems.
In 2 weeks.
unrealistic, but, yeah.
Redesign. Yeah, can I also, just so we know, for the Chamberlain project, can I see the show of hands that support that as it's been presented and developed by staff? Okay, so I think I'm honestly pretty disappointed that we can't move forward with these, and also that Archie Briggs is not gonna get their sidewalk. And I think it's unfortunate, but I think we need to give staff some clear direction. What is it that you want to see that's different than what they presented us, and spent time developing? Or else they're not really gonna know how to proceed from here. So. Yeah, is it that we don't want to cross at Mammoth? Is it we think Chamberlain should be a de facto cul-de-sac continued? And not
One common denominator that both of these projects have is the speeds are too high. I mean, I'm skeptical that you could ever have an at-grade crossing at a 40-mile-an-hour road. And when Russ says there's so many competing things that we have to balance, the one thing that we haven't really addressed is the speed. I mean, it goes from 55 to 45, and then 1 mile later, right at Mammoth, it goes down to 40. That's too fast. That's too fast to have a safe crossing. So either we figure out the underlying fundamental problem of how fast people are driving at these locations, or, I mean, it seems like a waste of money.
I'm looking at a design that gets rid of a slip lane, narrows the lanes, puts a physical median in the middle of the street. These are all ways to indicate to people to slow down. So I'm frustrated that is still seen as not good enough. And that we can't make this incremental step. That this is part of creating slower speeds on Century, to me, when I look at the design.
Mayor, this is your meeting, but it's 10:30, and I think you took our temperature. I'm happy to volunteer to meet in a separate conversation with staff. And try.
I don't think
dialogue
that's
with neighbors.
We need to
I think
give
other counselors are willing to do that too, so.
We have to do it publicly.
I don't think,
Yeah,
I don't think there's support to move forward with this project on Century Drive. So I think if we want to say we're not gonna do this project that came from the NSSP.
Well, there's no
Let's be
support
clear.
for either of two of the three, really. No, there's only three of us that were supportive of Chamberlain. So there isn't.
So we're not gonna do those NSSP projects. And we will go back to the drawing board and we will have to figure out how to rebid Archie Briggs and get that built next year.
And then we would come back on the future, on the next round of NSSP, what are we doing with the funds? What projects are we, what are the scope of these projects that we don't, from different staff perspective, we just don't want to end up here.
Can it
And
go on,
the next
can it go
round
on the
project.
community building subcommittee agenda?
Let us have some internal conversations
Yeah.
and figure out
Someone
the
needs
best
to
way
make a
to kind
motion.
of work through this with council.
What motion do we?
I would like to have a motion directing staff, particularly on these projects, and have a vote on it so that we're clear on what we're directing tonight. Not just that we're not voting on the contract given to us,
I move to authorize a contract with K&E Excavating Incorporated in substantially the form presented for construction of the 2025 Neighborhood Street Safety Program for projects 23 through 25 in an amount not to exceed $1,258,996.
Okay, I meant, I don't think that's the motion that we want that the majority of council wants to make.
I
I meant,
No,
I'm sorry, I meant make your motion for what you want to have
Alternative
happen.
direction. Well, is there a way, I mean, it sounds like it's too late to do this year to just have and we don't have supporting for Chamberlain, but to me, this is the most problematic one, the Century Drive one, so.
Can I make a suggestion
could
here?
do the two.
I think maybe the motion, I'm
chunk
just
them
gonna
into three.
maybe offer some suggestions. One, that you direct staff to explore maybe a self-performed on the Archie breaks to get some sidewalks. So let us look
Okay.
at that.
Great.
I would suggest that we have a Silver Lake and Chamberlain intersection next year. Let us look at this holistically in concert with that project. And so that way it's got a track where it can be looked at as its own thing. And then I think we need a bigger solution for Century Drive.
I agree.
I think that bigger solution needs to come in the context of a reprioritization, which I think will involve some of the community building subcommittee, but it'll be the full council and TBOC. It'll be a process this fall. So I would suggest those kind of three paths for those projects.
It does seem like more resources are basically needed here to do something more substantial. It's like almost
Flashing lights, yeah. something.
I mean, just the nature of the road and all that, and I know that's
I think that's the point of, I think what the mayor was saying earlier is that these were the hardest projects.
right,
of the
sure,
25 These
sure.
are on the busy roads. It's hard to put a solution like this in this scale when it's probably a larger corridor problem. But
Okay, can you say your 3 points again, Eric?
I think I have it actually.
Okay, go ahead, Hannah.
So I move to direct
So-
staff.
Sorry, can I?
Yes, please.
Can I suggest maybe that Councilor Mendez
Withdraws.
the motion first?
I withdraw my previous motion.
Great.
Perfect.
I move to direct staff to pursue a self-perform option for the Archie Briggs sidewalk. And to direct staff to look at the Silver Lake and Chamberlain improvements holistically with a future project, and to reevaluate alternative options for a safe crossing on Century Drive.
On Reed Marshall Drive.
No,
No, Century.
But not just.
Maybe not just safe crossing, maybe a corridor.
Oh, corridor.
Corridor approach is what I was kind of thinking.
Corridor approaches.
Yeah.
Someone writing it down.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? for the motion?
I second.
All right. Moved by Councilor Francosa, second by Councilor Platt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm a no. Because I think we should move forward tonight, but I appreciate the work to. Thank you, Eric, to help us craft what we want to do. Thank you, staff, for the work on this. I know it's a tough one.
No, it's frustrating too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And we still have more to go.
We do.
Item number 10.
Council has asked to approve the Visit Bend fiscal year 2025 to 2026 business plan and budget. Yeah.
We'll be fast.
Yeah, okay.
I think we should.
So wait, hold on, we're gonna
Yeah.
pause. It's pretty late. We have a whole borough meeting. I've been asking the chair what he would like to do.
Yeah, I think it's, I think at this point, we won't even start for another 15, 20 plus minutes. So it seems a little silly to me to proceed with the borough meeting tonight. I apologize to the folks who I know have been waiting very patiently for that. But I think you'll have our more focused attention and clear minds in 2 weeks.
We'll be
And I'd asked that we maybe think there was some discussion about the timeframe
We'll probably do the borough meeting
at the beginning.
beginning,
And do-
place of the work session.
and start an hour earlier.
Great.
Even.
Yeah,
We might even be able to start. We'll figure that out, but we'll do it.
add it to our next
Add it
meeting.
to the-
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
so.
it okay, Chair, that we indicate that the people that flew in for this meeting attend via remote the next time and not be required?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Back to Visit Bend.
This is why we're starting to change how we structure some of the meetings and not having so much in a work session and all at the same time, so.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening, council. I'm here with our friends from Visit Bend. My name is Cyrus Mooney. I'm working economic development in the city manager's office. help administer the contract that the city has with Visit Bend. Part of the contractual agreement that we have with Visit Bend is that they come to council annually to get their business plan and budget approved. Part of that process includes them first coming to the Bend Economic Development Advisory Board and having that group provide feedback and offer any recommendations or revisions for these materials before they come to council. 2 days ago on June 2nd, BDAB unanimously approved the budget and business plan for Visit Bend. And so now it is in front of you this evening. I believe I mentioned, but just to make sure we're clear, it's a 5-year contract that was established in 2022. So that will be set to expire in 2027. And with that, I'll pass it over to Jeff Knapp and Nate Wyeth.
Good evening, Mayor Keebler and council. First of all, thank you for your service to our community. This is a big night. You have made some really big, important decisions, and I know your time and talents are not lost on us as community. So I'm Jeff Knapp. I have the honor to serve as CEO of Visit Bend and partner with the city of Bend. And to my right here is Nate Wyeth, Senior VP of Strategy. So we're here to present our budget. I'll try to go quickly. I just want to point out that this we're trying to fit this into 10 minutes, and this is hundreds of hours of community engagement and data and all of those things. And we've had a chance to talk to you all, and you've received a copy of this prior to that. So we'll kick off just to set the stage for more so, hopefully just for the public, by some key things to know about us. We are tax funded lodging. We are a tax funded organization who's funded through lodging tax. 35% of the room taxes go to fund our efforts. And the city keeps the remaining 65%, which fuels essential services. As Cyrus said, we're in year 3 of a 5-year contract with the city. A big part of our work is getting people to come here and spend dollars to fuel the city's general fund. But we also operate destination stewardship programs, which put a lot of money back into our community grants and projects on the ground. So this year we're carefully looking at strategies contextually that work within the economic climate and the city's goals. And those will be outlined as we move through this presentation today. So just quickly, a graph outlining the funding mechanisms, which you've all seen before. We'll keep moving. Again, it's important to think the lens by which we use to fuel our work and our strategy, and that it's very much aligned with what the city's goals. So we look at economy, people, and place, and we break down our goals within each of those categories. Important. Tourism is an important part of our economy. Travel spending in Bend this past year in 2024 was fairly flat, up a bit over fiscal year 24. Tax receipts generated by travel spending also up slightly. For us, direct travel generated employment grew to 3,500 jobs, which we're very proud of. Which is a 2.6 increase over 23. And we also saw a gain of 5.9% in travel generated earnings. We'll move through some metrics. I'll turn it over to Nate to talk about how things have been, how they're looking, and what people are doing.
Yeah, charts. Who's excited for charts? Thank you for having us tonight, Council. I'm honored to be here in front of you to present our annual plan. Just at a high level, I wanted to run you through what the last decade plus of transient lodging tax collections look like. What we've seen is that tax collections have contributed over $100 million worth of collections into our city. As part of that, that means the city's general fund, which also has a peel off for essential public safety services, has contributed nearly $70 million through lodging tax dollars, which is pretty impressive. And what we've seen more recently, and I know Eric even spoke to this a little bit earlier, but we've seen a flattening the last few years. And that's driven by several things. Primarily, we haven't marketed in summer in the last 8 years. So one of the things that you'll see in a few slides is that we are planning to thoughtfully, surgically, very strategically reintroduce summer marketing in a way that doesn't increase or add to capacity and demand concerns that we already have within our community. And then smoke
as another thing, right? And we understand, like Jeff was just saying, how important that tourism economy is to our businesses. So we're introducing some efforts to try to increase those lodging tax contributions during the summertime. This chart further exemplifies why that's important. The green line shows lodging tax collections since 2016. The blue line shows hotel occupancy in the city. And what we have seen is about a 15% decline in hotel occupancy since we have stopped marketing in the summer and as wildfire and smoke becomes more pervasive in our community. To that end, this chart shows how that breaks down since 2016 and through the months from June through September. The red line then shows sort of that average as it's declined. So we've seen things go from about a high point of 86% occupancy to now where we're in the mid to low 70s. And then this is a fun little heat chart that shows back to Cyrus's recognition of our scope of work within the contract, which we hold with the city to maximize those lodging tax collections to the city's general fund. What we're seeing here is the darker colors represent higher lodging tax collection months. And as we move from 2018 to where we're at now in fiscal year 2025, we see more and more lodging tax collections. That's our job. That's what we do for the city, is to maximize those lodging tax collections so that the city has more money for the general fund and for those essential services. That's why we're here, and we're excited to see that this chart exemplifies and shows that we're doing that work.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
So it looks pretty quiet, obviously, in the winter.
Yep.
When people come here to ski, do they rent houses? What are they doing? Where are they? Because it seems like there's a lot of people that come here on
Yeah.
the winter weekend
And
when we get good snow.
It's interesting. Our data shows that only about 30% of visitors who come here in the wintertime actually go up to Mount Bachelor and ski. So it's not as many people as we would. Yeah. But to that end, we have, since the lodging tax increased by voters in 2014, we have made an effort to sort of flatten out that seasonality curve. And you can see those colors getting a little bit darker as we go through the years. But yeah, folks, in terms of where they're staying, vacation rentals are more popular in the winter time for sure, because families want to come and stay in a house and they want a place to store their skis and they want a place, all those things, right? But a national trend that we're seeing even here in Bend is that vacation rentals are becoming less popular. The fees are becoming more exorbitant. I saw a meme the other day that was like, somebody's like, wait, I have to pay all this money now and I have to wake up at 5 a.m. so I can run the dishwasher and run the laundry and do all these things, right? So consumer behavior is changing and getting back towards hotels a little bit more. I'll turn it back over to Jeff to talk about some of our destination stewardship efforts.
Yeah, so hugely important for us is to balance the economic impact with the quality of life here. And we've made some adjustments internally and investments in human capital to help move these things forward, as well as our 2 grant programs that we facilitate. So this past year, we're really proud that we have, over the course of time, we've operated the Bend Sustainability Fund and put over $3 million back into the community for assorted projects. One of the highlights here is the investment in the Midtown development with Dogwood Project. So from revitalizing neighborhoods to enhancing cultural experiences, we have both the Sustainability Fund and the Cultural Tourism Fund. More than $2.5 million has been awarded to local organizations since 2015. This is the 10th year of the Bend Cultural Tourism Fund. And this year we were happy to award close to $1 million between both of those grants. That to us is what destination stewardship looks like. It's about leveraging tourism to strengthen Bend forever. We also base all of our work on data, resident sentiment being one of our key metrics that we track. Preliminary numbers for 2025 from the OSU Sustainable Tourism Lab, with whom we've been partnering for the last 4 years, I believe, see improvement in resident sentiment. And some interesting things to note, that only 84% of residents here in Bend know that we have a tourism tax, much less one that funds the city general fund or our work. So we know that there's a lot of work to do around just awareness in general in the community. And we're committed to showing up with ways to to connect people to the work that we're doing and to the tourism impacts in a positive sense that we're making. So and this year we'll continue to invest in more resident sentiment and projects to support local destination development. You want to join us?
Yeah, sure. So we'll walk you through our goals. Again, if we're speaking too fast, we're just trying to be respectful of your time. I'm sure you all are super tired and ready to get out of here. So overarching goal, I'm sure you are all aware and well-versed in BDAB's efforts to produce this larger economic development strategy at the citywide level. As part of that, tourism and recreation have been adopted as one of 4 target sectors. And so Visit Bend's role in representing that industry, ensuring that we're positioning the industry as a collaborative partner, ensuring that economic diversification happens, that we're focused on workforce, we're focused on a lot of things that council cares about, which you'll see in alignment in our upcoming goals as we walk through those. So at a high level, we have goals balanced across that balanced bend model that Jeff spoke to earlier. We have 3 goals in each: economy, people, and place. For economy, we have a goal to elevate and diversify Visit Bend's marketing and content strategy to increase those room tax collections. We want to continue to maximize visitor spending in the local economy. As a lot of you have seen, 900 Wall closing, and there are a lot of restaurants that are struggling and small businesses. We understand that they not only rely on local dollars, but also visitor dollars is really important. Some of the data that Cyrus and I were working on most recently highlighted that about 30% of the visitors to downtown, or 30% of the patrons to downtown restaurants are visitors. So that 30% is really important, and we understand our obligation to drive business for those restaurants. And then thirdly, on the economic goals, we continue to leverage new partnerships throughout the region to grow economic impacts. Examples of that include partner with organizations like Oregon Adaptive Sports, who have served about 50% of their users through their programming. And we understand that it's not only a great way to enhance our offerings around access and inclusion, but also it's economically sound thing to do. When we look at our people approach, we want to continue to promote equity and accessibility within Bend's tourism ecosystem. So we've launched and engaged into a partnership with Wheel the World, an organization that comes in and does a lot of measuring of counters and doorways, and then builds a platform that allows a person to define what's accessible to them. We're not saying this is accessible. We're allowing a person to define what's accessible for them, to understand where they can stay, where they can eat, where they can play, those sorts of things. We continue to engage with Oregon State University to enhance resident sentiment and engagement. As Jeff spoke to before, there's a lot of opportunities. And I think one of the cool things with that we found in our most recent round of research is that when we ask this focus group what they want to see tourism tax dollars invested in, it's a lot of the things that we're already doing. And that's really great to see through it, especially through our grant programs. And then thirdly, on the people side of things, we want to ensure industry representation and community development conversations. That goes back to some of that Invest Bend project stuff that we were talking about, and ensuring that our industry has a seat at the table for that. Deep breath. Finally, on the place side of things, so focusing on our environment, as you all know, through our Bend Sustainability Fund, we invest a lot in environmental resiliency. This year, as I mentioned, we're also focused on wildfire and smoke impacts in our community. In addition to that, we're looking at investing and ensuring that we're aligning with the city's climate action plan and electrification policies, and helping model that throughout the entire industry as well. We want to promote engagement in outdoor recreation and education and conservation efforts for all who spend time in Bend. So we're going to continue to partner and actually expand the reach of our Leave No Trace program that we have to a more regional level. In addition to that, we're looking at working with groups like Camp Yoshi. I don't know if y'all are familiar with them, but representing the brown and black community and getting them outside from more city-focused and urban areas, which is kind of cool. And finally, supporting and partnering with organizations working to find solutions to the challenges Bend faces as a sustainable destination. So we're having lots of conversations with community organizations to ensure that visitors are disposing of their waste properly, and that they're just being good people and they're leaving Bend better than they found it. And there are a lot of great strategies and tactics that we have to get into that. And then I'm going to turn it back to Jeff.
So looking ahead long term, we're always working on the present, sustaining the past, and looking forward. Group business is a big new effort that we'll be putting lots of energy and resources into. Group business is a little bit more fire and smoke resistant as far as travel planning, and a little bit easier to target, sort of travel insurance for us as a destination in that sense, or at least transient room tax insurance. Continuing to work with wildfire messaging and business resiliency. We are partnering with the city and the chamber to move those programs forward. We're also launching an innovative workforce internship program with OSU, Visit Central Oregon, and Discover Your Forest to help with some of the capacity issues that we're facing in our forest and federal with federal funding of our critical forest assets. So I won't read all of these things to you, but for the sake of time, we are looking forward with these resources and our plans. That brings us to our budget. We are, along with the city, we met with the city's finance department and agreed on a sort of a fairly flat budget year over year. We are working towards growth, and our strategies are to drive growth, but to be cautiously optimistic, we are budgeting flat. You were budgeting a deficit, so that is because we'll have a slight carryover of resources this year, which we want to deploy to their maximum impact. If you move that forward, this is the outline of our, on a high level. So this is how we'll be investing that money, or we propose investing the funding for fiscal year 26, which is keeping our programs of the Bend Sustainability Fund and Bend Cultural Tourism Fund funded similarly as they are this year. $373,200 to the Bend Cultural Tourism Fund, $746,500 to the Bend Sustainability Fund, $1.72 to marketing and visitor development, $1.8 million to personnel supporting our expert staff, as the nature of the work we do involves and expands. We continue to invest in human capital and local people rather than focusing on contractors, and $371,192 to our general and administrative operations. With that, we also will be carrying $500,000 in reserve and $120,000+ into a what is that called? Wind down fund, as per our contract with the city. That felt like a marathon, and we appreciate your time. And thank you.
And you presented to VDAB on Monday.
Yeah. So in early May, and then we came back again to address any further questions and follow up.
Perfect. And we had a letter from them supporting this.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about that. So it's not bad. It's not bad. Y'all come before us once a year, usually at about this time in June, time of the night in June. And that's the only time that this council sees you. And the rest of the time you're kind of hidden over in BDAB, and looking at your business plan and thinking about all the critical ways that you're going to be partnering with us over the next few years as we do that, the development strategy and some of the workforce stuff that you're doing. I would personally like to see you in front of us more to talk about how we can be partnering. I know Nate, you and I have talked about this before, but rather than this one time a year when we're all really tired and can absorb, I think there's a lot it's a key partnership, and I think it would be really great if we could activate that more. So
yeah, anytime. I would love that.
We share the same sentiment, and I think through this process around the economic development plan, we'll have a lot of opportunities, and anytime you would like to, we would be happy to come in.
There's an opportunity in the fall, sort of a report out on the summer.
And they're actually, and we did this past fall as well. We had an extra meeting in front of BDAB just to talk about that and the wildfire impacts. We were able to recognize close to $250,000 in lost revenue to the city because of wildfire impact, right?
Yeah, that
understand what that means to city staff and personnel and budgets and things like that. And I think would welcome and love that opportunity to engage further with y'all on that. Anything else you want to talk about too?
Where y'all into?
Why doesn't the
Lights, crosswalks?
Talk about Century Drive. All right, now we know we can blame it on the locals, not the tourists. Speeds.
Is there any further questions or a motion?
I move to approve the Visit Bend business plan and budget of $4,976,200 for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Second.
Ty. Counselor Perkins with the motion, Counselor Francis with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Thank
there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to engaging more with y'all.
Yes. All right, we got some second readings to get through here.
This is the second reading of ordinances adopting the proposed tax increment finance plans for Brita Ridge, Century, and Viridian areas.
I move for the second reading and adoption by roll call vote of the ordinance adopting the Brita Ridge tax increment finance plan and establishing the Brita Ridge tax increment finance area.
Second.
All right, moved by Counselor Ryan, second by Counselor Platt. Roll call vote.
Counselor Franzosa.
No.
Counselor Mendez.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perkins.
Yes.
Counselor Norris.
Yes.
Counselor Platt.
Yes.
Mayor Kubler.
Yes.
I move for the second reading and adoption by roll call vote of the ordinance adopting the Century tax increment finance plan and establishing the Century tax increment finance area.
Second.
All right, moved by Counselor Riley, second by Counselor Norris. Roll call vote.
Counselor Franzosa.
No.
Counselor Mendez.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perkins.
Yes.
Counselor Norris.
Yes.
Counselor Platt.
Yes.
Mayor Kubler.
Yes.
I move for the second reading and adoption by roll call vote of the ordinance adopting the Viridian tax increment finance plan and establishing the Viridian tax increment finance area.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Riley, second by Counselor Platt. Roll call votes.
Counselor Franzosa.
Yes.
Counselor Mendez.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perkins.
Yes.
Counselor Norris.
Yes.
Counselor Platt.
Yes.
Mayor Kubler.
Yes.
I'll keep going here. I move the second.
Item 12.
This is
Oh,
the
yeah,
second
sorry.
reading of an ordinance amending Bend Municipal Code, Chapter 7.16, short-term rental operating license.
I move that for the second reading and adoption by roll call vote of the ordinance amending Bend Municipal Code, Chapter 7.16, short-term rental operating license.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Riley, second by Counselor Francis. Roll call vote.
Counselor Franzosa.
Yes.
Counselor Mendez.
Aye.
Counselor Riley.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Perkins.
I'm gonna abstain because I was not here for this.
Counselor Norris.
Yes.
Counselor Platt.
Yes.
Mayor Kubler.
Yes.
This is the second reading of an ordinance amending Bend Municipal Code, Chapter 1.20.010 to allow for ex officio and alternate members of boards, committees, and commissions.
I move for the second reading and adoption by roll call vote of the ordinance amending Bend Municipal Code, Chapter 1.20.010 to allow for ex officio and alternate members of boards, committees, and commissions.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Riley, second by Counselor Francis. Roll call vote.
Counselor Franzosa.
Aye.
Counselor Mendez.
Aye.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perkins.
Abstain.
Norris. Counselor Norris.
Yes.
Counselor Platt.
Aye.
Mayor Kubler.
Yes. All right, the only report we need is how did it go in
Yeah,
Salem?
yeah.
It went fine.
I'm gonna get you to do something different.
Yeah, the revenue committee will meet tomorrow at 4:00. Decide how they're gonna move. If they are and how they're gonna move it forward. So the concepts that we're kind of talked about were changing tourism. So this is the transient room tax flexibility. On the number, and so I just sort of shared kind of the Bend story. Also just highlighted the great partnership we have with Visit Bend, that we have a great relationship with the local DMO. The challenge has really been with Orla and kind of the statewide approach, and it doesn't really allow for kind of creative partnerships to talk about what's best for our community. And kind of our Bend story of really doing our part to raise revenue in other ways. I think our community is asking us to also look at the impact tourism has on our infrastructure in particular. I think the bill right now is looking at flexibility for both infrastructure and public safety. We'll see if it's more of the definition change that they make, or it might be some change to the percentages. Right now, it's 30%. If any TRT increase comes to the city for like its general fund, and 70% goes to tourism promotion facilities, that might change. So we'll see what comes out of the committee tomorrow.
Thank you. We got word like 5 p.m.
Yeah.
yesterday that Eric probably needed to go, and then he still came back and did this meeting.
I know,
So,
man.
you want to go.
Okay, thank you to staff.
And thank you for everybody who supported.
We have a great staff, and I'm really so thankful that they helped to meet that, so I could pivot and do that. So
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.